Hello, everybody. Good morning, good afternoon, good night, depending on when you are. When you are watching this, all depending on where you are. Still morning. You are the first people I'm talking to today. So please bear with me. I'm still warming up. I didn't have any Red Bulls yet. So let me take off our wait song. I'm getting better day by day. Let's see. I can only expect, I can only see what's coming for tomorrow. Every day I add a new thing to our celebration week. And I'm very excited because I already have with me here on the backstage our first speaker. So let me do a quick overview of what we are going to have today without taking too much of your time, my friend. Um, Guten Morgen. I don't know how to say in German, by the way. Oh, let me put this here in the meanwhile. Can you send over like good mornings and messages? It's gonna show up right here. So just good morning from Brasilia, Brazil. I'm in the capital of Brazil over here. Okay, today is gonna be so exciting. I'm looking forward for most of the sessions that are gonna be here, just like I am basically every day. Yo, B, Sebi, hello. So today we are gonna start with the best opening possible we could have for what we have on the agenda today. We are gonna have Luiz Real, or in English you would say Luis Real. Basically, he's gonna tell us what happened in the past 30 years of Java innovation. So he's gonna walk us through the history of Java. Uh, if you weren't able to really follow up and see everything that happened, he's gonna put us up to speed because right after that we got Sebi, our great, super fun Sebastien Blanc or Blanc. I don't know. He needs to teach me how to say his name. But Sebastian is from Sebi. I'm gonna call him Sebi. He's from Red Hat, and he's gonna tell us all about the outer limits, building virtual civilizations. I can already see virtual civilization reminds me of a Black Mirror episode. So, but at least it's gonna be with Quarkus and LLMs. So I'm looking forward to his session. I will never forget Sebi because once I saw he doing a parody, like playing a music, changing the names. Like I think something about pods instead of killing in the name of it was something else. Sebi, you need to find the link to share with me because I love the parody there. Um, right after Sebi, we have at midday Brazil, 11 EST, and I can never memorize what time is now in Europe because you're like in summertime switching. We're gonna have an open discussion, guys, with Barry Burd, Bruno Souza, and Michael Redlich. If you're not sure who these guys are, go to the web page and check it out. It's crazy. Like if yeah, oh yeah, that is true, Sabi. Thank you. You're not in Red Hat anymore. Just like yeah, Red Hat is gonna be forever in our history, right? But yeah, so Sabi actually left Red Hat just like I did as well. He's now at Port. That is the name of his company, Port. Yes. So Sabi is now at Port, but we did meet at Red Hat. So give please bear with me there. Yeah, so our conversation with Barry, Bruno, and Michael is gonna be crazy because these guys have been here since forever. Barry Bird wrote the books for dummies. If you look like Java for Dummies or this for Dummies, he's the author of those books. Bruno Souza, our BR, like BR Java man, he brought basically is known for bringing Java to Brazil and for building this whole community we know today that is very well established. He's the one who's been pushing this forward. And we also have Michael Redlich, Java champion director of the Garden State Jug, lead editor at InfoQ. So he's basically doing it all. And he's currently at Payara. And right after them, we will have two additional talks. One of them coming through late night last night. It's been so active, this event, guys. We were still getting sessions before we wrapped up the day yesterday. So we're going to have Tim Wuthenow telling us all about decision logic from ifs then else's to AI assisted DMN. To wrap up our day, we got Ricardo. Guys, our great Ricardo Ferreira. Ricardo Ferreira. I need to do them all, Ricardo. Ricardo Ferreira. I think he joined already So Java some panels. We had some great discussions in Portuguese. I asked him to do his talk today, especially in Portuguese, because we just miss him so much around here. And now he's working at Redis. So he's gonna tell us all about how to build context-aware applications with Spring, vector searches, and Redis. So yesterday we wrapped up the day hearing about the V8 guys. Today we're gonna hear from Redis. So awesome. Luiz, Real, without further ado, my friend, I'm gonna bring you to stage because I already stole too much of your time. Tell me all about you. How are you doing today? Warmed up enough to start the session?
Hello, everyone. Can you hear me well?
Yep, I hear you fine.
Okay, nice. Hello. I'm fine. I'm here. I'm really excited to talk about Java 30 years. And yes, my intention here is to talk about the history through the features of Java. We will have a glimpse of Java's history through the features that each version of Java released. Not all the features, but I will try to talk about the main features, okay? So
okay,
for you
and
to,
by the
to
way, I
know,
see
to see the evolution of the language.
I see that you have over 20 years of experience already. So I've been asking this for everyone who's joining the panel. What was your first Java version?
Okay, my first Java version was 5, but really 6.
The same as I do. Okay, I feel a little bit better now. Everybody's like 1.2, like 2. Thank you, Luiz. Now I feel a little bit better. But I know that even though we start with a particular version, doesn't mean that we have not had experiences with other stuff. So please tell me all about it. I'm gonna share your screen right now, and the stage is yours.
Oh, thanks. So let's do it. As I said, I'll talk about 30 years of Java through the features. So from its origin to the feature, we will talk a little bit about the history. I know everyone likes the code, but we will not show only code. My mission here is to talk about Java in other way, in some way that people sometimes thinks that is not good, to look in the past and see where the language began, like remembering some features that was like old. We seems like it was old, but we need to know where the language began, to know that the language we have now is a language that evolved lots and lots. So before we begin, Karina said that I have 20 years of experience. So not only in Java, but I started as maybe like everyone here, doing support, doing infrastructure, maybe I was that guy from IT. When your computer failed, I was the guy that were there trying to fix it. And then I migrate to the software development world. Since I was little, I think I was 11 years old when I decided that I wanted to work with IT. So I wanted to know everything about everything in IT. But then I decided that I needed to focus in one thing, and I knew Java, and Java changed my life. And now I'm working with Java every day in everything that I do. So as you can see there, I'm a lead software engineer at Fundunesp. I'm constructing, I'm building software for academic stuff, like administrative and academic software for a big university in Brazil. And we have like more than 80 projects in Java. So the university knows that we need a solid language, a language that can do the job well done. So 99% of our projects are in Java. And I'm also a professor at FIAP, so I'm teaching Java for my students. It's more focused on Spring. And I'm also a coordinator for SoulJava. We are here at SoulJava, SoulJava event. So I have to tell that I'm with SoulJava for some years now. And being part of the community is another thing that also changed my life. Not only Java, but the community. Java community is one of the best communities, one of the best tech communities in the world, because we are united. We are here the entire week to talk about Java. So this is a great community. And I think we can start now our presentation. So my goal here, as I said, is to talk about the history of Java. And to do that, I thought about showing some of the features that each version of the language brought to us. But first, I will talk just a little bit about Java popularity, because in the past few months, with the advance of AI, Python is a language that people was using a lot for data science, and was natural that with the advance of AI, people chose Python to do stuff with AI, because it's the language that they were used to do this kind of things. But Java has evolved and is evolving towards this same direction. So in the past few months, we saw Python advanced, maybe JavaScript, because people like to use lots of frameworks to do web stuff. But even though Java is still continues to be one of the most used languages. So then we'll talk about Java roadmap before I begin to talk each version. And then we will see the key features by version from 1 to 25, okay? So if anyone has any question, please don't wait for me to finish here, because as I said, this is a journey through the history of Java. So while we navigate this history, you can send your questions, okay? So about the popularity, first, an introduction. Java was created to have these things here, with these objectives, these goals: simplicity, object-oriented, platform independent. This was maybe one of the most one of the biggest goals of Java, to be platform independent. Then a multi-threaded, architecture neutral, robust, and distributed. And Java has been shaping the software world for 3 decades. The last May 23rd, it became 30 years old. And just so you know, I'm 35 years old, so I'm almost the same age of Java. And I know Java for almost 20 years. I think 17 years. So now talking about the popularity, I brought here some indexes to show that despite Python has become one of the most used languages because of AI advanced, Java still remain one of the most used. So in the first index is the second most used language. In the TIOP ranking that I think most of you know, it still remains like the third most used. And this is like updated, I think, in the last months. And the last three index here, you can see Java in the second place in the first index. We can see third place in the middle, and I think 6th or 7th place in the last one. What I wanted to tell you about this was not to show that Java is great, you should use Java, but to say that despite of having 30 years old, Java remains one of the most used because people know that when you need the job done, you need a good application that will, how can I say, that will have a good performance despite of your environment. Java remains one of the most chosen languages. Okay, so if just for the people that is beginning right now to use Java or is trying to is thinking about starting use Java, you will have a good decision to do. But if you chose Java, you can rest in peace because you can be in peace because Java is still a good language. Okay, it's still chosen by lots of projects. And now, starting what we are here to do, what we are here to talk about, the Java history. Okay, I prepared to you here a roadmap to show you how the language was updated through the years. But my goal here is not entering details right now. We can just see the roadmap to check that. The first version of Java, the language was released, the alpha version was May 23rd. That is the date that we celebrated the 30 years of the language. But it was that the version 1.0 was officially released in 96. And then we had some small changes, and we had like a couple of, I think, hundreds of classes. And then we had Java 1.1, 1.2, and then in just a few years, it has like from hundreds of classes to thousands of classes. And we had Java 2 in 98. In 98, another thing happened that was, so Java was born. So Java is one of the oldest and maybe one of the biggest Java communities in the world. The community that we are here right now, that I'm proud to be part of. And so Java was born in 98. Then in 2000, we had Java 1.3, 2002, Java 1.4, that the other day I learned that some banks in Latin America still uses Java 1.4 in some projects. Then we had Java 5 in 2004. And as you can see, we had lots of good releases there, like generics, annotations, enums, and autoboxing. Java 6. Java 6, it's another version that we have to point here because it was the first open source version before Oracle bought some, I think. Java 6 was the first open source version. I don't remember well, but I think this happened just before Oracle bought them. Okay, just a few months before. And then we had Java 7, that was the first version under Oracle. 2014, Java 8, that is a version that lots of people really like because we had a little bit of functional programming with lambdas, streams API that lots of people really like to use, and changes in the daytime API. And it was the first LTS version, long-term support. So we all some people usually like to use only the LTS version. So the first one was Java 8. Then we had Java 9, 10, 11, and 11 we had another pause here in 2018 because it was the first version of Jakarta EE. So Oracle passes the project of Java Enterprise Edition to Eclipse Foundation, and it became Jakarta EE. Then we had Java 12, 13, 14, and 14, another big step here with record classes. Java 15, another, and here, as you can see, since 2018, something happened. If you check here, Java 8 was 2014. Java 9 was 2017. 3 years. 3 years in difference. And now in 2018, we have, since 2018, we have 2 versions each year. So 2019, 2 versions, 2020, 2 versions. Why? Why is that? Oracle decided that this would happen. We would have a new version of Java each 6 months. And at first, I was skeptic about that. I need to say this because at first I thought this was a bad move, but now I see that this was really ingenious because you have previsibility, you have you can how can I say, you can incentivize the language to remain updated. Okay, so you incentivize that each 6 months you have new features in the language, and this is awesome, right? And then we can continue here. We had like Java 16, 17 with sealed classes, Java 18, 19. In 19, we have like a preview of virtual threads. And now another pause, because if you think about what is preview, when Java has a process, okay? The JCP, Java Community Process, is something that you can have a previsibility, and we can have the preview of some features instead of you release the feature. The final version for people to use, you can have a preview, and we can start to use that feature, and we can give our feedback, and they can improve the feature before it before we have the final version of the feature. So virtual thread, we had the preview since Java 19, and then in Java 21, we have the final version. So that is another great thing about this move of the Oracle to release a new version each 6 months, okay? So 2023, we had Java 20, 21, the last LTS version that we have, Java 22, 23, and now we have, in this year, Java 24 that had, some people told me that in some cases they had like 20 or 40% of better speed in the application only to change to Java 24. Okay, so each version we have like this kind of features or this kind of characteristics that we say about that version. Hey, Java 8 is good because we already have this thing and that thing. So Java 24, we have improvements in the speed of the application. And the September in this year, we will have the next LTS version. As I said, the 21 was the last LTS version. The next one will be Java 25 that will be released in September. Okay, so now that we have this, we saw this roadmap, I'll try to comment on each version. Okay, yes, we will comment since Java 1 through 25 to have this idea of the evolution of the language. Okay, but don't worry, I'll try not to talk too much here. I will have only a few information here about the versions, okay? So to begin this journey here, we talk about Java 1 and 1.1. The release of the language. As I said, Java was born to write once, run everywhere, anywhere. You can. The goal was to run on TVs, on other devices, and to do that, they released with a JVM, Java Virtual Machine. So instead of the language being like compiled and run directly in the OS, you run the program in a JVM. That was what allowed the language to run in other devices. If you have a JVM running in your device, you can run a Java application. Okay. And the time Java was released, we had lots of new devices. Lots of new devices were being released. So it was a good moment for you to have this ability to run the same application in different devices, right? If you used in some time the Java 1.1, please comment here, okay? So we can put here you in the spotlight. As I said to Karina, I only used, like, my first version was Java 5, but the version that I really used lots was Java 6. But if you use Java 1 and 1.1, please tell us here. So we had applets, AWT. It was possible to embed Java applications in web pages. I remember this, we had lots of applications running in web pages. If you maybe if you don't know this feature of Java, but maybe you remember Flash. Flash was another thing that was running in lots of web pages in the past. So it was something like that, but more robust program. And then we had JDBC providing a standard API to access database since the beginning of the language. Passing to Java 2 or 1.2, as you can see, the language in the beginning changed a lot of like the brand of the language, and it was rebranded sometimes. But now we have a standard like Java SE Standard Edition and a version like Java SE 24 is the last one released. So Java 2 or 1.2, we had Swing, that was applications running like graphic, like desktop applications, we say, right? When I first learned Java, we were learning how to do exactly these Swing applications, and then afterwards I started to learn web applications with Java, but first was Swing. So we had this toolkit, so you could do these applications, desktop applications. Then in this version 1.2 as well, we had the collections framework that introduced interfaces and classes for working with lists. As you can see, there are an array list, a little bit different that we are used to use right now, because we had to cast to get the elements of the list. As you can see there, a cast to string, right? So in this first version of the collections, we need to do that. And as I said before, so Java was created in 1998, was like more or less in the same time that Java 2 was released. And just to have a pause here, I don't know if everyone here that are watching us are part of Java or know the community. So if you if you don't know Java yet, please enter in Discord, discord.soljava.org.br, so we can have more conversations there before after the presentation. Okay.
Yeah, but Discord is not the only channel, right? So if you're not a Discord user, there are also other channels like Telegram, yes, or mailing lists and other things. So just ask on the chat or reach out to us and we can share more details so we don't take too much of your time.
Yes.
See, I told you, we have people who use Java 1.
Nice. I was trying to have someone here that use Java 1 or 1.1, but 1.2, come on, man. Nice. So we can you can say to us afterwards, after, what was your experience using JDK 1.2, okay? And after 1.2, 1.3, we had like Hotspot JVM as the default. So this Hotspot JVM brought significant performance gains. And in the same time, we had like improved garbage collection. So garbage collection is something that we always say about the Java, because we need good garbage collector to improve the performance, to improve the use of memory, right? So looking the history, the Hotspot JVM in Java 1.3 had a significant performance improvement through the optimization of this garbage collector. And we had the first discussions as on open source in Java. As I said, the first version of Java, open source, was 1.6, but in the version 1.3, we started this conversation. And as I said, the community, the Java community, is awesome. If it wasn't the community to talk, to start the discussions, and here you can say that, so Java was there, Bruno Souza was there, being part of this conversation. If this didn't happen, if this didn't started there with the community, Java was not open source nowadays. Okay. So we have Java 1.4, and here we had like new input-output API. If you use some feature to read or to write like an image using Java, for example, this started here with this new I/O API. We had a great thing here. I know lots of people don't like to do tests, but if you like tests, if you like to try to how can I say, to avoid some exceptions, here you can have like the assert keyword. So it was released in Java 1.4. So Java 1.4 added this native support to assertions to help developers detect the bugs during development. And then we also had like the SSL integration. So this is something nice to talk about here. If you say, if you see there, this version brought native support. What is native support? So today we can use lots of libraries to do some things that the language don't allow you to do in a native way. But if lots of people are doing the same thing, lots of people are using, maybe these features become native in the future. This is amazing about the language. So lots of things that we are talking about AI right now, that you use lots of libraries, maybe in the future will be native in the language. So here, Java 1.4 brought the SSL native through the javax.net.ssl classes, okay? And then we arrived in the first version that I remember of using, okay? So I started learning Java 6, but I remember that the professors, they were like migrating from 1.5 to Java 6. So some things we still had the material that the professor shared with us was talking about Java 1.5, and then he was trying to update. But as you can see, the Java 5 brought some amazing features like generics, that is a type-safe collections and APIs, reducing the need of casting. Like you can see there, we had a release before in the example in the other slide, and I said that we needed to cast in that example to string. Now we have the generic is there in the release. You can see string. So, and in the last line, we don't need the cast anymore. Another great feature was annotations and enums. I'm sure that everyone here once in a while use enums, and if you really like to use Spring framework, Spring is like, I think I can say that Spring is an annotation based framework. You do lots of things with annotations. So we have annotations since Java 5, 1.5. And the annotation is like a metadata to influence code behavior at compile or runtime. So depending on what you have programmed in that annotation, you can have different behaviors. We have an example of enum there. And also autoboxing and unboxing. This is another great feature because we have automatic conversions between primitive and wrapper classes, in the example, integer to int directly. And then we arrive to Java 6, that is, like I said, the first open source version of Java. So Java goes open source in 2006. So Sun announced these under the Open JDK project. And again, congratulations to the community that had the most influence here to get the Java as an open source. In this other version, in this version, Java 6, what can I say about the OpenJDK? The OpenJDK maybe made the Java community-driven because it enabled more contributions, faster innovations, and maybe I can say like a transparent governance, because open source, you know that we have to be transparency. We have also web services enhancement. Anyone here used SOAP as web services? I want to tell you a very quick story here. I had a student and the last year, and we talked about REST API with Spring, and we talked a lot about REST. And I don't know why. I usually don't talk about that, but for that class, I talked a little bit about SOAP. As you can see here in this presentation, I like to talk a little bit about the history of things for people to know why we have something here, why we have things where it is right now. You have to learn a little bit about the history to know this kind of stuff. And I don't know why I told this student about SOAP. And she was like, curious about it. And she decided to search more about the SOAP. And I said that SOAP, we usually had like XML as the web services usually produced XML, and now with REST we usually produce JSON. So she was curious about, and she learned some things about SOAP. And 1 month later, in her work, her boss was talking about APIs, and she remembered about the SOAP. And she told her boss about the REST, the SOAP, the things that she knew about it. And her boss was like stunned. Hey, you have like 18 years old, 19 years old, and you know about SOAP. How come? And she told him that I was talking about these in the class. So, okay, just a little story here. And then we also had like the compiler API enabling programs to compile Java source code dynamically at runtime. Other great feature here. Hello, Hugo. Hello. Hey, if you have any questions, please put in the chat. I'm checking here. So moving forward, we have Java 7. And this, as I said, was the first release under Oracle. Oracle bought some microsystems and released Java C7 in 2011. And here we have other great features like try with resources that simplified resources management, automatically closing streams and sockets to prevent resource leak. So we can see here in the example, sorry for the small code here, but we had like the resource inside the try. Another great feature is the diamond operator, sorry, that eliminated the need to repeat type argument when instantiating generic keys. We had already 2 examples of the release here. The first one we had to cast the result. The second one without cast, and the last one here without the type inside the diamond operator. So another quick start here. I had a big application that was done with was written in Java 6, and we could upgrade it to Java 8. So, but we have like lots and lots of classes, and still now we have like some classes that we didn't rewrote yet, and we still have like some array lists with the type inside the diamond operator. So whenever I can, I refactor these classes and I change the diamond operator. And we had again another feature here is string in switch statements. So Java 7 added support for using string values in switch cases, and we have like a small example here. Okay, so moving forward, Java 8, we arrived in a version that I think most of people like. Okay. Why? Because we had like lambda expressions, the streams API, and the date and time API. Before we had like some problems with dates, and now since Java 8 we have a more mature class, right? So lambda expressions introduced like functional programming in Java. It was the first, maybe the first ever functional programming inside Java, enabling more concise, readable, and expressive code, especially for collections and concurrency. And Streams API. The Streams API enabled like declarative, functional style data processing, making collection manipulation more efficient and expressive. And there we have another small example. And for the data, as I said, a more modern and mature API class that is the local date. The Java U2 date, people usually complained that was very problematic, and it was in version 8 that this was replaced. Now we have like a more straightforward versions here, like Java 9 and 10, with modular system from Project Jigsaw, introducing like improving application security, maintainability, and startup time by explicitly declaring dependencies and module boundaries. We have also JShell that was made that made learning, testing, and prototyping Java code faster and more interactive, because you could do this by the terminal, right? And type inference with var. So I can do another pause here because some people usually think that the use of var in Java is like dynamically type. It's not dynamic type. You only the var is like just inferring the type in compile time, but this don't change. It doesn't change dynamically the type. Okay, just to be clear here. So then we have Java 11 was another LTS version. Just a curious information here. I think one and a half years ago, I was checking some reports. I think it was JetBrains reports on the use of Java. And Java 8 was one of the most used version of Java in applications in production. So I don't
Not
think I
only
remember well, but
was,
I think
it's still
was
being used by
no.
everybody there, right? But
Yeah,
real
yeah.
quick, Luiz, I just wanted to tell you that we are almost on top of the hour, so still got like something like 5 at next 10 minutes, all right?
Okay, 10 minutes. Java 11, as I was saying, this report from JetBrains stated that Java 8 was being used by 54, I think, % of the projects in production. But now I saw an updated version of this report, and I saw that lots of companies already updated Java 8 to Java 11. So I don't have the report here, but as I remember, Java 11 is one of the most used Java versions in production right now. Okay, so moving forward, we have like 12, 13, and 14 with switch expressions. If you check a node switch and switch expression side by side, you see that for those who like clean code, switch expressions is really great. So made switch usable as an expression, returning values, and the use of lambdas in the switch expression made code very clear, very clean. We have also text blocks, simplifying multi-line strings literals. If you needed to write a JSON or an XML string, you see that using text blocks is awesome. And in the Java 14, we have the first version of records. So an immutable class. Here we have a small example with person, record person. And for people that usually like the use of Lombok, using the records that we have since Java 14, you don't need to write the getters, the setters, equals, hash code. So the hash methods. So this was really great from this version. And pattern matching as well, for instance of. And moving forward, sealed classes, from Java 15, we have like the final version of records and an improvement of pattern matching, for instance of the final version of sealed classes, and the records was completed, the feature, right? The pattern matching simplified a lot the type checks and casting, improving code clarity and safety. And we are just arriving in the last versions of Java. Since Java 18, we have a simple web server. I don't know if anyone knows here, the G web server. If you don't know, please check it out. So a minimal command line HTTP server for quick tests. And we had the preview version of virtual threads. As I said in the roadmap, we usually have the preview version and it was being matured. And then we have the final version of virtual threads in Java 21. We have also the scoped values here that is safer and faster alternative to local threads, particularly for use with the virtual threads. That's like another thing that is really great when we are allowed to use new versions of Java. We are allowed to use new features, and these new features we can use with other new features, and our job becomes more easy. In the Java 21, the last LTS version, we have the final version of virtual threads, record patterns, and string templates. And moving forward, because my time is ending here, we have Java 22 and 23. In the Java 22, we have these statements in switch that is really great. And let me check here. The sequenced collections. We have new interfaces for collections. We have more features to do concurrency. And now we have the actual version of Java 23, that was released in the last March in this year. We have like primitive classes from Project Valhalla. It's still preview, but we, as you can see there in the example, like the class money, and advanced pattern matching. And as I said before in the little story, some people only by changing the Java version to 24 had like 30% of best performance. So I'm not saying this is a standard, but you can check it out just by updating the Java version. Maybe you can have like a more performance in your application. And we are just arriving in Java 25 that will be released in September. That is our next LTS version. And in the same year that Java turns 30, this would be a really great release with value objects like this class point, like further improved performance and memory efficient by treating small immutable objects like primitives. We have memory optimizations, reducing JVM object header size, and we have the string templates, the final version. Okay, so I hope you can see that these, if you check the history of Java, how the features was released, how the community is being involved in the language evolution, and how you can enable preview features in your IDE to check these language advancements. You can have like this robust, really great language that we all love to use. So you can be part of this story and don't let the language dies. For the contrary, we are here as a community to see the language rises even more. So this journey proves the resilience of the language. In which release the language stays modern, relevant, and reliable. And I can see that because I'm using Java every day in my life. So thank you for joining me in this journey. And if you have any questions, please reach out to me, to Luiz at luizreal.com. And if you check this QR code, you will enter my mailing list and I will send to you these slides. Okay, thanks. Thanks, everyone.
Thank you, Luiz. It was a great great walkthrough through all the innovations that happened. A lot of stuff, right?
Lots of information.
Wow. And by the way, I will reach out to you later to get the link for the slides and to share with the audience on the website, okay?
Perfect.
Thank you very much, my friend.
Thanks, everyone.
All right, bye. Guys, now we already have on the backstage Sebi, formerly called Sebastien Blanc. So, but I don't know how to say his name. He's gonna teach me in a second. But let me show you something before we get started. And by the way, okay, let me show you something before we get started, because look at this. This thing that I'm gonna show you right now is it needs no words. Let me just show you something. Just correcting myself because I started saying that he was in Red Hat, etc. But actually, the company that he is working for currently is Burd, that creates an internal developer portal. It is an internal developer portal that makes the life of developers easier by bringing self-service and aggregated information into a single place. All right. Now, let me show you one thing. This is the person who's coming online now. Just 1 second, real quick. This is gonna be 19 seconds, I promise. So don't drop, don't get scared, don't do anything. And yeah, I know he's a little bit ashamed, but I gotta show you guys. I just can't skip this. I just chose one of many, and share a tab. Okay, I just chose one of many, but there are many others. I hope the audio will work. Let me show you our next speaker. All right, just a
Smelly code, why are they coding you? Smelly code, it's not your fault. Smelly code, why are they coding you?
Oh my gosh, guys. This is Sebi. All right, Sebi, welcome to stage, my friend.
Hey, how are you? Great to see you.
Right, it's been so long. It's great to see you too.
Yeah.
Wait. So let's just catch up real quick. Are you still living on the same place?
Yes. Yes. It's still same place. Yeah.
Where that would be? Where would that be?
That is in Valoris. That is in the southeast of France, near Nice, Cannes, Monaco, in this area. So,
don't tell too much, otherwise the fans of Smelly Code are gonna come running for you. Now, Sebi, let me ask you another thing. Well, how do I say your name right?
Yeah, you were almost right. It's just with the French, there are some letters that you don't pronounce. So it's Sebastien Blanc. You don't pronounce the C.
Sebastien Blanc.
Blanc.
I love it. Sebi, look, I was looking at the description of your talk and how you always wanted to make Siri talk to each other and how this stuff worked. And then you created a civilization. And it reminded me of a Black Mirror episode I just watched. Yeah, I don't know if you saw that one, Plaything.
I know exactly which episode you mentioned because first my daughter saw it and she sent me a message. She said, "Daddy, you have to watch this episode. It's exactly what you did." And well, I didn't went that far, and you will see it. But yeah.
Oh my gosh. Okay, I'm really looking forward to this. If you want to share the slides in the meanwhile. And you'll see that we have some people who have been working with this for a long time now, since Java 1. Are you from that group, or are you more the Nutella people like I am, who thinks that SOAP is the roots of integration?
No, as a student back in 2002, I learned Java on Java 1.2, and by the time I started working as a junior, it was Java 1.4. So 1.4 was my first version.
Okay, and just for your fans, are you still coming to conferences?
I'm still going to conferences. Yeah.
All right, okay. Can I share the screen now?
Oh yeah, you can.
And will you be following the comments, or should I bring them over for you?
I can see the comments, but you can also interrupt me anytime. You just
that's my favorite thing to do. So don't worry, I will.
Okay. Wow, so I'm so excited to talk about this project. It's probably something completely different from what you have seen until now. But there's a lot of cool stuff in. But it's not a production project. It's something that I was coding during holidays, and I didn't have any specs in my head, or I did some white coding before it was cool, white specs in my head, and I said, okay, just let's code. And because I was using Quarkus, it was so easy. But I will tell you more about it. A few words about myself. So I'm Sebastien Blanc, Sebi. I'm a Java champion, so I'm really happy to wear my Java champion t-shirt today. I'm a developer advocate. So what does that mean? That means that my job is to make developers happy. And how do I do that? Well, by going to conferences, by doing funny videos like Karina showed. By the way, you can see that since the video is almost 5 years old, you can see that my beard is a bit whiter. Anyway, as Karina said, I'm actually a developer advocate for Port. So give it a try. I won't mention Port at all here in this talk today, but Port.io, it's really cool stuff. Beside that, I love the game Half-Life. In my opinion, it's the best game ever. And I love cats. I have 5 cats myself. None of them are here. They are in the garden playing around. And yeah, just before I start, just a few words about this picture here that you see. That was from last week, Devox Poland. And you probably know Dimitri, the best photographer ever. He's there at every Deluxes, and he takes awesome pictures. So awesome. Let me go. Hey, just one disclaimer: no MCP has been used in this presentation, and I could. I could update my project a bit later to introduce MCP, but yeah, no MCP in this talk. So sorry about that. And now, yeah. So I told you, I'm a developer advocate. And I try to be really creative, and this creativity you have it has to come from somewhere. So I go to conferences, I see tech talks, but I love also other things, and I love really much art, contemporary art, really weird art.
Wait, Sebi, that previous slide, that is very important. You said no MCP was used in the presentation. Do you mean on the code, the demo, or actually to build the presentation?
Oh no, the code in the presentation, or the code in the demo.
Okay, yeah, because just like one comment, because I see that everybody these days have just been creating content like crazy using AI, and I just feel that I am already feeling this, and very soon we will all be like thirsty for humans. So thank you. Okay.
Oh yeah, there we go. So I was saying I love weird art, stuff like this, or stuff like this. That's not so funny to see, but or stuff like this. There's one more there, but that is at the beginning of Venezia. I go there and I feed my brain with all those crazy things, and then I have ideas. Okay. Can also be really simple art like that, but that helped me, to keep my creativity alive. And there's one thing that I really wanted to do for a long time. And back in the time, you probably remember the game Second Life, which was one of the first virtual civilization. And that was fascinating for me. And a few months after I was playing Second Life, I got my first iPhone, and then a few years later, we got Siri. And the first thing I tried to do with Siri was taking another iPhone and let's make two Siris talk together. I say, oh, that can be so cool if you have two bots talking together. But yeah, you know, all these chatbots, those AI, it was really complicated. I had no idea how to do it. I had the idea in my mind, so it was really simple. I say, okay, I have two LLMs, so two bots, and the first one I give an initial seed. And I say, hey, you are Bob, and you will start a conversation with Alice. And then I send that to the LLM. Bob receives that, send the response to Alice, which is another bot running the same LLM or another LLM. She calls, she infers the prompt, and she gives a response back to Bob, and etc. forever. So that was the idea. But again, I could not really think on how to implement that because that was beyond my knowledge. You know, I was a Java enterprise developer. I can map POJOs and services and using Hibernate, but doing those crazy things, no, that was not really for me. And then, you know, the whole craziness of ChatGPT appeared. And I remember I was at DevOps and I saw a presentation, so that's not a DevOps, but DevOps Toulouse. I saw Guillaume Laforge, that you all know, Guillaume is awesome. And he gave a presentation about LangChain4j. I said, wow, that's nice. Looks like it's an abstracting library for Java to interact with LLMs. And I say, okay, that's really cool. And I remember the whole team of Quarkus was there as well at they started talking with the people from LangChain4j. And I think 1 month after or something like that, there was the first extension for LangChain4j in Quarkus. And I tried it out. And of course, like anything in Quarkus, it was just pure developer joy to start building stuff, building really simple bots. And then I say, hey, wow, you know what? This idea of bots talking together, I can do it now because the whole complexity has been abstracted away from me. I know how to use Quarkus really well. Let's go, okay? So I went there. It's I don't really have a lot of room there, but it's okay. It's funny. It's a good exercise for me to stay. Oh yeah, that's better. Thank you, Karina. I
also move around a lot. I know how you feel.
Anyway, so the first thing I had to think of is, hey, do I want a single application where all my bots will live inside, okay, and they will talk to each other, or do I want to have each bot is a separate application? And again, I had no deadline, no specs. I say, hey, I want really to build like virtual avatars, virtual humans. So each application will be a bot. So I made a decision to go for that. Next step was, okay, how will I make them? So I say, no, wow, you can see my design skills here. I'm always impressed how good I am at designing slides. But then I had to think of how can they communicate together. Okay, basically what I need ears to listen to what the other says, and I need a mouse to speak. Okay. And well, the first thought I had was, hey, one bot could expose a REST endpoint, and that will be your ears, and he will be using a REST client to send a chat to the other bot, to its REST endpoint. And you know, with the client and the endpoints crossing, they can communicate. But then, yeah, I say that's not really asynchronous, and every bot must know the remote URL of the other bot. And okay, we should have some kind of PubSub system. And at that time, I was playing a lot with Kafka, and I say, hey, maybe I can use Kafka for that. I say, no, maybe it's a bit too much, but there will be some Kafka in my project still, you will see after. But at the same time, I was playing with another technology that you all know, Redis, okay? And Redis, beside all the awesome commands that they have, there's one command which is called pub/sub, which is so simple. You create a channel, you publish, someone subscribes, and that was exactly what I needed. I got my ears and I got my mouse, okay? So that was my decision, separate apps, using Redis, using channels, and using pub/sub to communicate to each other. Cool, yeah, so Redis, pub/sub. Then I had to pick one LLM. And we all know there are a lot of different possibilities. Everyone started a few years ago with OpenAI because there were, well, the first one, the most popular one. But since then we have seen a lot of different LLMs. And also what changes that we can run LLMs locally on our machines. So the demo I will show you in a few minutes is all based, the LLMs are all, part of them are running on Olama, which is a bit the Docker for LLMs on your computer, okay? And some are running on OpenAI, there's some Grok, and because what is super cool with the LangChain4j Quarkus extension is that you can define different profiles, different LLMs profiles, and depending on the service that you're calling, you can switch to a model to another. Even better, for the same service, you can switch to a different model without changing any line of code. Again, it's a bit like the Hibernate for LLMs. But you can pick between really smart and small LLMs. You can go for really large and really intelligent LLMs. You can go for really small and dummy but focus on one thing LLMs. So you have to decide. So I took a few different ones depending on what my bots wanted to do, because they want just speaking together. We as humans, when we build a civilization, we start to establish a language, we talk to each other, and what happens once we finish talking? Well, we start thinking, etc. Okay? But also we have to remember when we are in conversation with someone, they say, hey, hello, what's your name? My name is Sebastian. And you have to have memory, because the other person will say, what is your name? My name is Sebastian. What is your name? If you don't do anything with LLM, because they're completely stateless, there won't be any memory. So that is one thing you have to take into account. As the conversation is going on between the two bots, okay, you have the prompt with the initial seed, then you have the prompt plus prompt 2 with the response, and etc, etc. You have to manage the memory. And again, you could do that by hand manually. I did that for another project, which was not in Java, just for the fun. Believe me, it's not easy, because you have the context, the size, etc. But again, LangChain4j, it comes out of the box in the Quarkus extension with memory support. You just pass an identifier and the memory is done for you, okay? So that problem was solved. I can have two bots discussing together, okay, and remembering from what they said during the conversation, really important. And then at one point, they will finish the conversation, which is really tricky. Believe me, when two LLMs are talking to each other, if you don't do anything, they will talk forever. So you have to come with some conventions, so they stop discussing together. I will show you in the demo how I
Did they also start talking some weird languages?
Yeah. Well, you will see. I can tell them invent a new language, and they will start speaking to each other with an invented language. That could happen. Or during the conversation, you can say, "Hey, switch to English, switch to French, switch to Dutch." Maybe we will do during the demo. But yeah, once the conversation is done, okay, what do you do when you have a conversation with someone or after watching a talk? Well, there were some facts that you saw, okay? Facts are really important. Some memories from those facts and from the discussion, and then you reflect. You say, okay, and you create some opinions based on all of that. And that was something that I want to implement in my bots, in my avatars. And basically what I did was, once the discussion is finished, okay, I will ask each bot using an LLM again and say, hey, that was the conversation. Please from that create facts, memories, and reflections, and please store that into your brain. And what is the brain in this case? Well, it's a vector database, because I'm going to embed that as chunks. And you will see it's really important, because the second time that they will meet, those two bots, okay? Oh yeah, sorry, I have some. I'm going faster than my slides. So they reflect, they chunk, they embed. Okay, they embed that. They embed that with any model. I'm using here a pretty simple model, and we store the vectors. In this case, I'm using PG vector because it's really simple. And then when Bob, for instance, meet again Alice, I will ask them to retrieve from their brains, or from the PG vector, from the vector database, hey, get me all the chunks that you got from my conversation I had before with Alice or Bob. And that will construct a first initial prompt. And that means that when they start discussing again, well, they remember each other and they can continue the conversation, or come with a complete new conversation but bring some memories back from older conversation. And then you can introduce other bots, and you can create common memories and crazy things, believe me. So again, that was really easy to implement in Quarkus. The rec support it's really easy. It's basically dropping one extension for PG vector and doing the chunking, and then the retrieval part is done automatically for you. It's awesome. Let me go. Oh, it's already demo time. Yeah, it's demo time. Let me drink some water, and then I will show you the code, and we will run our bots. Okay. Okay. So let me increase a bit the font. So it's as I told you, it's a Quarkus application. And you can see here quickly the dependencies. What is important here is that I'm using the LangChain4j OpenAI support and the Ollama support. Okay, Ollama should be running here. Yeah, Ollama is running there. Okay, I'm using PG vector, and I'm using this to embed the, once he has made the reflection, that is what I'm using to embed the chunks. Okay. And then you have my avatar class, okay, that is basically representing the avatar. And the avatar, what does he have? So that he has a discussion bot, so he has a service to start discussions. He has a reflection bot that is for reflecting after conversation. And we have bleep bot and image bot. I will explain that a bit later, because yeah, it's a civilization, so they need social media, so I created the social media for them. A memory store that is for during the conversation, okay, a reflection ingester, and then you get a whole, well, I won't go too much into the code here, but basically here I'm let me see, subscribe. Here you have the Redis part. Basically, when this application starts, it subscribes itself with its name, because each avatar has a name, to a Redis channel. And yeah, then other bots can also join and start conversation. Cool. If you never played with LangChain4j Quarkus extension, it's really simple to define an AI service. So let me show you the discussion bot, because it's pretty interesting. Basically, you create an interface, okay, so that's simple, and you register it as an AI service. Here I pass the model name that I will be using, and I'm using the retrieval augmenter that is, hey, go check if there are some memories in the database about my previous conversation. If yes, inject them, please, in the prompt. And then we have the prompt. So before I show you the prompt, then you have the signature. So the signature here is chatting, okay. I pass a memory ID. That is just to handle the memory between during the conversation. I got my user prompt, okay, and I also pass the name of myself. So maybe I'm Bob and I'm talking to Alice, okay, and I can get some additional context if I want. Okay, I will explain you that later, but you can enrich your system prompt with some additional context. And then we have the system message. Okay, so you are an inhabitant from the planet Ipola, a very small and cozy planet. Your name is blah blah. You are starting the conversation with blah blah. Then I pass some additional context, and then I give all the instructions. Like, hey, don't talk too much, stuff like that. And interlocutor or yourself can end this discussion when it's appropriate by replying stop. Okay, so that was my first trial. But then they were repeating the instruction stop, and the conversation never happened. So I say, but don't explain that in the conversation, okay? And I'm repeating that in different forms. I haven't found the perfect setting. Sometimes the conversation goes forever. I have to stop it. But anyway, and basically, yeah, that's it. And then let me see, reflection bot. I will show you that later. Well, I can show you that right now. So that is using another model. Here I have the system message, and I say, hey, you are the brain and memory of Bob, for instance, and inhabitant from Ipola. You reflect on the provided memories. Context, and here I give all the dialogue that I just got between the two bots. Generate a summary of the latest conversation you had, and etc. etc. Okay, so cool. So let's start our first bot. Let me go there and let me start Bob. I think that will start Bob. And you know, I'm using Quarkus here locally, and I'm using the dev mode. That means that it will set up for me Postgres with PG Vector, Redis because I need it. It's using test containers behind the scene, you know, in Quarkus it's called dev services. So I got Bob. Bob is ready to have a discussion, okay? And let me start Alice. Oh, there we go. Alice, and there, let me start Alice, okay? So the first version I had of this application, I was just using logs. And I was checking the logs, you know. Is it work? Yeah, it's working. Cool. And that was funny, just to check if it worked. I could run it here, but it's boring to see. And so I say, hey, I need a user interface. I need a front end. I'm a backend developer. I'm a Java champion. I'm not front end React or anything like that. So ChatGPT helped me generate a front end. And that is a bit more than a front end. It's really the planet Ipola is also a separate application. He will handle the front end, but also the immigration, you know, when a new bot, he accepts them or not, and stuff like that. And that is, yeah, that's this application, okay? It's called the Avatar Admin, really funny name. And you can see here, I have some graphics. I'm using Phaser GS, which is a game framework, just to create a really simple front end. Let me start the front end, the planet. So let me create the planet, even if I should, you know what? Because I'm afraid things will go wrong.
I imagine how a developer like Sebby feels. Wait, I'm here real quick.
Sorry?
Just a second. Okay, I figured. Yeah. So I was hearing some echo. I just wonder how a developer like Sebby feels when he says, let me create a planet.
Like this. Okay. So I just
let me add some C's and let me add some trees.
I just need to, I need to start the planet first, and then I add my avatars. That should be better. Because that should work in both sides, but I'm not really sure. Let me just wait here. PG Vector is starting. Okay. Let me see how it goes. It's configured. Okay. Looks like it should work. If it doesn't work, we will do it again. But it should work. Okay. Cool. Let's give some time to Alice to join the planet. Okay, and here this is running. Okay, so let me run the planet. Oh, that's in the wrong window, so you won't see it. Ooh, wow, Where did you go? No matter. I just go. Oh, let me do this. Let me open it in a local host, and I think I put it on 8080. Yeah, there we go. So that is Bob. He's going to Alice. Hey, Alice, and I want to start a conversation with Alice. So when I will do start chat, I will send an initial seed to Bob, and Bob then will start discussing with Alice, okay? And everything that I told you should happen behind the scenes. We will make sure. So let me start the chat, and let's see if something's happening in the logs here. Let me see. Oh, yeah, you can see Alice. Hey, nice to meet you, Bob. So, oh, it's happening. Let's go. Okay, so hello, nice to meet you. She's enjoying the sunshine. And so, okay, so that's funny, yeah? Most of the time, they start talking about nature, organizing festivals. There are really, like hippies, like in the 70s. And it's, here's talking about microclimates, so they really have a conversation. So let's hope the conversation will finish pretty soon, okay? Because once the conversation will be over, I can show you quickly the reflection. But believe me, I've been playing so many hours with that, because every time that you start them again, that you clean up the databases and all the memories, they can come up with any kind of discussion. And they can invent sometimes they invent new music instruments or new flowers or solar systems to create energy on their small planet. But, oh yeah, the discussion is gone. And you can see something happening there. I will come up with that. Let me go back here. So I get a bit too much. Oh, I have the logs enabled, so there's a lot of logs. But I want to show you the reflection part. Avatar. Okay, so ending conversation, stop, time to reflect. These are the memories. Okay, and after that, I should have the reflection. Reflection. My recent conversation with Bob was an inspiring exploration of the interconnectedness of life on Ipola. We delved, we know it's LLM, into the possibility that subtle chemical signals exchange between plant species, and etc. Okay, so a lot of stuff happening. Well, just making sure I was still here, but I'm still here because I had this fan. And this memory will be split into small chunks, and it will be stored into the database. Okay, so if I go back now to my planet, where is my planet? No, that's not my planet. Here's my planet. I can start again the conversation, but you wonder, hey, live feed, what is that? But you know what? I say it's a civilization, and people want to share what they had as discussion with other people. And I say, hey, let's create their own social media, like Twitter or X or Blue Sky. So basically what I implemented was a really simple version of a social media. And if we go back to the code here, like to one of my avatar, you have something called BleepBot. So BleepBot is, you are a brain and memory and etc. Okay. Based on the memories of your recent discussion, you are asked to generate a short text that could be posted on Bleep. Bleep is the name of the social media that I invented. Okay. And I give some examples. I say you can add hashtags, and I give a lot of examples. And that was fun. That was working. I said that it would also be nice if they can post pictures, images of their discussion. So what I created after was, where does that happen now? The image bot, okay? Based on the text, so based on the text of the tweet that they generated, okay, I ask another LLM, so it's Grok, not the one from Grok with a Q, okay, awesome system. I ask him to generate a picture, okay, and send it back. So as a result, now every time that I finish a discussion, we have a post here. So Bob, he says, feeling inspired by our deep dive into the Herd song and the Sentinel's line.
Wow, I'm feeling it.
Wow, exciting to think how science might harness this for conversation and sustainability. And they generated an image. That was also completely mind-blowing for me. And you can see that the model is better than a few months ago, because now there are real letters and stuff. So hashtag Herd song, interconnectivity. Yeah, this one is not so good. Let me see what Alice. So she also more or less saying the same thing, and she also created a really nice. Okay, cool. So actually, I didn't have time, but I have another demo where I plug in a Raspberry and I say, hey, it's someone visiting you from space, and the avatar joins the UI here. It's Pat. He's called Patrick, and they start all discussing together. But what I can show you is
you got too much free time probably to be creating these demos. But this is so cool. It instigates my creativity, and I just start thinking about like these super futuristic scenarios, you know.
Oh yeah. I have so many other ideas that I have so many ideas, but yeah, now in startup mode, I don't have that many time. but yeah,
I know how it goes. I know exactly how it goes.
You know how it goes, okay? But one thing I implemented, I say, hey, I am the creator. I created this planet, and I say I would love to have a way for me to speak to my avatars and to say, hey, listen to my. I can say anything, and they will take that into account. And I could have put that into a box and write it, but yeah, I wanted to play. I say, hey, let's interact that with voice and see if I can use my microphone and then use a transcript service, and that will set the additional context. Remember, in my prompt, I show you there's a variable called additional context. So let's try it. I did one yesterday, and I really feel really sorry for them, but let me try it again because it's really funny. Hopefully my mic is working. Oh, yeah. Your planet is attacked by dragons. You must escape. Okay.
You are.
It's so sad, you know. Let's see. Say it's a transcription.
Oh no!
Oh, the transcription didn't work. Let me do it again. Your planet is being attacked by dragons. You must escape. Just say you. That is weird. Or the logging is not working.
He's just answering like you. This.
You. Okay. Let me see. Let me see if I start again the conversation. Let's see if they start talking about dragons. But yesterday they were all looking for shelter, and it was really like watching a series. Because and I felt sorry. No, it didn't work.
Help you. Let's go. It will work now.
No, so it will work now. Let me. Yeah, so here they are discussing about glooper nuts in full bloom. So glooper nuts, it's something that they came up with. That is not a plant that exists, but it exists on Ipora, you know. Let me see if I can stop the chat, and if I can, and why I cannot pass another. Let's see, which microphone is it using? Because yesterday I tried it with just my. Okay, let me see. They should stop soon. Here, what you see is slower what happens in the real life, because you imagine with Redis, it goes really fast. So here I'm slowing down stuff. Let me try another one. Oh, there it goes. They stopped talking. They made other great pictures and cool. Okay, let me hope it works. From now on, you will only speak in French. Is that now? Okay, for some really weird reasons, and I'm so sad about it, the transcript is not working. Let me just refresh. You know, have you tried to turn it off and on again? It's always like that. Let me try. Now you will only speak in French. Now, and it says every time you. Okay, maybe my transcript service is down, but that is not really an issue. I could let me see time. Yeah, you know what? You have to believe me. And yesterday it was working. Oh, here's our keeping with our conversation. Okay, so but imagine how crazy it is. All the things that you can do with that. I'm really sad. I don't know why it's not working. Let me try just one more time. One more time.
It's gonna celebrate.
Reset permissions. Okay, so he will ask me again, interact, and I say allow while visiting. Hi, you are speaking only in French now. Oh, wrong button. No, he has decided to play with me, so okay. Anyway,
you are trying to add a dragon to their planet. He just decided not to hear you.
I was really feeling sorry for them yesterday because they were really scared, and then they were in a shelter. And they say, "Oh no, I can hear the dragon knocking to the door." And
so this is what I'll do. I'm gonna share here the link to your Twitter, and if you can later after the chat after the session, if you can make it work, just share the recording of this part that didn't work, because I would love to see the reaction of the bots.
Yeah.
Twitter, guys.
Yeah. What we just can try really quickly, because we have still a few times. I can try to stop my. I stop my bots. Let me see. Stop. And I can also pass the additional context as a parameter, but I really wanted to show you maybe the microphone. Maybe it's picking not the Mac microphone. I don't know. Anyway. Oh, maybe because it's already using. Oh. I think I never did it. I think I never did it virtually, this presentation. Maybe
I was thinking about it. If it is conflicting with the,
it's maybe conflicting. Yeah. Well, we will see. I'm starting Bob. I'm starting.
What if you switch the microphone settings here on StreamYard to the computer one just in the meanwhile, and then it will use the system default? If that's the case, it would work then.
Let's see.
Whatever we can do to try to make it work.
And I was on the wrong microphone anyway.
Oh, okay. So you're talking on a Rode microphone, but still using another one.
Now the sound should be better, no?
Wow, yes.
Oh my God.
Yes.
I was talking to the mic of my iPhone, which is also my webcam.
Which is also good, by the way. It was working.
It was also good. Okay.
But this is way better.
It's good to know. Let me try again. There let me open that. Okay. And I say, hey, you are getting attacked by dragons. You need to escape. Okay. No, no, he doesn't want. So I think it's, as you said, it's probably conflict when we are virtual using. Okay. Too bad. But the funny thing is you can interact during the conversation. So I remember saying, hey, and now you switch to French. So suddenly they start speaking to French. One of the most funny things is, hey, you are two developers and you are debating between spaces and tabs. And believe me, it's censored LLMs, so they stay really nice to each other, but it's really funny to have those two bots talking about space and tabs. So let's then talk. And I've done a few other things that I won't demo because it's still in my brain and it works more or less. But once the civilization starts to grow and there are more and more people, the first thing that you need is a good infrastructures, good communication, good roads, cities, houses. You need some administration, when people are doing stuff. And so I think, and let me switch my hat. One thing that I really like is Kubernetes. Okay, and I say, hey, maybe Kubernetes can be the perfect place for my avatars. Okay, look at this, a Kuber planet. I'm pretty proud of this one. So basically, what I started to do is, creating from my avatars, creating containers and put them in pods, and then I can deploy them in namespaces. And first I started writing YAML myself, deployment services and stuff like that. But I'm also a really big fan of the operator pattern in Kubernetes, and in Quarkus we have a really great wrapper around the Java operator SDK. So basically, I started writing. I wrote an operator for my avatars, and okay, yeah. Sorry, smooth operator. And basically, you have this custom resource where, hey, I have this avatar. I give it a namespace, so planet where it's work, or city where it's living, the name Alice, and additional context. I'm a developer and I love Kubernetes. Cool, and that's working. So I need to still polish it. But the idea is, at the conference, anyone can create his custom resource here, apply it, and then we have all those bots chatting together and doing crazy stuff. Other crazy ideas I have is I want to create a cloud provider for my planet, and where bots, avatars, can come up with their own IDs and implement the code and deploy that on their own cloud provider. So it will be a real other Kubernetes where they can deploy their services and just see what happens, what kind of crazy services they will create. Okay. Oh yeah. I don't know, you probably all know Rick and Morty, and I don't know if you remember this episode. In this episode, Rick, to power his spaceship, he has created a battery, which inside his battery, he created a small universe where people are working to create energy, and he's using that energy to power his car. But in the episode, we discovered that inside this universe, that universe has also created a universe to create the energy for this universe. And I say, hey, based a bit on the same idea, I say, I want to create a bot that will create the bots for me. Okay, and so I probably have it. Do I have it here? I can run this really quickly. Let me see. So basically, I created another service. It's called, let me see. There it is. You are an administrator of a virtual civilization, and you can generate an avatar for a new citizens. Okay, and then I have an avatar resource, and where I say generate a single name for the avatar and provide some additional context. Okay, so let me see. I provided that as endpoint, so I can create an avatar. Let me go there. Okay, so avatar name is Axiom. Axiom is a citizen with a strong sense of logic and analytic thinking. Okay, so but basically I can create as many avatars as I want. Okay, and you just to prove it, what I was doing, because I removed the code. What I did here with the Kubernetes client, I create a custom resource and I apply that directly on my cluster, and it creates the bot. And the idea was to have this as a scheduler, and it will just create hundreds and hundreds of different avatars, and they will all start discussing together. I need time for that. I need a bit compute power, some money, because Olama is nice, but especially when you start deploying that on managed Kubernetes, yeah, it's complicated. But yeah, I have tons of ideas. And yeah, that was it for me. I really hope you enjoyed. And as I told you, it's a bit different. Let me see what they did here. Oh, what are they discussing? Feeling inspired after chat about our moon being initiative. Interesting. Exciting to explore new energy solutions with Zara. Let's make Ipala the pride of the galaxy with sustainable innovations. Yeah. I love it.
The excitement of the creator.
So that was what I wanted to show you. I'm done, Karina.
Where are the links, the call to action buttons, and all the things that?
Oh yeah, where are the links and call to actions? I think I have it on. Let me, and I put it. I will share it. It should be Ebola. Let me search.
Search for it. You got 5 minutes.
Yeah. Your organization. I think I created. If I'm smart, I think. Oh yeah, Ebola Universe. There we go. Okay, repos, and it should be the avatar and avatar admin. Okay, so I will share that in the private link.
Oh, so anybody can run that example actually.
Exactly. You have to play around a bit with the properties, but if you have Olama and Quarkus and a GVM, that should be enough. You have to tweak some little stuff there, but basically you can run the whole thing locally, even without an internet connection. Maybe not for the image generation. Well, now there are some models in Olama that can do that, but because of the dev services and all those cool stuff, you can run it. I've been running it during a flight. I've been playing with it during a flight. So, yeah.
Sebi, so if we could, and this is very interesting because it is a it's not an industry use case like we always see sellers showing, but I would like you to share how would this type of knowledge and usage of LLMs with Quarkus apply on the real world? Because you are showing like a cool approach, and that shows the power of all this stuff for people who are not into sales presentations. But how does it actually apply in the real world?
Yeah, so and that's a good question, because I almost at one point after I created that was thinking of creating my own company, because there's one use case you can think of is imagine a marketing department or an ad agency. Often they do panels discussions. They invite people and they present a product or an idea and they let them all discuss. It takes a lot of time. You have to select the right people. And here, if you can create really well-defined avatars that represent every kind of people living in society, you can have a first feedback about your new idea in 5 minutes, because you let everyone discuss together. Politic parties, they want to throw a new idea about taxes, or I don't know, something like that, These are the kind of application that you can, maybe a bit dangerous, but You're muted, Karina.
That is very cool indeed. It actually shows us how we can use what we use in the work to do also some exploration in different contexts.
Exactly. Yeah.
My friend, before you leave, I do have our next guest here. One of them is already here on the backstage, Burd. And I would like for you to stay around. And Barry, I will bring you on to the stage to ask you, how do you feel about this crazy world of AI and all this cool stuff? Like Sebi just created a whole civilization using AI that talk to each other and react. How do you feel about this?
I'm fascinated by the technology. I want to learn much, much more about the inner workings of it. My friends, my buddies, mostly non-technical people, all tell me that the world is going to end. And all I
say that it's already started. We are already on apocalypse.
All I keep thinking about is remembering how when I was growing up, they were saying full AI is right around the corner. And I'm talking about the 1960s. And it's taken, 50 years, 60 years to come to the point where we are now?
Wow.
And what is it, November 30th, 2022, when ChatGPT broke onto the scene, it was like crazy change. I mean, I realized that was just the day that it was really revealed to the public. There was a lot going on before that with Transformers.
Exactly. When we get to know it publicly, it's already being used.
Yeah, but the technology is just amazing. It's just, I can't believe it. I feel like I'm living in a science fiction world.
And I love that we are alive to see all of those.
Right, absolutely. Now, whether the world will end and students will stop learning anything and, you know, AI will take over, it will be in the matrix, I don't know. I mean, I really don't.
I would say that if we were on Sebi's world, we would have dragons flying by. Like he just tried to create a dragon on the AI world. So that I'm glad he's not the creator. Sebi, thank you very much, my friend.
It was a pleasure. Thank you so much. Have a nice end of the conference. And
thank
stay
you.
safe, everyone. Bye-bye.
I already have here on the backstage, Michael.
Mike is on the backstage?
Mike's on the backstage.
Here I am. Yeah.
Hey, Mike.
Hey, how's it going?
Doing well.
Yeah. Okay.
How long has it been since you two saw each other in person?
Couple of days, right?
Yeah, our first June meeting, which was on June 10th.
Okay, cool. So both of you are attending to are frequently going like in person to the Garden State Jug.
Yes.
We are the honchos of the Garden State.
I know, but I didn't know that if you were actually going like and having these local meetups frequently. So it is a very active community then. Tell us a little bit more about it while we wait for Bruno.
Mike, tell us about it.
All right. Well, I started the Garden State Jug as the ACGNJ Java user group back in 2001.
And you should say ACGNJ is an amateur computer group of New Jersey founded in 1975?
Yes, absolutely. Yeah.
75?
1975, yeah.
Wow.
Yeah, I was 14 that year. So you can do the math. We were a small group and we kind of stayed under the radar for a number of years. And in 2020, during the pandemic, Barry, Chandra, Gunter, Paul Sires, and myself, we got together and we created our own nonprofit and did everything we needed to do, and then rebranded as the Garden State Jug in October 2020.
Wow, that's such a cool thing to hear. And welcome, Bruno, to the stage.
Hey, Bruno, how are you?
Hey, hello, everyone. So good to be here with you guys. Hey, Karina, how are you doing? So good to be here. Thanks for the invite.
So this has been a very exciting week, guys. I'm hearing some echo from someone, so I'm just gonna change some configurations here. Let me see if that's you, Bruno. Just a sec. Okay, I'm just gonna mute. Yeah, perfect. It was you. So we have been having so far a very interesting week. We have been hosting for all the Java communities around the globe this celebration week where we had Java champions, rock stars, and people that everybody simply loves and respect everywhere. And not only that, we also opened the stage for community members to show up, to speak, and share their thoughts. So I see how engaged this Java community is, and you guys have been around for such a long time. And Mike had the brilliant idea of having this session. So thanks, Mike, for the amazing idea. So his initial thought was, let's just gather and reminisce about the last 30 years of Java innovation, right? To see everything to talk about everything that happened and share some thoughts. So Mike, would you like to kickstart this? How do you feel about everything you have seen in Java so far?
Oh, wow. Geez, how much time do we have?
We have a full hour. You got enough time.
Yeah, no, I know. Yeah. So, yeah, it's as I mentioned a couple of times in the chat. It was Java 1.2 when I first started, and it's kind of a quick story. In my early days at ExxonMobil, I was in IT and I used C++ quite a bit, and I went to the software development conferences back in the day, so Java came along, and one of my colleagues was using it for some nice laboratory applications, at the site back then. And he and I would have these C++ Java debates, and all of our other colleagues loved it because we'd always go back and forth, C++ this, Java that, And so little by little, I was like, all right, well, let's see what this language is all about. So I started experimenting, and I got to like it. And then it got to be in 2001 when I started the Java user group. There was already an existing C++ group under ACG&J at the time. And that one lasted about 30 years.
Sorry to interrupt you. So you started this group. How popular was it back then, Java? Was it popular? Did you get enough people interested on the group?
What, in our group or just the language?
Both, because if you have a lot of people interested in the language, people will come around, right?
Yeah. So yeah, it basically, I mean, the language is popular, right? When I was finishing up my degree at Rutgers, and Java, this is around 1995, the email administrator, the Unix administrator said, "Hey guys, stop downloading the JDK on your own account. So we'll put one out there that can be shared." All right. So that's how popular it was when it first came out. In 2001, we got together, started this journey, and it was very, like I said, we're under the radar. We didn't really, I modeled it after the C++ user group. We got together, and talked about some kind of application out there. We'd make it break. We'd talk about it. And, like I said, a lot of people really didn't know about it for the longest time. So as far as, our popularity, that didn't start until years later. Barry, you want to?
Yeah. So my point of view, first of all, I got you beat. I was running Java when it was in beta on my home laptop.
Yeah.
I mean, I was kind of excited about it. I read, part of the language specs. I gave a talk to students about it. I didn't know what I was doing. I didn't know what I was saying. I was just trying to learn it myself. But what I really remember was going to, so there's an annual conference for computer science educators, SIGC, Special Interest Group on Computer Science Education, part of the ACM. And at the time I was going to the meetings yearly. Well, the year before that, I believe that Bjarne Strautstrup got an award for creation of C++, or maybe it was 2 years before that. I remember we had a beer together. It was, it was C++ days. This is 1992, 93, something like that. So 1995 or 96, when Java hit the scene, everybody at SIGC was talking about Java. And what happened when I would wander around the textbook exhibitors' booths was I was hearing one person after another saying, textbook Java. I'm going to write a textbook about Java. I want a textbook about Java. It just hit the education scene as a first language, just like a ton of bricks. It was just there. It was just everybody was excited about it. And I was excited about it because I saw a way out of the complexities of C++ and into a language that did object-oriented programming in a way that seemed to me like the right way to do it, especially the right way to show students.
And by the way, by any means, I am here to show everybody how old you are, okay? Because this is Bruno's comment here. Look, when I say you like on the whole,
I'm here to show how old we are. I win.
You don't, Barry. Sorry, because you said beta, right? I started using Java on Alpha 2 version, so so I win.
All right.
So then that's what I'm saying, right? So we're trying to just show how old we are. Look, I think that Java came along in a very nice moment of history, right? Because the internet had just came out. I mean, as you all know, Java was first designed to run on, maybe some people don't know, right? But Java was designed first to run on smart TVs kind of thing, right? So that's the Star 7 device was like a smart TV stuff.
It was called smart TV. It was called smart TVs back then, and they brought back the word to market the new smart TVs then.
I don't know how it was called that time, right? So it's kind of, you know,
Okay.
you're focused on the details that I don't think is important. But no, the thing is, you know, but that was what it was, right? So smart TVs, and then the internet came along on that time, and then Java was repurposed to focus on the internet, right? So then, and then very early on, Java was released with the source code available, right? And we have to understand that that's 1995, when the open source definition just comes in 1998, right? So the whole idea of a new, you know, a new technology, a new breakthrough, you know, being released with source code was very, very novel, right? And so Java was released with source codes very early on, and when the internet was starting, right? So, you know, so I mean, remember the www was started in 1992, so Java was released in 1995. So Java was the first major, you know, technology or language, whatever you want to say, that was released right when the internet was there with the source code available. So that allowed to build communities everywhere, right? So the whole notion of Java user groups, and, you know, very early on, I don't know, maybe you guys know the dates, but very early on, we had the first Java user group that started in New York, right? The New York Java SIG.
September 1995.
Yeah, so 1995, right? So then, and then, you know, then we have the first Brazilian Java user group, right? There was RS Jug, the user group down in the south of Brazil. That was around 1996. So Java was built was started in 1998. So very, very early on, you had this worldwide community, right, of user groups, because we had access to the source code. We didn't need to have, you know, someone create documentation or things like that. We could actually, like Barry said, we could actually go read the specification, right? We could do experiments with, and so the internet exploded Java reach. And the fact that we had the source code available was also amazing, because it actually got everyone to be able to have access to that and experiment with Java. So I think that Java kind of was released at the right time, because that's the way that we actually build all those communities.
Yeah, that is very cool indeed. And guys, I see that all of you have played a very pivotal role, not only in your communities, but in Java itself. So if you were to look at the past and then compare to where we are now, and all the times you have heard Java is dead, right? And now we see all this AI stuff coming through. So what would you tell these people? And just like this is just to get started, to warm up, right? What would you share as an insight from someone who heard so many times Java is dead, with the new people around there who are thinking that Java may not be the language they should focus on because of whatever, like this is cooler, or this is not for AI, or whatever they hear out there, right? Because this is what I hear from people coming from universities, for instance. Still today, for many years, that's what they say. Java's dead, I'm going to work with Python, whatever that is. But you see the strength and the power of this, not only of the language and the technology, but the community. So please share some words on this.
Yeah, that's okay. They come around. No problem. You know.
Things get real.
I mean, when we all made a stupid decision when we start our career, so let them make theirs, right?
This is straight to the point.
That's a good one. I like that. Well, I like to say that if I had a penny for every time I heard Java was dead, I would have been able to retire 10 years earlier. But it's been you know, now granted, there were some lean years, no question. You know, Java EE8 was delayed, and there was a lot of initiatives that came out of that, like microprofile, the Java EE Guardians, and all that. But look what happened since then, right? Java EE was donated to the Eclipse Foundation, and then it was now, obviously, as we all know, called Jakarta EE. And look at that development. Look at that, just that part alone, because it's now open source, and you have, you know, new specs coming in, and it's just, I mean, I think it's the best time to be part of the Java community.
Java is so firmly entrenched. Mike and I, we live in the New York City metropolitan area, banks all over the place. Java is so firmly entrenched in enterprise level coding. It couldn't go away if we wanted it to, and we certainly don't want it to. I mean, it's behind so much of what's going on in industry today, and it's a different kind of language from Python. Python is more a scripting language. It's put stuff together quickly and get it running. When it comes to production, when it comes to security, when it comes to runtime efficiency, Java's got it head over heels over Python and over so many other languages. Java's an industrial strength language that's built with solid under the hood foundations that are going to keep it going for years, decades, centuries.
That is true, guys.
This whole idea of dismissing Java, it started very, very early on, right? So because when I start with Java, and I start working for Sun like a week before Java was officially announced, and I got very lucky to be introduced to Java on that first week that I was there, before Java was actually announced for the first time. And so for me, it was really, really special. But I was at university that time, and I did tell my friends, right? When Java came out, there's like this whole thing talking about news about it and discussion about it. And I told every single one of my friends, right? And I showed how important it was. I gave talks at it. I talk about all those things, and no friends went into Java, right? At that time, zero. No one did that. Actually, I had one friend of mine that built a company with me. We call Cappuccino. Was the first the first Java company in Brazil, right? And so there was one friend that did that, but everyone else did not, right? And then 10, 15 years later, so I never met any of them in my professional life because of that. And then 10, 15 years later, I start seeing my old friends from university coming in the Java area because they dismissed in the very beginning, and then 15 years later they'd have to come around, right? And I think we see this all the time, right? Because as Barry said, Java is a production language, right? So when you experiment, when you're trying things out, there might be different things that you want to use and experiment. I love that. I really think that people should experiment with other things, right? But and you should experiment with Java too, right? But my point is that when you get to the point where this thing works and you have to bring to the world and you have to do something, then you're going to choose a production language to do that, right? And so we see this all the time. People, they start companies that start with different things, and then when they actually work, right, then they move to Java, right? I just have a friend of mine that just did that. He was hired to a startup. One of the founders of Souza, by the way, he was hired by a startup, and then they're doing this awesome application with AI, all of these, but he was brought in to the startup to migrate everything to Java, right? Because now things starting to show results, so they needed to run, they needed to work, right? And so he was brought in to move things to Java, and he had amazing results in terms of performance, all of that. And the beauty of it, right? Because kind of connect the old with the new. The beauty of it, he was with me at Java 1 when they are announcing Java 24, and they mentioned on the stage the performance improvement of Java 24. So he calls his team right there and said, just install the new Java VM right now, right? And so they install the new Java VM, they get performance improvements immediately by doing nothing, right? And I think that's the power of Java, right? So the power of backwards compatibility, the power of we being a production language, that we care about production systems, that you can just you do nothing and you get performance improvement, you get better solutions, right? Think about it. How hard this is everywhere else, that you do nothing and you get better, right? And so and I think that's what Java always promised and always delivered all those years, right? That you write in Java, you focus on the JVM, and you let the industry improve the JVM, improve the things, and your code just going to run better. Going to be more secure, more results, more performance, less memory, just by doing nothing. I think that's amazing.
Yeah,
I like doing nothing.
Me too.
Especially when it just works, right? And by the way, like Barry has written Java for Dummies, and he has taught millions around the globe already. Not only the Java for Dummies, but many other for Dummies. And I myself have used it when I started my career. So thanks for that. I would like to ask you what was the moment in your career? And by the way, like Bruno created this community with those tens of thousands of people who are participating. Michael's also influencing the people around the world with his articles and his knowledge sharing. So I would like to hear from all of you. But first, Barry, what was the point in your career that you decided to shift from hands-on coding, or even split your time between hands-on coding and educating, sharing knowledge? Because most of the people
I never made that transaction.
Never did it. Tell me about it.
I worked at Wisconsin Gas Company for 3 months back in the late 70s, and they didn't give me anything to do. And that's my entire industrial experience. That's all I ever. That's my experience as a developer. I took 2-hour lunches. I sat at my desk and I wrote a program in COBOL to compose music.
Wow.
Why do you think that happened? There was no demand, or what? Do you think there was no demand, or what happened there?
I don't know. I mean.
But you didn't feel like pursuing a developer career or anything like that?
I was just goofing around for the summer. I graduated with a mathematics degree. I went immediately into teaching. My first calculus course was 1972 that I taught. And I've been an absent-minded professor ever since.
This is why it's so easy. You're so didactic. It's so easy to understand what you write. Now it's explained. Now I understand.
Yeah, that's it. Yeah, there was no transition. The transition was that in the 80s, I wrote a Pascal textbook. It took me 7 years to write.
It was the first language I learned, by the way.
There you are. And I told my wife, if I ever decide to write a book again, talk me out of it. Right?
She didn't do a good job.
So then I guess I wrote JBuilder for Dummies in the 90s, and then I was at a conference, and the fellow at the I guess then it was called Hungry Minds or something like that, the Dummies series, said, will you write Java for Dummies for us? And it took me 7 years to write Pascal by example. It took me 7 weeks to write Java for Dummies.
That's good.
Because by that time I had done so much training in Java that I knew exactly what I wanted to say. But no, that wasn't a transition from coding to writing. That was just doing what I had been doing on my feet in classrooms and turning it into paper. And by the way, I just have to say, writing for the Dummies series, nothing could be more fun because any goofy thing that comes out of my head goes on the paper. It's just, it's just a delight to do these books because you just,
Yeah.
Can I say something to that point?
They're starting from the title, right?
Yeah.
So that's great.
Yeah, I just wanted to mention, Barry and I collaborated on about, I don't know, maybe a dozen technical articles for, what was that called? Java Boutique, which doesn't exist anymore. And
we made it go away.
What's that? We need to go.
Our articles made it go away. Yeah.
Well, I thankfully I saved the PDFs of all those, but And they are on my website, by the way. But you know, as we were doing these, we focused on design patterns, right? The head first design patterns must have been out at that point, the first edition. And by the way, that's a great book. The head first design patterns. It's the way they write it and all that. But so I think the way we did this was I may have come up with the code, right, Barry? You remember?
Yeah.
The example, and then maybe I started some kind of writing. Now, this is before I started writing for InfoQ, and this is around between 2006 and 2008, I think. And so then Barry would basically fix my my writing, and his style, and I think, you know, Bruno mentioned it too. It's a fun read, and it was such a joy to read Barry's style. And I really like that, and you know, so yeah, it's you know, it's a testament, Barry, to how you do your writing and stuff like that. And
you know, Claude AI agrees with you. I asked Claude AI about my writing style, and it described it exactly that way.
But yeah, so that was a fun thing we did back then, and it was, you know, again, the you know, the whole design pattern thing, and I know a lot of design patterns have evolved from those original gang of four back in 1994, I think. Yeah. So.
Yeah, but guys, you both build your career by writing, right? And so that is something that I think it's powerful. Why do you think that developers should do some writing?
That's how you learn. You learn by communicating to other people. Mm-hmm. Or it's one of the ways. One of the ways. It's a very powerful way. It's not the only way.
Yeah, it's interesting. Interesting you mentioned that. Yeah, there's a phrase out there that says, if you want to learn something, teach it. Something like this. Does that sound about right?
Yep.
Yeah, it's so at Exxon at one point, some 20 years ago or so more, we used this info mapping technique to do documentation, right? You know, at work. And basically one of the exercises was write a document on how to change a flat tire. And it's not as easy as you may think. And, you know, you try to get all the steps right. So I think that's, you know, going, you know, to Barry's point about writing and learning. I think that's, you know.
Yeah, I think when you know, for everyone here, right? I think that's when you try to teach someone, right? So you have to organize your thoughts, right? You have to figure out what's missing, and especially what Michael just said. When you put like in order, right? So you have organized, you know, what needs to be done, what needs to be learned. It really gets you to figure out what the gaps are, and then if there's a gaps on when you're trying to explain something to someone, then you have to fill that gap. So if there's something that you don't know, you have to learn to do that. So really, sharing in general, it's a great way for you guys to grow your career, right? But you know, but I think writing, it's a very, very powerful one, because, you know, compared to other, I mean, I'm not much of a writer. I have to force myself to write, right? No, yeah, I understand, Barry, that you disagree with that, but I have to force myself.
Those are great, you know, emails that you sent all the time. You know,
I know, but I have to force myself anyway, right? But you know, for me, it's much easier to come here and have a conversation with you guys. But honestly, when you write, you have to organize your thought way better than when you talk, right? And I think that even talking is already good enough, but when you write, I think, you know, I'm very inspired by you guys, by the amount of writing that you do, by the amount of books that you wrote, right? So that's awesome.
Oh, thank you.
Yeah, I agree with
you know, well, you know what though, but Bruno, you are awesome. You know, I mean, what you do for the community. I mean, you know, the Brazilian Java man, right? You come to the conferences with your cape and with. Where's Juggy, by the way? I meant to ask that earlier.
Oh, he's right here.
Right? He needs to make an appearance, right? Everybody knows who Juggy is.
Yes.
Have you seen Juggy yet at this 30-year celebration?
You know, he is here, right? At least.
Oh, there we go. He's on the T-shirt. I'm wearing Richard Richard Fitchner's Java.
Oh, that's a
t-shirt
good one.
that he gave me.
That's
Yeah,
Yeah, that's a very good one, right? That's the illegal T-shirt, right?
Yes, yes. It's it was illegal at first, and apparently, from what I remember him telling me earlier this year, was that he finally got Oracle's blessing to use it. I think.
Right.
Yeah, I have to say, Bruno's an inspiration to all of us.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah.
Oh man, thank you.
Yeah, no question. Yeah. So,
Thank you so much. I think this is interesting, right? Because I think that when, especially what we're doing this here, right? So lots of people here. And by the way, guys, if you're watching this, send your questions on the chat, right? We are here to talk, about what you want to hear, not about what we want to talk about. So send your question in the chat. Tell us what you want to discuss, right? But I think that this is the power of the community, right? So no, you guys are Java group leaders. You've been building communities for a long time. And that's the power of the community, that we get to meet amazing people like this. And we get this spiral of inspiration, right? I'm inspired by you guys, you're inspired by me, and then we can do more. We can work together on things. And, I love that we had so many opportunities to work together all those years, right? And so, I think that this is a spiral. It's very important. So when you get more people, to do this. So can you guys talk a little bit about your experience of building a user group, for example, and participating? Because not only you build a user group, like the Garden State user group, but you also are a strong participant, actually one of the leaders of the New York Java SIG, right? That is the first Java user group in the world, right? So can you tell us a little bit about that experience?
Mike, you go first.
Oh, okay. Well, I talked a little bit about that. I at the beginning, but when we put together went on our own for the Garden State Jug, we had really, I don't think we had any help really. We let's see, we had to go through whatever legal paperwork to be incorporated in the state of New Jersey, and let's see, I rebuilt the website, and then what else? Well, we put out our own funds. It was only a couple $100 each, right? But to do those payments for the IRS and in the state of New Jersey to build that, what are we, incorporated, not LLC. We think we're incorporated, but yeah, it was an interesting summer in 2020. It was during the pandemic, so it was a lot of Zoom meetings with the four of us, and and then we had to do the sort of sad task of breaking away from ACGNJ because we went on our own. And I think putting ourselves or being part of the Java community, like our memberships with the Microprofile Working Group, was one of the first things we did. Also a guest member of the Jakarta EE Working Group. I mean, it's just been one thing after another in our involvement. For those of you out there who may be part of a JUG, the Jakarta EE Working Group encourages JUGs to adopt the specification. Mm-hmm. And it's real easy to do. There's no formal process. You just fill out a YAML file and it gets approved. And I think SuJava is actually, I think, in a number of those specs. Mm-hmm. We're only two. We only adopted two: Jakarta Data and Jakarta NoSQL. But I think you guys, Bruno, I think are a good 5 or 6, if not more. I think I mentioned, yeah. I counted one day. I did count one day.
Yeah, because you have to understand. Yeah. You have to understand, Mike, that SoJava was started in 1998, right? So that was the year the JCP started, and so right. So when we started, we actually, it's part of our charter to get involved in specifications, right? Because the JCP had just started, and so SoJava was actually the first Java group to officially join the JCP, and we are to this day the only Java group that has been that has a ratified seat on the JCP executive committee, right? And so that is something that we always wanted to do, because we think that because Java the technology, right? Is this triad, right? So of the source code, the specification, the testing, right? So that's the pillars of Java technology. We always want it to be part of that triad, right? So it's not only about the code, it's also about the specifications, also about the testing, right? And so that's why we got involved very, very early on the specs process.
So
Barry, you have the distinct, you have the distinct honor of being part of both New York and the Garden State groups. So what's that like for you?
Well, I want to go back in history because so let's set the Wayback Machine to 2000 or 2001 or something like that. And so I've just written Java for Dummies, and my editor wants me to write a follow-up book.
Mm-hmm.
And so, goofing around thinking about topics and everything. And I had never been to a Java user group at the time. And I don't even, no, I had never been to Java 1. I think that I would have to say I had almost no communication with other people working in Java at the time. Almost none, maybe a little bit here and there. And I found out about the New York Java SIG and went to one of their meetings, and I was astounded at how much I did not know. It was like, why have I not gone to these before? How could I possibly have written Java for Dummies and not been involved in this community, not understood what issues developers were thinking about? It was just amazing. It was eye-opening, and the pizza was good too. But anyway, it was a revelation. It was like, I gotta keep going to these. I've been missing so much by not being a part of the community.
Mm-hmm.
And so then I started going to Mike's meetings, and you learn so much. You get to talk. I love talking, and you get to talk. I mean, it was just, I became addicted to going to user groups. There was a third in the area. There were actually a couple others that have since then disappeared. I was going to one in New York City that was meeting with just 3 people in a bar for a couple of months. It became part of me going to user groups. Mm-hmm. So when Mike made me the co-leader of his group without telling me. A couple of years after I became the co-leader, I realized that I was the co-leader by looking at something on the website.
I could have sworn I told you, but anyway.
All right, okay. And then finally, when we were breaking away from ACG&J, I suggested that we meet at my university, and so we started meeting there, which was there we go. Java user groups.
No, Barry started coming around 2003. We also had another guy Paul Furbacher, he's an advisor on our Garden State jug. But again, as I mentioned before, I modeled the original jug after the C++ jug. So Bruce Arnold, rest in peace, he's no longer with us, but he had a vice chair of the C++ group. So he was the chair, and they had a guy named Ron Winter, I know Barry remembers real well, who was the vice chair. So, I should do that too, right? So so originally Paul Furbacher was the vice chair. I think he started coming before you, right? So and then he gave a lot of talks as well. If you go to our website, you go to the meetings page, you'll see the whole history. And so then Paul moved to Boston. I forget what year. So I'm like, well, Barry's the next, natural person to add as the vice chair. So, but I could have sworn I told you.
It's all right because you didn't. There were no responsibilities that I had at the time.
Well, no, it's just that you're just a natural person to take over as that, at that, and then Paul Sayers was in the board of directors of ACGNJ, and Chandra started coming around 2018, I want to say, and. Getting back to the JCP, Bruno, I know Chandra has aspirations for us to be part of that at some point. We haven't really made any effort in that, but I understand that's a pretty good time commitment for that as well. So
yeah, it's a pretty one of the things that we did when we actually joined the board of the JCP, right? So Java is that we want to make it very, very easy for user groups to participate, right? So now user groups have like a very simple way to do it. So it just requires one signature in a very simple form, right? So it's like very easy. So if you wanna, that's a good way to start, Mike. If you wanna do that, I can totally help you out of that.
That'd be awesome. Yeah, we got to So that might be something I think we'd like to do at some point.
Yeah. And for everyone out there, right? So the JCP right now, it's very easy for every developer to participate, right? So I think that when you grow in your career, right? We're talking about Java here, but when you grow your career, being part of those processes, being part of a community like a Java group, being part of a specification process like the JCP, it's very important. So we, another thing that the user groups did at the JCP was to make it very easy for developers to participate, right? So now we have today what we call the associate membership. That's very, very simple. And if you look online, there's even a Juggy video that he walks you through how he became a JCP member, right? So, yeah. And so actually, since I mentioned him, let me get him here, right? Because, okay, so first of all, let me just kind of adjust my camera here because otherwise my camera's, because that's the AI camera follows a person, right? Not a bird, right? So,
we're using the same kind of camera, right?
Yes. Hey guys, how you doing? Yes. Hey Juggy, how you doing, man? So can you talk a little bit about Java in the JCP right there, Juggy? Yes, guys. So hey, so good to see you, Derry. So good to see you, Nike. Very, very good to be here with you guys. So Java groups are so important, right? Because we are a community. Yeah. Java groups are awesome because we meet people. We meet amazing guys like this. We learn a lot. And I do think you should participate in the JCP. Yes, because the JCP is great for your career. It's a great way for you to learn Java very well. Yes, they're very good. And I'm part of the JCP. Yes, I am. Good. That's it.
A voting member.
Yes, a voting member.
That's it? Yes, Juggy, that's it. Okay. All right, guys.
Awesome.
Thank you so much. Good to see you guys here. Yes. All right. All right, Juggy.
I think,
Juggy,
so,
you get out over there? No, you got out over there, Juggy. This here? Yeah. Okay, good. All right.
I think I have a picture with a selfie of Juggy and me from either DevNexus or Java 1. I forget which one.
All right.
You should make an enormous Juggy. One that people can take a picture at Java 1.
Like Duke. Yeah. Oh, that would be awesome. Yeah.
I'll work with that. So that's an interesting thing, right? So Juggy, for example, is a good example of the impact the Java groups had on Java, right? So we have the Java mascot Duke, but at the time Duke was trademarked and only Sun could use it, right? And so many Java group leaders got together and said we need to build a mascot, right? And then Juggy came out, right? So we hired a designer that came out with all kinds of different ideas, and lots of user group leaders kind of comment about it and everything. And then we end up having Juggy, right? And then Juggy was released as Creative Commons, right? So everyone could use it. And then that was one of the things that actually, because everyone was using Juggy, right? So Sun said, hey, we should release Duke too, right? And so then today Duke is open source also. So we have those two mascots. But I was, for the first time last month, for the first time I gave a talk in France. I have been to France several times, but I had never given a talk in France. That's very, very, very interesting. And then I came to Lily. It's a JavaScript group in the north of France. And their logo is Juggy, right? So it was pretty cool to be there with them, right?
Nice.
And you know, but I agree with you, Barry. Should actually get Juggy. You know, like I have a big Juggy.
and then you know, advance a step, make it animatronic, have it talking and everything.
Oh, we have that.
Yeah.
You know that we did have an animatronic Juggy.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, we did. We had a robot. There was you know, the Robo Juggy, right? So if you look around and you see there's a lightsaber fight where Robo Juggy is fighting the Neo robots. So search for that. Yeah,
I gotta look for that. I gotta find it.
Yeah, exactly.
Search for that video on YouTube, right? I don't remember the name of it, but you know, you search for it's a lightsaber Java 1, you know, something like this. You Neo robots. So you have Robo Juggy working fighting against the Neo robot.
right after today's 30 year celebration, I'm gonna take a look.
Yeah. All right. You know, I'll send an email today with that link. How about that?
Okay, all right.
That sounds good. Absolutely. You did a video for Java 1 with Juggy and Duke, didn't you?
Yes, we did. Right. So yes, that one is, I think, is easier to find because it's so that's an interesting thing. So Duke doesn't speak, right? And the motto that we had for Juggy is that JavaScript groups are the voice of the Java community. Right, because Juggy does speak, right? So Duke doesn't. Duke doesn't have a mouth. He doesn't speak. He only thinks, right? And so JavaScript groups are the voice of the Java community, right? And so that's what we did. And we have this video called Pushing Java. So if you search online, you search for Pushing Java, right? You're gonna find this Duke and Juggy video that I think is pretty cool.
Yeah, I remember seeing that. I think at Java 1 when we were there. Yeah.
And so something that not a lot of people know that, but maybe I did give hugs to you guys as Duke because I was Duke at Java 1 for many years.
Oh,
right?
Really?
Yeah.
I didn't know that.
Right. I was, you know, I volunteered for many years in a row. I volunteered to be Duke, right? So you know, so we had Duke doing, you know, we kind of pushing Duke
You're blowing my mind for me to find this out. This is
exactly. Yeah, I think actually, if I remember right, I think he did mention that earlier this year. Yeah.
Yeah.
But yeah, that's. I can't imagine being in one of those suits for a long period of time. It must have been very hot.
Yeah. You know, the one that we had in the back now the new ones are a little less sophisticated. It's funny, right? That the new ones are less sophisticated than the old ones, but the old one was really sophisticated, right? It had like a little vent inside, so it's actually not very hot.
Okay, cool.
Yeah.
Good.
All right, so you know, I don't know, Karina, we're supposed to be like 1 hour or 45 minutes. You know, we can just continue here, right? So as long as we can do here, right?
Yeah.
So I want to see questions from the audience, right? That's what I want.
Absolutely.
I want you guys to ask us questions, right? So, you know, I see ADL saying amazing and Luiz saying again the power of the community, right? So Java community is the best, says Luiz. I'm so excited for this. Is Grain. That's good. Awesome to have you all here, right? So, and I think we do have some prize, right, Karina?
Yes, we do have some giveaways to give to the community, but it will depend on their knowledge. If you know as much as Barry, Michael, and Bruno about the history of things, maybe you will get it right. So we have 3 giveaways for the session, but I think I might reduce it to 2. Let's see what will happen. If you are not from Brazil, you will be your giveaway will be a license for 1 year of IntelliJ. And if you are from Brazil, you will actually get discounts on the Java store. So you can get super cool swags like t-shirts, squeezes, or mugs, a lot of cool stuff that is on the store, or even on the developers live store. So just a lot of cool things. And you can even include, if you don't want to spend too much money, you can just include all the costs of shipping and everything on the discount coupon. It's just great. How do you get that, you may think? Well, you will blame it on Bruno, because Bruno has picked some questions. He chose some questions that he will share. I'm gonna paste on the chat in a while, but he will ask you as well, for those who are just like reading or something like that. It will be showing up down here, and the first person to answer correctly on the chat. So if you are just listening, grab your phone or open the tab, because the first one to answer correctly on the chat is the one who will actually take the gift. So, Bruno, would you like to share one now for us to validate the knowledge of these people here? Start with an easy one, please.
Okay, so we already mentioned all those things here, right? So it has already been officially mentioned. So my first question, that has to do a lot with Mike and Barry, but I think more with Barry than Mike, is which one was the first Java user group in the world? Right, so
and we do have a delay between the streaming and the so they get the
right?
video, right?
Yeah, so that's the first question. What is the first Java user group in the world, right? So whoever answers this first, we're gonna get some prizes here, right? So I know Karina's handing the prize. So while we wait for that, okay, well, do they have to say the name of the user group, or just the
you are the
good,
judge.
right?
You are the judge.
So Mike, Barry, you're part of it, right? So what do you think, right? They had to say the name of the user group, or just like the state?
I would just go for the city or the state.
The city or the state. All right. So
okay.
yeah. So Luiz got that right? He said New York. I'm not sure. Karina's gonna have to see if that he's the first one, right? Because
he was the first one.
Yeah.
Yes. All right. So Luiz, you got the right prize, man. Okay.
Awesome.
So
just reach out to me via LinkedIn, send me a message with your email, and I will send you over all the details. All right.
So one thing about the New York group, it's NY Java SIG.
Yeah.
Because back in the mid '90s, there were special interest groups, the SIG. So that name stuck. So that's it's the first one. Plus, it's that name is unique, and
so what does SIG stand for?
Special interest group. Yeah.
Special interest group.
Yeah.
Right.
Cool. Okay.
Yes. That was before we call things Java user groups, right? So yes.
Yeah.
And for the people that are outside of Brazil who doesn't know what Java stands for, can you just tell them what it stands for? Because it's not like Brazil jug, right? So why did you come up with that name?
Yeah, so Java stands for the Brazilian the Java User Society, right? So that's what Java is. Society of Java Users. Actually, I would say Society of Users Java, right? So if you organize right, Society of Users Java, that's Java, right? Society of Users Java, and so and that's actually how we can say Java, right? Because the same way as the New York Java SIG, we say Java because it's a group, right? So the name is a group, right? And so basically, Java means Java user group, if you think about it, right? And so that's why user groups can use the name Java when they say Java user group. So that's the name of Java. Java means society instead of group, but that's the same thing, right? Yeah. And so and that can kind of become kind of unique too.
Yeah.
And
I just realized that myself.
There's a story behind the largest user group in the world, right? So this is actual data that it's not that just words, right? Empty words. This is actually coming from data from one of your researchers back in the days, right? Oh
no, actually, this is one of the things that I know people say is the largest user group in the world, and there's no official number for that. The reason why we get this title is because many years ago at Java.net, they created this new thing that people could associate themselves to a user group, right? So so you had the Java.net logins, and you could associate yourself with a user group, and then Sun said, because you're gonna see all the user groups associated on Java.net, and people can go there, and then there was a so Java was really big. DFjug was really big. And so there's like a little competition between So Java and DFjug, right? To incentivize the members to join in. And so so then we exploded inside Java.net, right? And so Java become the largest one in Java.net. And so that's where this come from, right? So people start saying that So Java is the largest user group in the world, but no, that's not official data, anything like that. I don't think that user groups in general have these official numbers, anything like but you know, we take it, man. If you're calling us the largest Java user group in the world, you know, it's not, we didn't call ourselves, right? So Sun did. So
and now Sun is not around to change this title anymore. So I think
exactly, right? Yeah, you know, it's part of history now, right?
That's right.
I think this is the cool thing about user groups, and you can also share some thoughts on this, Barry and Michael, that the flexibility and the willingness to have everybody collaborating and just making it better, it's what makes it so nice. Yeah. Everybody can just come around and help, right?
Yeah.
Absolutely, yeah. And I mean, we had with our September meeting, two of our regular attendees, they came up to us and said, "Hey, we'd like to do a talk." We're like, "Sure." So I mean, it's and one of the things we've done, and this actually is more for Java and education. That's a relatively new initiative from Oracle. Since we are meeting at a university, we have lightning talks about once a year. And the students, we usually have 3 or 4, have the opportunity to give a 10, 15-minute talk on something that they've been doing with Java. And it's just great. I think it's, and the students we've had, they're just awesome.
Awesome.
So, yeah. I'm really proud of that initiative, the fact that we do that. And students come to every meeting that we have during the regular semester. The summertime now, we're thin on students, but we always have students attending our meetings during the fall and spring semesters, which is basically September to May. It's good to meet at a university. I like it. It's convenient for me.
No, it's well, yeah, you live 5 minutes away, but yeah.
And I think the universities have a very long history, right, of supporting Java, right? You know, I think that even Karina was saying before, oh, the Java is dying, this kind of things. But in reality, the fact that Java has so much, it's such an open environment, right? There's a lot of research being done in universities all over the world about performance and in improvements of Java, and when you think about all of those the improvements that Java have, there's a lot of universities helping out by doing research, right, on different technology, different things that around the Java VM, around security and performance and new language features. So I think that one of the things that actually made Java explode inside universities many years ago is the fact that the source code was available, and then it was an easier language to work with inside the JVM, because lots of people don't realize that, but the vast majority of the JVM is written in Java, right? So not the language libraries are almost fully Java. The JVM itself, right, it's mostly written in Java. And so, and that makes for you to do research on compilers, and I mean the Java C compilers are totally written in Java, for example, right? So that allows universities to have like a common language that they can use, to experiment with those things, experiment with compilers, experiment with language, and I think that's the universities are really important, really powerful component of the Java ecosystem.
For me, it's a great language for teaching.
Mm-hmm.
It's a great language for exposing the ideas about programming languages in general.
Yeah. And the Paving the On-Ramp initiative now, with what is it, void main. It's just instead of writing the traditional public static void main string args. It's another new initiative that's out there, right?
Do you need the void? I don't think you even need the void, right?
You need void.
You need void, okay.
You need void.
Requirement, okay.
but but this is another new thing. The 6-month release cycle is just, just expanding on what I was saying before about, Java, the language itself evolving and I just can't say enough about it.
Yeah. Interesting. Karina's talking about research, right? So we had a Brazilian, the leader of the FJUG, Daniel de Oliveira, right? So unfortunately, he passed away a few years ago. And Daniel was in which university was it? Was it in Cambridge? I think it was in Cambridge, in the UK. He was doing research on the Java user groups, right? Unfortunately, he passed away before he published anything, and so we were never actually able to recover his studies and all that. But one of the things, but he would talk to me. We would talk, me and him, every week about his research. And one of the interesting things that he was mapping out is that, how much more energy there was around the Java communities when a new release came out, right? That's kind of, seems kind of obvious, but, you have to research and have to get the numbers right. And so, and that's one of the interesting things, because, every time there's a new release, there's an increasing attention, increasing interest in Java. And then as the years would pass by, the attention would wane a little bit, right? Until the next release came up. And you have to remember that, the longest time that we had between release, I think, was like 6 years. It's a long time, for it's hard to keep the excitement going. And then that's why ever since the 6-month cadence came out, I always say that's the best feature of Java, right? For me, because keeping this energy up every 6 months, having new things going on, having the community rally again around new things going on, that actually gets Java way better, more attention, more interest. We get people. I was talking to the guys. I was talking to guys from Switzerland that they do this open source project called Open Java Web Start, right? So Open Web Start, right? So that's kind of replaced Java Web Start, right? And they said that's when Java 8 stopped being supported, right? There's a flurry of people coming to the project because they're still wanting to run the same feature that they had in Java 8, and then they needed the Java Web Start. And so the fact that we have those new cadence release kind of push the whole ecosystem to move forward, right? So I love that.
Indeed, guys, and I'm sorry to cut through this, but we are almost reaching the top of the hour. So I would like to ask you for a final thought. I'm gonna just mute you guys because I do hear some echo. So you can unmute. I will unmute yourselves. Yourselves. Yeah, you can unmute yourselves in a while. But let me just ask you a final thought. If you could share your single most important piece of advice for people who are on the community, who are hearing us right now, and who wants to go beyond just navigating the next 5 years, but that they want to actually lead and innovate in the Java space, what would this important advice be? We will meet yourself now.
Get involved. Attend user groups.
Yeah.
Talk to people. Write about Java. Read about Java.
Attend conferences.
Attend
I think
conferences.
is another one. Yeah. Especially the big ones, Java 1, Dev Nexus,
Dev 2
get involved in Dev 2 Next, right? Yeah, that's the second year coming up, right? Open source, get involved in open source.
Yeah. In Brazil, participate in the developers conference, right? That's where the community meets.
TDC, right? Yeah.
TDC, yes, right.
Yeah.
You guys, the three of you mentioned events. Why events would help them? Because of networking? Because of knowledge?
Before we go any further, let me give the second question, because you have 2 questions to answer here,
Oh,
right?
that's right, yeah.
We can do 2. We can do 2 then.
Right. So let me ask one, and then
Okay.
the very end with the last one, right? So here's one that's more for the Brazilians, right? And Luiz, you cannot participate anymore. You got your prize, right? So Luiz is too involved in the community to know the answer, right? So here's the one. That's probably the hardest one. So which one was the first Brazilian Java user group? So you guys write down while we continue to talk about the next steps, right?
Yeah, that was mentioned early on in this roundtable. Yeah.
You just mentioned the early one.
Yeah,
Yes,
yeah.
exactly.
Yeah, it's the thing about attending conferences. You get to meet the speakers and the folks involved. All the dev advocates, for example, at Oracle, they're all awesome. I'm going to mention Josh Long from the Spring community.
Mm-hmm.
He's not the only one, of course. There's a bunch of others. I mean, you get to talk to these people, learn from these people, attend their sessions. Have a coffee with them or a beer later. That kind of thing. It's just. It's been mentioned before. The Java community is awesome, and really, I can't say enough about that. I really, I'm really happy and proud to be part of it. So.
Yeah, so and bringing it back, like I'm also proud to be here, like with all of you guys. This is all because of communities. We are all here because of these communities. But why shouldn't anybody attend to an event? But before we go there, Bruno, is the answer already on the chat or not yet?
No, it's not. It's
guys,
not.
keep on trying. You didn't get it right yet.
Yeah.
No.
Ediel got it right. So he said it's in the South, right? Don't remember the name, but it's like it's the name of state, guys. It's not very hard. There's only 3 states in the South, right? So just go over each one.
Is that right now? Santa Catarina?
No, right? No.
No oriented, Gel.
So let's make it harder. You have to say Jug, right? Java RS. That's great, Miguel. Miguel got it right. The RS Jug, right? So Java RS, the first Brazilian Java group. It was started by a university professor, by the way, right? So yes, exactly, right? Yeah. So very good, Miguel. That's awesome, man. Congratulations. Okay.
So he gets the new Porsche, right?
Yeah. Oh.
Yeah, the new Porsche. Yes. I think the price is something very,
with Juggy on it. Yeah. Okay, guys. So let's wrap up with these final thoughts because all of you mentioned the events. Well, but why should anybody attend an event? For those who are never there or who thinks it's just like a week to drink beer at the night with other developers. That's not really what it is about. And Bruno just came back.
That's not a bad part of it. That's a good part.
That's cool too. That's when the real conversation happens.
Yeah,
right.
Exactly.
But what would you say about the relevance of attending events?
It just is. I mean, it's just you go there and you talk to people and you find out what other people are thinking and what's going on, and you get inside tips, and you find out that the people behind Java aren't removed from the universe. They're there with us, talking with us, getting our ideas. It's just the I don't know. Bleh. It's just great. Mike, Bruno, help me.
Yeah, I already mentioned that. So
yeah. Let me get fancy then, right? Yeah. All the reason you said was great, right? So I'm just not gonna do the same thing as you said, Barry. But there's a very, very good reason. Events are awesome place for you to find out the things that you don't know.
Right.
Because it's impossible to learn things when you don't know that you don't know them, because you don't even know that they exist, right? So when you come to an event and you see all those talks, people talking about different things, and then you find out things that you never heard of, that you don't know about, right? And that is how you grow, right? By learning all things that you don't know, right? So, and of course, when you're there, you meet people. And by the way, you don't only learn those things that you don't know just by watching the talk, right? When you're a group of people talking to someone and that person is, or the group of people mention something that you never heard of, that's, exposing yourself to those new things. It's very important, because then, you hear all those conversations, hear all those words you never listened before. You write it down, right? Take notes, right? Oh, I never heard about what that is. And then you go figure out what that is, right?
Yep, absolutely. Yep.
Okay, so Karina is saying that you have to send your email, right? I know Miguel, I know Luiz, so we can find them out. Now, third question then, right? So before Karina gets desperate because we're very late here. Third question, right?
Wait,
this
one's going to be worth a full year of IntelliJ subscription. So this one is valid for everybody. So Bruno, you can You can find a hard one there.
Okay, so that's the hardest one because it's very very hard to find that information, but it's the easiest one because everyone is going to know immediately, right? So which is the only Java as a group there is a ratified seat on the JCP?
And while they are answering, for those who don't really understand what ratified means, explain what that means.
All right, so ratified seats is one that the Oracle appoints the ratified seat, and the community votes if they get the seat or not, right? So that's like has a very very large trust inside Oracle, inside the community, right? So Ediel says so Java, awesome Ediel, right? Yes, okay.
See, awesome. This wasn't hard. This was a good one. Also a great way to pitch the community.
Yes. Okay, very
guys.
good.
Thank you so much for such an insightful conversation. Very inspiring. It was great having you all here. I really appreciate you taking the time to join in our event with this global community. It's just been amazing. Thank you, Barry, Michael, and Bruno.
And thank
I've
you.
been looking forward to this all week. And Juggy.
That's right. And thanks, me too. Yeah. Very good, guys. So good to be here with you. So I'd like to see you around everywhere. And I'm flying around just to see you guys. See ya.
Yeah.
Okay, guys.
All right, guys. Take care.
Bye. Guys, this was so cool. Oh my gosh. Seeing these guys talking like this for this whole hour has been such an inspiring thing. I hope you are enjoying because we still got more things to come, all right? The people who got the giveaways, please send me your email using LinkedIn. And these giveaways were made possible by our supporter, Athletics. And we also have another supporter that is the Eclipse Foundation with Jakarta EE. So just to let you know that there is an event coming, Jakarta 1, and I'm going to tell you more about it right after this talk because I'm a little bit late already on the schedule, but it was worth it. I already got our next speaker here on the stage, on the backstage. His name is Tim Wuthenow. Just brilliant. I've seen him in action for many years back in Red Hat. Many years at Red Hat, but we still kept working together at Red Hat and then at IBM, and now we're still working together. So this is how good these guys are. Tim, welcome to stage, my friend. I think I cannot hear you. Please, fix the mic. And in the meanwhile, he's gonna share with us. And by the way, just so you know, Tim has delivered so many projects around the globe in enterprise clients. I can't not say the names, but this guy, he knows how things really work at large scale developments, deployments. No, I can't hear you. When I hear you, I'll be able to tell you. Like I'll stop talking. But he has done deployments of solutions all over the globe. And I see your computer now. I'm gonna just take you away from the screen. He has worked in largest bank in the globe. He has traveled all over the place to help people actually know how to architect, code, and develop solutions in a way that will resist time in enterprise scale, okay? And today, he is here to tell us all about the last 30 years of how we code our business logic. Like what has happened since then, all the ifs and else's, and what should we do about it? With that, let me just, in the meanwhile, let me tell you about the event that's coming through. Thank you, Ediel, for the excitement there and for the participation. Luiz as well, everybody who's commenting there, Samuel, everybody has been very active on our event. Guys, Jakarta 1, let me show you. Jakarta 1, here. Jakarta 1, this is a conference by the Eclipse Foundation that will happen very soon. Here it is, Jakarta 1. Here we go. So Jakarta 1, please go ahead and, Jakarta 1, is this the one? I think it is. I will search for the right link. Let me find the right link here. Because I know that you can also be a part of it and just speak if you have any cool talks. And that is where we will be seeing all the new cool stuff that is happening on Jakarta EE release that is coming out this month. It's less than 10 days. We're going to get Jakarta EE 11. And let me see here. Ta-da. Jakarta EE. One live stream. Yeah, this is just like general, I guess. Live stream. Oh, it's going to be in December, actually. This is the one. Oi, Bruno. Okay, come around. Hey, Bruno.
Hey, hello. How are you doing?
Yeah, I'm talking to our community about this amazing.
I know, but you're not gonna hear you're not gonna hear Tim's microphone if you don't put him on stage.
No, he's not here. He turned off the camera and is trying to fix it.
No, but he already asked you if it's working, so he's trying to.
See.
Yes.
Tim?
Well, we're gonna see. Is the microphone working now?
Yes!
Yeah. Okay. Good. All right. Okay.
Thank you, Bruno. Thank you.
There is the camera, so we'll just deal with it for now. I tried to see, and
it's fine. I can have it like this. So in the so will you share your screen? Feel free to share the screen. Yep. In the meanwhile, I'm just gonna wrap this up, guys. You can already register for the event that's gonna happen in December. We will already have by then the Jakarta EE release that is happening this month. And just go over there. Here is the link. Register, and assure you will hear from the best of the best. All right. So, Tim, now back to you, my friend.
Yeah, now that I'm all frazzled and wondering what's going on, it's going to be even more fun with this. But we're going to make it work, because this is what we came for. So
yeah, all right, go for it. The stage is yours.
Yeah, so Karina, thanks also for having me here. I heard your intro. I don't know what happened with my mic, but we're going to go with it. So as Karina said, I've been around the Java landscape. Yeah, Java is 30 years old. I'm 38 in a few days. So I did not see Java 1 or any of that, because I saw that from earlier in the week. But my first area of Java has always been in business rules. I kind of fell into it in a weird way because I'm a chemical engineer by trade, and Java has always been something that I was aware of when I was in college, and then it kind of fell into it where in my career, which took many weird turns, that I ended up into it. And from that, there's been a lot of evolution along the way. And I think it's really fascinating when, like, we look at someone with my weird background of chemical engineering. How do you get there? It's what happens, but it's also how Java's evolved, how all this has gone on is very, very different. So in 1995, I'm like my kids now. I just finished second grade. But when we look at it, business rules at the time were mostly buried within logic, and then that gets into very complicated methods. You get really what I'll just call if then else hell, just because it gets very complicated very fast. Because I know in the previous talk, like, we were talking university, and a lot of times in university, you will go 2, maybe 3 levels deep, but you typically don't do that. But then you get handed business policy documents, and they will get super duper duper complicated very, very quickly. So what started happening in 2000s was there was the creation of things like Drools, where Mark Proctor and his brilliantness and others who are in the open source community created a rules engine that basically removed some of the initial barrier. We started removing things from, applications weren't just applications. I had business logic, I had presentation logic, I had application logic, I had things to call my data sources, et cetera, et cetera. And that started making it better, and more organized, but there was still more to do. It was still, in a lot of instances, still owned by the IT developer. And IT developers aren't business policy analysts. That's not what they went to school for. I mean, like I said, I didn't go to school for computer science either, but here I am in this area. So then we move into 2010s, and this is where to me, things got very interesting for myself, because the object management group brought forth the DMN standard, so decision model and notation standard. And I can honestly say I was skeptical about it, because if you look in my LinkedIn, you'll know what my history was. You'll know I worked in a proprietary rules engine. It was fast. It had verbalization. I didn't see the need for a standard, because when you're working on the one that is one of the de facto choices for it, you are very happy in your current role. That's changed over time because it's evolved a lot very quickly. And what's nice about it is that it learned from the other main standard that I work with, which is Business Process Model and Notation, BPMN, is that it wasn't just a modeling notation. BPMN, if you had the XML representation of the different icons, you were BPM 2.0 compliant. You were good to go. DMN, there was a lot more involvedness in it. There is both a modeling and an execution parameter to this, which makes it very, very powerful. When I started playing with this, and this is where we get into eventually into the vibe coding and the other pieces from it, is that that feature is super powerful from a large language model. Given how that the object management group basically tells you how to write your tools, build your tools, and other things, the LLMs can hook up into it, understand what the model is, understand what it's supposed to do, and what kinds of objects you need and other things from it, but it can also help you draw it. Now, there are a lot of caveats to this that make this even more fun, but we will get into that throughout the presentation. One of the main things, though, that's important for this is that the mantra that Java's, I think, been around since the first version is, write once, run anywhere. And the goal of DMN is basically the same, but for decisions, is that you build the decision, and if it's compliant within DMN, if it follows the compliance of DMN, it's available anywhere. And this is a nice, parallel that creates that harmony that we really are seeking for. So why do I care, though? Like, where are business rules at the core of our enterprise applications? Like, when
Tim,
AI,
I would go even further. Why can't I just do the traditional if and else that I always do?
So I'll get into that shortly. I'll leave it with this a little bit of a build up for it, but the really short answer is you can always do if then else statements. That's a perfectly valid pattern. The challenge is that the maintenance of it becomes very difficult. I can tell you, because you mentioned that I've worked with places all over the world. I remember one project I was on that to change one simple business rule, I had to go through 23 different applications, and I had to trace it through it to make sure that when I was running it, that it was doing that, because that was what I inherited. And a lot of times there's always those applications that you inherit them, and they say, there's always like a line, if you uncomment this line or you comment this line out, the whole thing breaks. And that's ultimately where, when you have these series of nested if then else's and other things, that it gets much more complicated for it. The thing with business rules, and if we get into and separating with AI, so like when Gen AI first came out, and I meant to do this story at the top, but of course, my camera decides it didn't want to work. My initial best place for me using it was, I can take this to, okay, these are the ingredients I have in my pantry. What can I make for a different meal tonight so that my kids can have something different tonight? So I don't have to go to the grocery store and don't have to buy anything else. And it's fantastic at that. What we start getting into, though, is that those things are very powerful. It's able to take the different components of it, build its own reasoning, and execute from that. The difference with that is that an enterprise application is something that's running millions to potentially billions of dollars of transactions per day. You don't necessarily get the benefit of, here's my 30 ingredients or 30 things that I have in my pantry. Take 30 seconds to process this and tell me the recipes I can have. A lot of these transactions have the requirement of being milliseconds. Like I'm talking with places that are doing hundreds of thousands of transactions per second. I've worked with a company that was doing over 2 billion transactions per day. There are things that it's not always easy to have this latency that's required with the model building its results. So that's where these things are nested into it. And that's where you get things like workflows, where there are certain methods that you have to do to be compliant with the government's regulations. You have eligibility concerns that you need to make sure that if two different people who have the same requirements come back with the same answer. So that's where like a business rules engine is very deterministic. It helps with building that criteria. Then you have things like pricing and it being dynamic. I can tell you the best story I have with pricing with a project that didn't get a rules engine and it was slated to get it the next year is I was with a retailer the week of Black Friday. So in the United States, Black Friday is the Friday after Thanksgiving. It is the single biggest shopping day of the year because a lot of places are closed. Somebody in the business that year decided that they should have sales that change every hour. And with this instance, they actually had to have somebody deploy it every hour for their cash registers to take them because of how their system worked. And I can't imagine having to be the person there at 2, 3, 4, 5 in the morning, pressing the button to deploy and hope it goes out right to my many, many stores. I mean, it's not a fun experience. And I can tell you it was a very stressful place to be that week. And then obviously like tying back into that eligibility, compliance, getting us into that, ensure we meet our regulations because nobody wants to get in trouble and get the big fines that can be associated with that. One other thing from this, since Karina had asked the one part, is can you do this with if-then else statements? Absolutely. The biggest thing is that rules can change often, and you don't want to necessarily go through an entire product release for every time that I change my discount from 10 to 15%, when I change my eligibility criteria for this credit score to something else. So it basically makes it so that you can create your own release cycles or your own ways of making so that those parts of the application can change independently of everything else. And since I don't have access to the chat because I actually had to unplug my computer for the use of my microphone.
Don't worry, I can bring them over if there's any.
So, okay. But what I was going to say is, one thing that is an important thing to consider with the chat is think about how many business rules you have like in your applications for your entire enterprise. If somebody wants to drop a number into the chat to come up with a number, I can guarantee you it's probably orders of magnitude higher than what they're going to come up with. There are so many business policy documents. There are so many different restrictions. There are so many different things that a rules engine helps simplify the maintenance of that. So if there's any cool numbers, just let me know. But so when we get into the part of why do we want to avoid the aspect of Java source code being the source of truth, is that when you do code coupling, that talks into that very thing that I was just mentioning. When you do a release, it's basically an all or nothing. So if you're changing your one part of the if then else, then it's coming in with the rest of it. Good and bad. And yes, there are things that that make it better, but it can still be a fun challenge in those pieces. The maintenance headaches to me was always my fun part of this. Was if you're inheriting somebody else's application, like Java's been around for 30 years now. There are applications that are probably in production that are approaching that age as it is. My first part of my career was spent in COBOL. There were applications that were almost as old as my parents were, and I was helping to maintain those. And that's something that if the person's long gone, you can't just, call over the wall and say, hey, can somebody help me with this? Sometimes you have to figure it out. And if you're not familiar with it or why they made the decisions they did, it can get difficult. And then there's always the developer burden. A lot of times on projects that I've worked on in my career, I get handed a policy manual. I get handed a spreadsheet. I get handed something. And I'm sure this is how a lot of others who are watching this deal with getting business rules. Somebody hands you a document and you have to translate what it is into code. You didn't necessarily, you're not a business expert. Maybe you are. You're not an expert in, let's say, claims automation. Do you know everything about medical claims history and everything associated with that? I know I'm not, and I've had to work with systems with that. So there's things that this is where things will start to get interesting now, because there's things that would have made my career so much easier a few years ago if I would have had that assistance. So when we start looking at the aspect of why not doing multiple if statements and other pieces, this is kind of the reason, is that if we look at a basic eligibility check, you can do it if the business existed for 2 years, then we need to get their revenue. Is it more than $1 million? Are they in a restricted area? Is their credit score greater than 850? On the right side, it's structured to where everything's in a single column. It's mostly easy to read if you are somebody who's familiar with Java. The left side, still easy enough to read with Java, but the way that it works is that it does get cascadey, and you can risk doing other pieces for that. And in this case, like if we look at the applicant getting industry, that may be a method call that goes somewhere else that does 100 other things that you're not necessarily tied into. So it does, but this is still very much geared towards a technical user, still very code-like, which is fine. I love code. I love working with this, but it isn't something that I can say, hey, Mr. Policymaker, can you take over this code for me? A lot of times, a lot of projects who are written in DRL, the goal was always to get them to the business. They're still owned by IT, which is fine, but it's not necessarily what we want to do. So what we start getting into with DMN, so DMN version 1.0, I think it was 2014, 2015 timeline. It's an industry standard. It's vendor neutral. There are representatives from various companies involved within this. There's, in one of the original ones, in one of the original forums, it was like, if you're associated with business rules, James Taylor, who's now part of Blue Polaris. There's Bruce Silver, who's part, I don't know if he's still with Tricetech, but he's very familiar with that. But then there's other companies were there too. So the other representatives included people from IBM, people from Red Hat, people from Camunda. These are all competition to the same area, and they were all working together to build a standard for it. And where this starts separating is getting that visualization of the rules, seeing how the rules are done. And they're able to be designed from a different point of view. You can design it from your top level answer. What is my interest rate for this person? So you ask a question, and this is what the final is. And then you start building, what are the requirements to make that decision work? So you go from my interest rate, I need their weighted credit score, I need to know what the current prime rate is, and I need to bring these other factors in. From here, you can start getting more visualization of how it's working. And yes, there are things like rules flow that can control how the packages work, but this is much more visible from there. One thing that also is important here is that this standard, and one thing that the open source Drools project does very well with this, is that it's written within the standard itself. We're not producing custom code. We're not producing other pieces into it. So the theory is that if you write a DMN compliant rule editor that produces a DMN compliant model, it can run anywhere. You can use you can use different tools for editing. You can use different tools for execution. And that provides you, the end user, the benefit of not being locked into a proprietary format, that you can look to where is there actually being innovation being made? Where is it easier to use? Where is it running better? Where is it cheaper to run? All the things that our managers come to us with, of looking at ways of cutting costs and things along those lines. So what we start seeing with DMN, and there is still more to go with this, is that business users do start to feel that they can own this more. They can understand that this is how the decision is created. DMN uses the friendly enough expression language to help define what the how to define the business rules. If you've been around spreadsheets enough, so if you're somebody who writes a lot of spreadsheets and does things like VLOOKUPs and maximums and concatenations and other things, it's very similar. So that's where while there is a slight learning curve with it, it's significantly lower for a business user to learn DMN than it is for them to learn Java and to write the if-then-else statements themselves. With a developer point of view, is that they can test and deploy and develop with it as well. And then auditors, they get more of the exposure that they can prove that they're compliant with the message that comes out of it. We can introduce things like traceability and pure invocations of what's going on with it. This is also where things like, if you were to look at using a large language model, that the auditors, where they can prove compliance with it. From the deterministic point of view of rules engine, is that you get the capability of saying, if I hand it A, B, and C, every time it's going to return D. A game I've played at dinner when I try explaining at times what I work with is I ask for people to put in the same thing into ChatGPT when you're at the dinner table. And it's some kind of thing that would involve something that would give a different answer. So you can't say, ask any random question, but it does need to have something that involves statistical probability. And it'll show that it'll give a different answer. And at least if you have 4 people at the table, there will be at least 2 different answers within there. And I can get a prompt for that to share later for that kind of discussion, because it is a fascinating thing to do. But ultimately, what you're looking at is it becomes a shared model. So it allows you, the developer, to do much cooler things, working with, if you're somebody like me who loves working with infrastructure and building applications, doing the deployments and figuring out better ways to scale them and other things, you can focus on that versus tweaking the 4 to 5% rule, which nobody really enjoys doing. Maybe they do, I don't know, but it's not me. So just extending this one more part of this is that DMN isn't just a visual, it is a standard. And that's super important, because the standard applies from 2 different aspects. Like it is vendor neutral. There's a voting process. It's fantastic how those things work. And the group, you can monitor what's going on with it. There's ways to join them. It is gaining more and more support. So yes, there's rules and open rules that do this, but there's also vendors like where I work at, Athletics, there's Camunda, there's IBM, and there's more that are supporting this and others that are looking into how to do this. But we're also seeing it to where business organizations, so not like, a random company, but professional organizations are also looking at adopting things like DMN for standards that they use. So MISMO is one of the ones that's doing a DMN exploratory group. And ultimately, that would have profound impacts on the mortgage environment, because if those rules are implemented as a standard, well, if they're writing it compatible, then you're already available for it to use, consume it right away. Otherwise, you have to build your own tools, your own elements to recreate that thing, and that's not fun. Nobody really wants to rebuild everything in its piece. And then for me, the LLM compatible, which is what I'm going to start talking about shortly, is where, to me, this is where DMN is so cool. It has taken it so much further than what I thought it would be at this point in 2025. So I've been talking DMN's great. DMN's great. Let's talk about where we were from 2015 till really a few months ago. Is that a lot of cases the translation was manual. You had to do everything. You had to build the policy. So you need to interpret whatever policy documentation you have. You need to focus on the manual modeling. That can be time consuming itself. It can be slow. It can be error prone. I have a statistic that within rule projects, 40 to 60% of errors aren't so much an issue with that it was a broken, the rule wasn't wrong because the wrong rule was written in terms of A plus B equals C and you got D. It was because you were supposed to write A plus B equals C, but you wrote A plus V equals C or something different. And that's ultimately what caused a lot of these challenges. And that's what goes on to it. And then that extends into the edge cases. You have to identify all the edge scenarios from static text. And this is where DMN with a large language model becomes really cool, is that we start getting this magic wand that we can analyze policy. You know, you get a business policy, you get a spreadsheet, you get a Word document, you get something. It's an unstructured document. It's structured in that there's probably sections and row numbers and other pieces for it, but the text itself isn't necessarily aligned how you would design your application. So that's where unstructured data and large bodies of text, LLMs are fantastic at this. Like, this can shrink your discovery time and identify some of the other pieces within your documents tremendous amounts. And then you move into, it can help you identify the inputs, the outputs, and the decisions. You can then further, and this is where it's still learning, it's still growing, you can generate models from it. There's a lot of risk with this. Alex talked somewhat about it on Monday, Alex Percelli, about how it's XML and there's visualization as well, but it's there. And then what's been interesting is also it can help solve your edge cases and troubleshoot your scenarios. I'm sure that Stack Overflows has had a lot of drop in traffic. I think that has been well known, but it is a lot more fun being able to just copy and paste my Stack error message and pass it in. So yeah, that has greatly sped it up. So now let's get back to Karina's thing from earlier. And I said I was going to get to this. So here's where I really get into it, though. Is why can't we use either LLMs for everything or if then else for everything? And it's because there's different approaches and different needs for everything. So the LLM approach is statistical probability. You're looking at decisions are based on likelihood rather than defined logic. Whereas you look at a rules engine, it's deterministic. The same inputs are always going to be the same output. the response times, and they vary from day to day, peak to peak, especially if you're using a public LLM. They can, if you're lucky, you get 500 milliseconds. That's very rare. But that could be you using your own model as well. 20 seconds per decision, that might be true. I've had prompts run for 6 minutes, eventually get me something. So but if you're running 1 billion transactions in a day, you don't have 6 minutes. So you need to have that speed that comes with the rules engine. So it helps solve that part of the issue. And then, if we look at the best guess decisions, those can, the outputs can vary with identical inputs. Also, you can have it to where the large language model can do the fun thing of creating its own methods to do things, or completely rewriting different parts of your application if you are using it to help with code. So that can get more fun. And then on the flip side, if you get the auditability from your decisions, being able to prove why certain elements did, you get to have that clear path of why this was. So you avoid that explainability challenge of, here's my black box, here's where did I fail on the regulatory compliance from it. So where I'm viewing the LLM usage is that at design time, they're fantastic to help with. At runtime, so where performance is everything, rule engines help with that part. So now we're going to see how this works with my one screen and doing commercial underwriting as a
demo time, guys. Let's go.
Yeah. So we're going to see how this works because I'm on a smaller laptop, as Karina knows. Mine met an unfortunate liquid incident last week. So with this, what we are going to see is ways to approach this from, like, we can call it a vibe instance. It's not going to be pure vibe coding, but it'll be close. And there's reasons for it. And I'm actually going to I'm going to publish. So, Karina, I'm assuming there's a repository for the presentations and things like that. Within this, we'll have a repository with how I approach to get to that decision on the right, because it takes about an hour and a half of prompting to get to the right fully. And that, because that was one that I did very little actual coding on it. I removed some boxes around to make it a little bit more visually appealing in its own way, but it does take time. So what we start with is, if I was to, let's see here, prompting demo. Okay, so no, give me 1 second. No. Okay, so underwriting doc. Here we go. That's what I was looking for. Is in the wrong window. But this one here, and come on, smaller screens make this much more fun. So we shrink you. Okay, so within this, I have a Word version, and it'll be a little bit easier to read. Within the Word version,
you need to increase the font size.
I will get you there. So a lot of times in my career, I would be handed something like this. I would be given a loan underwriting policy document. It'll have a bunch of things in it. It'll say, like, here's my eligibility criteria. Here's my geographic restrictions.
Developers have struggled with this stuff for so long. Please save me from these documents.
Yes. So these are terrible. They're good for the MBAs because I'm sure that they are valid and they are good. What I have found for me, so I'm going to start a new project. So I am going to do this from my own piece where I can do, this is also going to be an MCP server. If you want to try it, we can get connected on this. And there's some fun things about what an MCP server does. But what what I'm going to do here is I am just going to start a VS Code instance. So I have an empty workspace. I have nothing in here. And what I do want to quickly show is on prompting, I handed this to Claude, that document to Claude, and this was yesterday before when I was testing this out. And it produced, I got it to produce Java code to go through this, and it's good. I haven't tested it, but I do know that this does have its own challenges for it. It's not written how everyone does. You know, a lot of people use things like Jackson, and it's removing of getters and setters and some other pieces from it. But it does provide a lot of that initial structure so that you can get started, but it isn't everything that you want. So what
basically what you're saying is you can use vibe coding, but don't trust it that much, right?
I mean, I've created entirely new protocols with vibe coding, so it's very possible you can use it. And it's, to me, where vibe coding is great is on UI, because I hate UI. Like, if it looks good enough for me, it's good. So, but what is really powerful from this, from the perspective of, if we look at, I'm going to be using Claude Code for this. So within this is when you can initialize within the workspace. So I have nothing here. I have a Spring Boot application that right now, if we started it, it would only have this discount policy. And this one doesn't really have anything on it. I don't want to talk about that.
I just need you to hit the Command Shift plus to increase the font size a little bit.
That's right. On this one, it's not there. Okay. So we have Claude going, and Claude, you can do things that will make this much better. So you can do Claude.md and improve how it will structure it, but that's less fun. I don't want to do that today. I want to take it from, I have this document here, so I'm going to copy and paste this and say, this is all in underwriting.md for it to do. So what it's going to do, and then I'm going to say create a file on the structure requested. Okay, so it's going to take its time. So what I could do in that same time is, yes, I can start reading this. I can go, okay, all commercial applicants must meet the following baseline requirements. The business must be in operation for 24 months. I mean, nobody wants to listen to, you're already listening to me talk for 45 minutes as it is. You don't want to listen to me talk for another, 160 lines of stuff that is not what you want to listen to. So what this will do, though, is this part of the prompt, and this will be in the project that we will publish as part of this. I'm just going to take this whole prompt in here, and prompts that is that from here, I will start getting the understanding of what are my rules, break them into the different types, and then from there, I can then say, this is where I was saying, put them into an organization. I just combine these into one because it's already 12:52, so I have a few minutes left. And then from here, you can look at this to say, okay, cool, I have a better understanding of where the rules are. And Claude's been slow today, so it's been a lot of fun. But here's the analysis, okay? It'll say, here's my eligibility rule. If I've less than 24 months, if I am farther than 50 miles, I decline it. It'll start giving me the basis for my rules. What I would have had to have done before, and this is how I always did it, is I had this printed out, I had my pencil, and I'd handwrite everything that I need to do, or circle and underline and do things. This is even giving me rule counts and other things. Now, yes, do you need to take this further and review it all? If we weren't in this demo, absolutely. We're in this demo, so no, we're not gonna say this. But this is where things are trickier, given the nature of DMN and given where the models are trained where they are today. I have it to where it'll say create a complete DMN model for the Cogito rules. This will go in the source main resources directory. And then for an example, look at the discount policy.dmn. I'm adding those in because if you don't put these qualifiers on, you get the fun of whichever XML model it decides to use for the DMN, because they're, once again, open standard. It can take it at face value, or it can be like, well, today I want to use Camundas. Today I want to use open rules. It may be completely different than what you're expecting, and it can lead to things that are very interesting for you, the end user. So this becomes a very iterative process within this. So for me, what I use this on is the part that makes the most sense early on is that rule analysis. To me, this is so crucial, is that it goes through, and I think it took 2 minutes. It gave me a bunch of rules to look at or to create. And what I could do in this same time is I can create a new file and call it timsdemo.dmn. And then based off of these two things together.
Before you go ahead, before you show the magic, you're using VS Code, right?
Yes, I'm using VS Code.
How are you looking at this diagram? How does it work? Because DMN is just an XML.
Correct. You are fantastic to point that out. I am using a plugin. I'm using my company's plugin for right now, but there is a key community plug. There is the key community plugin as well that you can use for this. So what this is if you just search DMN in the marketplace, you'll get mine. You'll get the old Red Hat version, which I don't think is there. You'll have the Apache Key one, which is about to be updated, and other pieces for that. So what that does, though, is that behind the scenes on these is that this is, as you mentioned, Karina, this is XML. So if I was to open this with a text editor, I don't know how to read that. Like, I am not an XML person. Like, I look at a lot of this stuff, and I've learned how to read it from troubleshooting issues within it. As we can see, apparently Claude is celebrating writing something that it's doing. But what ultimately comes from this is that this is how the standard says that it should be written, and what we will do. Now, I'm hoping, oh no, Claude died, which is, of course, figures what would happen. Let's see. We'll just rerun it again while it's running. And I've been having issues with Claude today. I don't know if there's another Google Cloud issue like there was last week, but it's been much slower. But ultimately, what happens within this is that it will produce a DMN file, which if I would have not have lost my session, I could have went into, if you press Control R, you can see a little bit more of the reasoning, and I could have potentially recovered the model. But what happens with this is that you may get a model and it may work, or it'll say, I have done a bunch of things, and then you'll go to the model and it'll have none of those things. Like, actually, I think I can pull, yeah. So if I pulled this one up, this is one of my attempts from yesterday. So from this, you'll see that this one is okay, or it's better, is that there are lines connecting and a few other things, but there's some boxes over here that are out that aren't doing anything. And this was a Claude attempt. But if I take one from here, where you can see the word, it says fixed. And this is where I really loved Claude telling me it was fixed. And this one has lines because I fixed the lines on the first part of it. But the first version of this one, it said it had all the rules in there. But if you look here, it just has these ovals are inputs, and then it has what's a business knowledge model, which is basically how to do a formula. And then I clicked it and it says if credit score. But it said it was done. It was fixed. And this actually was an XML parser error. So from this, you do get information. You do get a lot of help, but you might not get everything solved for you. It will take iterations, which is common with vibe coding. It's not going to be a version 1 get you everything you want. It is going to be a step-by-step process, which technically is development anyways. You make a step, you make a step, you make a step. That's one thing that I will say within this is that when you are building these models and you are working through this part of it, is that it's not advisable to do this, which is take the whole thing and give me the whole model. Give me everything that you have present for it. And sorry, I was just making sure it wasn't done. Because within vibe coding within this is that the XML is what's changing behind the scenes. Where the editors are today when you're doing this, you don't see what changed. So you don't understand what actually changed within this element. That's to come, but it is something that it can help you get started. To me, where I love using this is that within the Drools community today, a lot of times what you have to do, and I think this is a zooming thing, is that to build the DMN structure, you do build the models themselves, which is a manual process. The large language model can do this part very well. And I love that because then I don't have to worry as much about building those structures. And this is a way of abstracting it away from there. And I'm hoping you're almost done with the DMN structure, but we're not. But on that point, the implementation of the rules, where I was going with this, is there will be XML issues. There's almost always an XML issue. It keeps dying on there. So I don't know what's occurring with that. But ultimately, when you have these XML issues, they may not be readily apparent within there. So it does take time to look through the steps to figure out what's going on. So where I've used it a lot with DMN modeling is instead of doing build the whole model, I could do things like, and I wouldn't do this in Claude Code, I'd do this in regular Claude, is asking, what would the structure of this table look like? Or what is this field expression valid? And things like that. And ultimately, that's where there will be evolutions for this more, is that we'll get into peer-to-peer programming, but the peer will be the large language model that'd be associated with it. Now, within this, and I think, let's see, within that part of it, one of the things to just kind of call out is that using AI, where it'll be the biggest benefit to me, policy ingested. If I take the unstructured document and I can start getting the rules and understanding that it's not going to capture everything. It may not, but ultimately, if it gives me a shortened time to understand that, that's fantastic. It helps me identify the rules I have to write. And then I could do the DMN draft, or I could write the draft myself. A lot of times what I recommend is doing a mermaid diagram, because the mermaid diagram gives me the same approximation of flow, but then I control the variables. I understand what's going into it. And then working with your policy owners to review and refine it to say, or is this right? And then you can ultimately deploy it. And then I mentioned it briefly that the service that I showed can be a model context protocol, where DMN, because it is understood very well by the large language models, like when you connect them together, is that you can have that execution basically be policy guardrails for your large language model, so it doesn't run off and approve everybody for your own things, like the Air Canada story that everybody knows with its own refund policy that it came up with. You can control what it does, and that is a very powerful thing. Like, you can just do a quick thing on this just to show one small element, and then Karina, I promise I will wrap up because I know that we are further behind. I can do something like this. So this is that help me understand what data I need for that quote or for that DMN model that we showed on, or that you saw here. This one, I can let it go. So this is going to Claude Sonnet, and it will, and this is where Zoom is fun, is that it'll tell me the different things that I need to do. And it can tell me these are the different types of it. And then I can say, can you tell me about the rules and the policy? And it'll look into that policy, and it can tell you about some of the rules. And the better your prompt, obviously, the better your result will be. But it can do things like help you understand why certain things were either approved or denied. It can do things where you can take this to the next level with your end user, where they can go with somebody and they can be in a chat and they're doing underwriting and you're trying to get them approved for a loan. What things can you change? And you can ask the model if they change these different things, or what are 3 things that they could change. That is something that it could help interpret and to give your end user that help with. So with that, I have 1 or 2 minutes. Tangible results from role modeling in AI. So their time reduction, this was a study done by PwC that using large language models to understand things, it does reduce complexity by 40% at minimum in a lot of cases. Like you saw that it went from multiple pages to now it can give me a little bit of a better guidance of what it'll look like by helping you prevent fewer defects. That makes it so that your code can run out earlier. And then in general, the business automation, rule-based automation projects typically have a 200% return on investment. So when you are working on this, there is a lot of benefit to it. There's the investment, or the benefit being you get the quicker rollouts, the less time spent in development, the faster execution. There's a lot of different ways that they can do it, or more pathways uncovered and things like that. So in short, faster builds, fewer bugs, happier teams. It's kind of the best of both worlds with that. So that's where we get into this new era of deployment. We have domain-specific Copilot, so you can have the AI assistants that are working with you in your context. We can do real-time validation with this. Is that because it's an execution it's an execution model as well as a modeling model, you can actually see it in action while you're doing it. So, and then building that policy guardrail provides you that concept of basically having DMN provide those explicit boundaries for your AI. It removes statistical probability for things that you can't be uncertain of. So what I like trying to do is, and ending on this, is giving like a call to action, which is kind of like what the last roundtable kind of had as well, is experiment with the AI assisted modeling. I mean, you can take any random document. You can even make Claude or ChatGPT or any of them create a policy document and then see what it would look like in a DMN model. Sharing your best practices, open source and open other communities and things like that. Very important to share those best practices and contributing to open source. The best way for these tools to improve is that more people are using them. So yeah, if there's, I don't know if there's any chats or questions in the chat or anything that we want to talk about from that, but
my friend, I just took away your screen in case you want to come back. Do you want to unplug and plug again just so you can show up on camera to say bye to everybody?
We'll see.
All right.
Let's see which camera works and if I lose the mic.
And then, yeah, we'll see.
So the question is, I have the mic still, apparently, maybe.
Okay, so just do some final remarks then. And because something interesting about what you just showed is that not only you covered vibe coding with all these amazing open standards such as DMN to abstract business rules from the actual code and the documentation that developers and everybody just struggles with outdated documentation, or even that doesn't exist. It's like a living documentation, DMN, right? And you showed all of that, like just running very simply. Were you using Quarkus or Spring Boot? I didn't note.
That was Spring Boot for the very last part, and I wasn't even really running it. So I tried coming. Oh, maybe. Let's see. Is it coming? Nope.
It's okay.
I blame Camo Camera because apparently it decided that
it's okay. Don't worry.
But yeah, no. Ultimately, the Spring Boot or Quarkus part. At the end, like the MCP side, we're able to do more with the key community with Spring Boot right now on the MCP side because of where it is in the release. Quarkus and the current level doesn't support it, so that's where it gets a little bit different. So
all right, very cool, Tim. So later on, if you can, any tips for Java? Okay, cool. So, by the way, Tim, since you are already around, and not only you were at Red Hat and IBM, but also you had your own company back in the days, and now you are also a co-founder of another one. Just help me out with this question here. Any tips for Java interview? How to build confidence for these interviews? And then we can switch to Ricardo, who's on the backstage.
Yeah, so Java interviews are always fun because you never know what you're going to get. So the best thing to do is honestly practice code.
How do you practice an interview?
No, not necessarily the interview itself, but practice coding, building things. Because I mean, there are the standard questions, like, and the worst part is that a lot of interviews will use questions that you'll never use in practice because you're not going to create your own sorting mechanisms and other things on the fly. But ultimately, from there, it is a practice. To me has always been the best way, is being able to understand, being able to be confident enough. If you're in person, being able to say, can I use a whiteboard? Because then you can avoid the whole code discussion, just say how you would approach the problem. Because a lot of times it's more of the approach to the problem.
Mm-hmm.
And if you're not practicing or doing that, then you don't get that confidence. So that's where like building random applications does help.
Yeah, another advice that I would give that has worked in the past. I gave this advice to someone who I was helping get started with his career, and so he succeeded. So today he's a senior developer, Java, working with Java. And Ricardo, by the way, whenever you are ready, just turn on your camera. I will know you are ready by doing that. But just start coding, even if it is something from your head, not a real use case or not a real solution, and push into GitHub. Write real good documentation, write code that do a good stuff on GitHub. And Ricardo, I'm going to bring you to stage alongside me and Tim. And because I do think that when you show up to the interview and you already have the GitHub with some projects showing you actually know what you're talking about, even if it is a hello world, like a CRUD, like create, insert, delete, and update with Spring Boot, that is really well documented. You have the README. They will be 100% sure you know at least the basics, right? Would you have any advice here, Ricardo?
Now that I'm not on mute, I have. So I think one of the things that is important as well is like to be complete when we do coding interviews. Like I've heard some feedback. I do some interviews myself. Actually, I'm going to talk about this later, but Redis is hiring, so I think
guys, Redis is... Whoa, hi, Tim! Redis is hiring.
Yeah, sorry.
Yeah, so one of the things that I think is important is to be complete. So, for example, we've had this candidate that actually did an amazing job, like doing the whole like solving the problem that were given to him, but then he forgot like to implement unit testing, right? So that is the type of thing that, for example, it shows that's how, for example, that you were an interview side, we measure, for example, how experienced or how attempted to details the person is. So try to be as much complete as possible. So I know that's kind of is a very unnerving situation when we are interviewing, but I mean, I think the trick is try to remain calm and think about, okay, in a real world, would I be proud to deliver a project like that? So, you know.
Guys, since we are here, and I love the interactions that are happening on the chat, I have turned on a feature that actually shows the comments coming up right now. Guys, so if you're interested, I'm gonna take, I didn't plan none of this, but I know our invited guests, they're just lovely, and they will love to take on some questions before we switch the sessions to Ricardo. So Ricardo and Tim, another comment here. So Ricardo does think, not you, Ricardo Ferreira, but Ricardo Campos, thinks that you can actually practice interview itself, but you need to know your stuff. I don't even think you need to know your stuff, because I've joined many roles before I was ready to be on the role, but then I became really good at the role, being at the role. But I could prove that I was ready at the stage that I was, and I was really willing to do my best to get to where they wanted me to be, you know? So here, any tips for logic building in programming? I'm good in theory, but not in practical. So I know what he means. This person who I helped, guys, and this is where you will come in with your insights. He learned all the syntax, all the stuff. But when he actually needs to convert a question, like a rule, to the logic, he couldn't. So how could you translate this? Like, help him practice this somehow?
All right, I'll let you go first, since you're the more interviewer.
I would say that there's a type of thing that there's no way to get it out. Like, I think practice comes into play, right? You have to practice like solving problems and understanding. Karina, I think that you've mentioned something very important, like understanding the very own nature of a problem. What's the problem? The essence of it is, I think it's important. But yeah, I think my best advice would be like practicing. I think that's the only way to get to do it. But one thing that actually comes around very often in interviews is that, and by the way, this is something that we often check on the candidate as well, is how many questions they are actually asking to the interviewer, right? So for example, let's say
people are afraid to ask questions on the interview. As the interviewee, like the person being interviewed, they are afraid to ask questions.
Exactly. And I mean, you have to be as like easygoing as we are right now in this conversation. That the way we are talking, the three of us right now, that's how like an interview should look like, right? Because if you were obviously, like, there's a lot of emotions in place, there's a lot of like fear of not being the best candidate ever, but I think you have one shot, right? So I think the best thing you can do is ask follow-up questions. Can you repeat please the problem? Try to experiment with variations of your understanding. They're not going to be mad at you, like, unless you take like 0.5% of the time asking questions. They're not going to be mad at you. But
what is this? This is an online celebration for 30 years of Java, greatest Civ. So this is a community gathering where we are all getting together to talk about different topics. And right now we are just taking a break to breathe and answer general questions that you guys may have, like very general. We just started with Praveen asking one question. We have Ricardo here, who's very experienced. Oh my gosh, he's one of the best in what he does. Yes, he is. You can see by the quality of the camera, right? Like the blurs and the stuff. But this guy, he's like, you will see on his upcoming talk about Redis and vector databases. But he's here, and the next talk will be in Portuguese, by the way. Unless we have many English speakers, we can also stick to the English. We also have Tim Wuthenow, who have worked with all the types of enterprise clients you can think of with Java applications, architecture, development, delivery, everything. So this is just an informal conversation to warm up for the upcoming session. So yeah, sorry to cut you through, Ricardo.
No. Actually, I had finished off like that. There is another very interesting question. I would like to hear everybody's opinions on this one. I'm curious myself. Is Java needed for machine learning?
Tim, you were the one talking about LLMs.
Yeah, so I mean, that's such a loaded question because you can take it a million ways. Like machine learning, you could say, well, predominantly, what is most of it written in today? It's probably Python and a lot of other things. And so that is where a lot of data science is done today. On the flip side is if you look at how enterprises are, If you look at the distribution of code that is deployed, you're going to have Java, you're going to have COBOL, you're going to have all these fun things associated with it. So if you only know the one, it depends on where you want to do it. Where I think that Java's done very well compared to, like, since I mentioned COBOL, and that's where some of my original background was.
This is how people this is how people show their age, you know.
Yeah, I'm not that old. I'm only a little older than Java, but in all honesty, like, COBOL's evolved and it showed that it's evolved, but Java's evolved much faster. Like, I've seen it where you can do things in Java that you can't do in COBOL, and there's things that you can do in Java that you can't do in Python, and vice versa. So there are improvements for it. There are things that you can tie them together where I don't think there's a one size fits all programming language. There's not, because if there was, it would have already taken hold at this point. And there's too many, and to get into, it's like, yes, this is a Java community, but there's too many religious battles within programming languages that you're not going to get people to come off of. Yes, COBOL is this, assembler does this for high volume transactions, that everything has to be written at the machine level. You're going to have it to where ultimately there are going to be solutions that can be handled multiple different ways. And so in my opinion, yes, but I'm also much more comfortable in Java than I am in Python. My Python is awful. So my Python is going to become pure vibe at this point. And it works, but it's not what's meant to be there. So it's where you're comfortable. It's where you can do it. And I'm actually going to tie this into the interview question from before, is when you are in an interview, it's not just asking questions, it's making sure that when you're answering the question, which I'm very guilty at going on my own ramble. But it is that focus of it. It's making sure you understand what they're asking for. Because if they're asking for something that is completely different area, you're going to go, well, they didn't pay attention to me, so they don't want to be here. So you're gone, or whatever it would be. So
yeah, that is amazing. By the way, one thing that I would say here, is Java needed for Java, whatever language you're speaking, needed for machine learning. I will bring an insight that Eric De Andrea brought us on his talk about RAG tools for developers. One of these past days on the event. So he's from Red Hat, and he said, you know what? I don't really want to learn about how to train an LLM because I'm a developer, and developers will do what developers do. So the guys who are training the LLMs will do what they do, and I will do what I do. I will consume what they are producing. So I wouldn't say that you will use Java to train the algorithm, like to train the AI. So it's not for machine learning, but it works with it. It's like all within the same ecosystem, because one needs the other. One cannot do the work that the other does, you see? So everything's still needed. And to wrap up, Karina, do you know Spring Boot and React? I know everything. At the end of the day, we always have to work with different technologies. It doesn't mean that I'm an expert on all of the things that I work with, but I know enough to get things done. So that's it. I think that's the skill we all gotta have, right, Ricardo?
Yeah. That's right.
All right. So last question, and we will wrap up and start the session with Ricardo, okay? The mass resources that exist to learn programming. What do you think is the best way to learn a high-level programming language? High-level programming language. I think at high level, a programming language, right? Just like the basics. What is the best OS for programming and machine learning? But let me clarify something to you, Sev. It is not what is the best or what is the right. And about machine learning, you need to understand what is each thing. So what is machine learning? What does it serve? Then, once you understand what it is, you will know, is this actually the thing that I was trying to do? Because if I'm trying to create an application that uses ChatGPT, for instance, I don't need to know everything about machine learning. So you see, so basically, first you need to step back, learn the basic concepts on what is each thing, and then you will know if you're studying the right things to achieve your goal. And the best way to do that I could recommend is get hands-on, sit in front of the computer, create a project, and just start trying. And then you will figure things out on the go. That's how I study, at least. Okay, guys, any other final insights?
I think you hit it on there, is pick ones aligned with your goal. Like if you're like, for me, my area is Java, so I will do Java. We're in this community event. Joining a community is important for getting other skills, learning those things. That was what the whole roundtable was before for me. And the only way to really learn it is to build. Like, start with everyone's favorite, the to-do list, the hello worlds, do those, see if you like it. You may not. And then from there, it's figuring out where to go with it. It's, reviewing your code, reviewing others' code. If you do like GitHub searches, and there's funny ones with open source, but there are people who basically dedicate their days to going through helping with copyright statements and helping everybody update their years on that. And then you can look at the code and understand, hey, this is interesting. And then you get those different pieces to it. So
super cool. Thank you, Tim. But Ricardo, let's get started with your session. And Tim, final thoughts. Share your links and call to actions on the private chat, and I will drop them on the chat for everybody to get to connect. Okay.
Thanks for having me. Don't know what happened with my camera earlier, so that was cool. But yeah, thanks everyone for having me. If you have anything, reach out. I love to get involved with communities and other theses. So if there's anything that was of interest, definitely happy to help. I'll drop the links with Karina. And yeah, continue learning, continue exploring. And I'll see you next time.
See you. Bye, team. Thank you very much.
Bye.
Ricardo. I don't know how they say it.
Acho que Ricardo fica melhor, né? Soa melhor.
Ricardo is better, way better. Guys, let us know on the chat if you would prefer to have this session in Portuguese or English or German or French or Italian. I'm just kidding, Ricardo.
I'm not that smart.
Então, é só dropar no chat, galera, se vocês preferem a sessão em português ou em inglês, e aí a gente vai tocar dessa maneira. Beleza? We had a lot of sessions in English today already, and I wonder if we should switch, Ricardo.
Yeah, vamos começar.
Before you switch, let me tell something to the people who are watching. Guys, every single day... Ricardo speaks Portuguese, the Ricardo Campos there. He speaks Portuguese. It's not possible. Because two comments about on this language thing. On the previous days, we didn't have the CC option, like closed captions enabled. It was a setting that I could configure on the stream that I learned how to do, and now today and tomorrow we are having that to help people. We have English-only speakers, so we can stick to English as well. And the second thing is, don't worry if you don't understand everything that is happening here. I am working on every daily session to polish the translations, to ensure Portuguese translations are going to be available, and for the Portuguese sessions that English translations are going to be available. So you will find the chapters for each talk. You will be able to navigate through all this stuff, okay? So Ricardo, let's go with English.
Let's go with English, yeah. I think the majority won. Okay.
So while you are sharing the screen, tell me and tell them, why should anybody stick around to watch this talk?
Well, I would say for two reasons. Like, number one, I mean, that's an amazing conference. So I think that's the first and most important one. Like, it being part, something that Tim just mentioned before, like it being part of the community is something that is very powerful when you are on this process of learning whatever programming language. It can be Java or anything else. Because, I mean, the type of support that you have when you join a community, whether it's conferences like this or user groups or chat forums, I think that's a real way to unlock you sometimes for something like this. And secondly, because I mean, I'm going to be biased here. Like I would say, like, if vector searches are something on the rise, right? But and I'm saying that I'm biased because I work for a company that actually provides vector search, Redis. So that's why the bias comes from. But actually, I would say that regardless this, that's actually a topic that's very fundamental for any developer these days, right? Only for you to notice, for you to have an idea. Like I'm pretty sure like 90% of people here use ChatGPT on a daily basis, right? So what if I tell you that basically what is back in ChatGPT and the way ChatGPT provides the responses is vector searches, and by the way, they actually use Redis on this. So
they do. Cool.
they do.
Okay.
It's a hard public case. Yeah, they are actually on the vector search. They're our biggest customer because the exponential growth of OpenAI and ChatGPT is kind of driving the need for vector searches. So
Wow.
I think vector searches is a fundamental building block for a developer to learn as learning how to design microservices once were 10 years ago, right?
Mhm.
So, or
Wow.
how to learn how to
10
query.
years. 10 years already since microservices hyped.
I mean, I probably before that. I think the creation of it, I think it was 2005, but it was the hype. And then like they started to kind of be like a little bit of common ground like 2015. But still, it's 10 years ago. So that's a long time to think about it.
No, I don't like to think about these numbers. Don't throw the 10 years on my face like just like that.
We started to feel old, right?
And by the way, Ricardo, that is very cool. And so just to add to this, and please share your screen so that I can edit on. Or will you do using your own tool?
No, actually, I'm going to share my screen because I'm going to need the entire presentation is going to be me showing the ID. So I need to share the screen. Yeah.
Okay, so you can share the screen there. Guys, and another reason for this is because in one of these days, we also heard presenters saying, oh, by the way, this is how you can do retrieval augmented generation. You can use embeddings. You can search more about it. I'm not the expert on this. I cannot tell you all about it, but this is, you need to search about it. So this is another one. Like yesterday, we had guys from another vector database engine presenting at the end of the day. And Ricardo is the guy to tell you more about this as well. To answer questions developers can't really answer us. So with this, Ricardo, the stage is.
Thank you, Karina. So yeah, let's get started.
Font size, please.
Font size. I was about to ask this. Like I'm going to actually put this on mode, and then I'm going to get as big as possible. Usually 175 is okay. Oops, let me put it back again. Okay, here we go. And then I'm gonna need to share this as well. So 1, 2, 3. 3 is usually fine. Okay, so let me give you the idea about what we're going to do here today. While I explain, let me actually execute my backend here. So the best way to explain what we are going to build is actually showing the final product of what we are going to build.
Wow, this talk is gonna be crazy then. It's all gonna be like this. Like
yeah.
on the go. Let's go.
The point is, well, I'm gonna show you what we're going to build. So let's say this is the final project. And then we're actually going to do is I'm gonna destroy everything and start from scratch. So we're gonna do like a kind of a workshop style, and I'm gonna like execute the step one by one. And by the end, I'm going to actually give you the link for this workshop so you can try yourself in the end. So I'm
because you're the last speaker of the day, you have all the time you want. You don't need to rush.
Really? Don't say this to me. I tend to talk a lot. I'm going to use everything. Okay, so basically what you're looking here is a search type of application, right? We call it search-oriented application that basically queries on top of a movie database, right? And then you can actually apply here multiple types of searches, right? For example, I just typed in Iron Man, right? So basically listed all the movies that are stored in the database whose title kind of matches this. But you can also search for the actor, right? So Ben Affleck, for example, and then it's going to show the first 3 movies that actually has Ben Affleck as the actor. Or you can actually search for something that we call semantic search. Like, for example,
it's searching across all the fields then. Like it's as if across all the fields.
Across all the fields. We call multi-valued like type of search. Yeah, you can
for the SQL guys. Explain
exactly.
this better, please.
Exactly. And then you can basically, for example, not sure how many of you have watched that movie School of Rock, right? Which with Jack Black, with
awesome movie.
That movie is great. And then let's say, for example, that you don't know that the title of the movie is School of Rock. The only thing that comes to your head is that, oh yeah, that's the dude that teaches rock, right? So if you actually type this, dude who teaches rock, you're gonna be able to actually find the actual movie that you were looking for, right? So this is what we call what I just did is a semantic search, right? But the ability for you to perform multi-dimensional type of searches, right? Like I did here, like whatever type of search I apply, it executes and be able to return the actual results. This is what we call a hybrid search, right? And basically what we're going to do here today is build this application, right? Except for the front end. The front end I'm going to start off like from the beginning because it would take like a whole entire day to explain how this front end was created. But then we're going to create the entire back end ourselves, starting from the database, how the movies are stored at Redis, how we are going to massage the data to actually make them available for vector searches. I'm going to walk you through and how we're going to use Spring Data and Spring OM for Redis to actually create the embeddings, right? Embeddings is the process of taking this plot, for example, as a string and creating a vector out of it, right? So just for you to know what is a vector is, let me show actually the backend here on Redis. Okay, let me increase the font size a little bit. So for example, I'm going to pick up a random movie here. What movie is this? I have no idea what movie this is, but a Haro, no glue, probably is an international movie, but it doesn't matter. The point is the plot here, this is the embedding, which is the array of vectors that was created for this. So we're going to learn how to do this using Spring and Java, right? And I think we're going to trigger some very interesting discussions about like trade-offs, about what approach is faster, which one it isn't, the impact that the number of dimensions in an embedding has, or what embedding modules are better suitable for Java applications, which ones are not. So we're going to touch base all of this. And I think the most important part, and I think that's going to be the beauty of this presentations, is you're going to get to learn about how the whole plumbing and behind scenes of this database kind of works, right? Because that's one thing that I tend to see a lot in the field, which is like developers sometimes they spend a lot of their time focusing on the code, right? So which annotations I have to use or whatever approach I have to apply here to make it work. But then there's a considerable amount of things that in this world of embeddings, vectors, or AI, for the sake of the argument, the reality is, and this has been my experience so far, right? The reality is that the lines that are crossing between you being a software engineer and you being a data engineer are blurring. So more and more software engineers have to kind of start having more skills that belongs to the domain of data engineering, and vice versa, for the sake of the argument. Like a minute ago, Karina was talking to Tim about, oh yeah, do I need to learn this, and that for doing machine learning, right? And then what I'm seeing as well is that data science and machine learning experts, they also have to be exposed to software engineering practices, right? So those words are colliding these days, right? So I think that's going to be one of the huge value from this presentation. You're going to get to see a little bit of the world of data engineering as a software engineer, right? So with that said, I'm going to actually stop this backend because, as I mentioned before, this is the final project, right? And I have some Docker containers already running, so I'm going to turn them all off. You see down, actually. I'm going to remove all the containers. So I would like to start from scratch here so you can see the whole process. Okay, all of them are removed. All of them are running. Okay, so I'm going to actually close this project because, like I said, this is the final project. And then I'm going to provide the link of this final project for you as well, which is this one. What I'm going to actually use for this presentation is this variation of that one that I call a workshop, right? So in this workshop, this is basically spread over 4 parts, right? Part 1, 2, 3, and 4. And then each part kind of does one thing. And I'm going to be the user of this GitHub page right here. So I'm going to follow all the instructions here. And for this, I'm going to actually open this other version of the project, which is let's say, this is what we call the MVP of the project, right? So this is basically you like a typical situation like you were given an application that the front end team that basically everything is working, but whatever calls or click that you made is going to invoke like a dummy API or a mock API and nothing that is actually working. but you can get to have an idea about how the application is going to look like. So imagine that you are that developer that receives this, and your job is to create the backend of this application. So this is what we're going to do. For this, let me actually see what backends I have here. So I have the front end already implemented. It's basically a bunch of HTML and JavaScript files. That's it, exposed by the engine server. So not very complicated. And then I have the Redis database as a Docker container as well. So I'm going to spin up those containers. So DC up. DC is this acronym for Docker Compose. So I just create an alias here to my machine, so I don't have to kind of like keep typing Docker Compose all the time.
The font size, we still need it a little bit bigger.
A little bit bigger? Oh, actually?
Yeah.
Does that help? Like making it full screen or actually?
Command Shift Plus. That's the key. You gotta hit. Oh, that's better. Thank you.
That's better? Okay. No worries, no worries. That's important. So everything is running. So in this case, let me just see one thing here. If I refresh this guy here, if I try to search for anything, I'm going to get an error, right? Why? Because the backend is not even running, right? And in this version of the application, the backend is actually a mock-up, right? And that is intentional because we're going to create from scratch. So you get to see how the whole process of creating one kind of looks like, right? So it's starting up the backend. Let's see. Okay, it started. So let's start one more time. Test. Here we go. So this is kind of the hard-coded result that I have in the application, right? So basically, it's going to always return the title, welcome to the workshop, the plot. And if you want to see actually where this was hard-coded, let me show the code for you. Okay, so core, service, search service, right? So this is the bean that I'm using here to actually is part of that. This whole application is a Spring Boot application, as you can see here. And this is the bean that actually responds to that. So as you can see here, I literally hard-coded a list, and I'm returning that list as a result. So this is the proof that we're actually going to start off like from the whole scratch of the applications, and you will get to see this application evolve into this, right? Like I mentioned in the beginning, I'm going to give you this link so you can try yourself in the end. So basically, what we're going to need for this, we're going to have at least JDK 21 here installed. Technically, if you start using like JDK 17, it works, but I mean, why not 21, right? It's better to catch up with Java version. You're going to need to have Docker, right? I mean, it's basically to execute like the backends, the engine servers, and the Redis database, unless if you want to get manually up and running in your machine locally, it's up to you. We're going to use
for people who are watching, don't worry, because he's showing you, and you can come back later to see what he's showing, because at the end he will share the link to everything here. You will be able to reproduce what he's doing here, all right?
Exactly. You're gonna get to reproduce everything that I'm showing here. We're gonna use this tool called Riot. I'm gonna explain what Riot is. You're probably gonna like it. And whatever possible, also have Maven installed, right? So I'm gonna skip this part here which says like, let's clone the repository. I've done this already. I built the packages, I Docker compose up everything, and I execute the backend, right? So the point that we are right now is this, right? We just made a search, and then we ended up like seeing the hard code values that we have. So let's start from here, right? Basically what we're going to do, and this is the first tool that I'd like to introduce you because it's going to make your life easier when it comes to working with Redis, is this tool called Redis Insight, right? So Redis Insights is kind of a UI for you to manage and kind of operate your database. So right now, for example, I have my local database that's kind of exposed via Docker here. As you can see here, the 127.0.0.1, the port 6379 is already registered here as a local database. And then you can simply see all the keys that are stored on Redis. Like FYI, not sure how many of you are familiar with Redis, but everything in Redis are a bunch of keys, right? Whether the key can be a string, a list, a JSON document, a hash, or the many data types that are available there. So we call those keys, right? And then for each key, you can have value associated, aka a key value database.
So this is not SQL, relational database. This is NoSQL.
This is definitely a NoSQL database, right? Specifically a key value one, right? And then, like I said, everything here is all about keys. So by the time we start loading the data here in Redis, you're going to be able to see what keys I'm talking about. So I'm going to explain right when we come to that. But what matters here is that, as you can see here, the database is literally empty, right? So if you're familiar with Redis, another way to actually see this is using the command keys, and then keys everything, so the list is empty, right? So there are absolutely no keys stored here, right? So what we're going to do next, we're going to actually import the data set into Redis, right? So here on the project, right? So let me show here the project. There is this folder called data, right? And then in this data folder, I'm going to close this for a second. This data folder, you're going to see that there's this file called movies.json, right? And then I'm going to actually stop this for a second so we can get some screen size. And this movie, you can see that is a JSON document that basically has an array. So that's the beginning of the array. And then there's multiple entries of a JSON document that actually contains all the details of the movie, right? So as you can see, the first field is the year, the title, and then we have this field called info, which in turn has a subfield, which is another JSON document containing the directors, the release date, et cetera, right? So what we're going to do now is actually use this tool that I mentioned before called Riot to load all this file here, right? And then we're going to load into Redis, right? So that's what we're going to do now. So let me get a prompt here so that we can use. I'm going to change the directory to data, right? So as you can see, the file is here. And then we're going to use this command. I'm going to actually copy the command, and then I'm going to explain what this command is doing, right? And what Riot is. But I mean, it's very simple to understand, right? So before I actually hit enter, this command Riot is the acronym for Redis Input Output Tool, right? So in the repository that I'm going to share with you later, there's the link for where this you can download this Riot. But where are you going to use actually Riot, right? For situations where you want to move data either into Redis or out of Redis, right? So for example, let's say that you have like a bunch of data and stored in your Postgres database, right? And then you want to replicate that data into Redis because Redis is going to be your front-end caching layer, right? So which is the typical use case where Redis is kind of adopted. You can use Riot for this, right? So as you can see here, the syntax of this command is fairly simple. You're basically going to start with Riot. And then in here, we're saying that we're going to do a file import, but from a file, which can be a JSON, CSV, or separated by pipe file. And then we're going to use we're mentioning the file here, JSON. And then we're saying that we're going to store this as a JSON data type at Redis, right? So actually, let me execute this command, and then I'll come back to the command later, right? It takes a couple of seconds. There are 5,000 movies here on this file. That's why you see this value over here. So if we go back to Redis Insight and hit enter here again, you're going to see that there's 5,000 keys, as I mentioned before, right? And this is one movie, right? So this is the key of the movie is import column movie column 1000, right? And then this is literally a JSON document, right? So not sure how many of you are familiar with Redis. Like Redis evolved a lot for the last years, but the Redis that we know and love that used to provide support for strings and lists and sorted sets, which is the famous use case for scoreboards, for example, right? We actually added more data types across the years. One of them is the JSON data type, right? So for what is the JSON data type? This is literally a way for you to store JSON natively on Redis, right? So this is not a string, a value, which is a string, and then basically we serialize that value as a string here on the value. This is in the backend, right? There is a in-memory 3 data structure that actually holds all this JSON document, right? That makes the retrieval of each one of those values very fast at Redis. Like I'm going to show you later how to actually operate in a JSON level, and actually in a minute. But what is important here is that this is one example of key, right? So this is what we call the key name, right? And then the key value is going to be this, right? So going back to the riot command here, what basically we're doing here is, okay, I'm going to say this. I want to store this in JSON. Or Ricardo, there are other ways you can store this. Yes, you can store this as a hash, right? We're actually going to use a hash later for another use case in this application. But a hash is like a hash table in Java, right? So key value as well. But you don't have to get that hierarchical organization of data just like a JSON document provides, right? So you start, instead of thinking as a tree, right, you start thinking as a hash table, right? But anyway, you can store the same values. And then we said that the key space, which is to think about this as a prefix of each key, is going to be import column movie. That's why all the keys here has this prefix. And then, as you can see here, there is the 1000, 1001, 2, 3, and 4. This we actually created in the command, right? Because you can spin up your own counters here. And as you can see here, this is literally Java, right? So Riot is written entirely in Java. So you can actually spin up your counters, and then you're going to associate, this field is going to receive this value from the JSON document. And then we're going to use that counter over here, right? Right here. So we're saying that the ID, which is the unique value that we're going to store, the equivalent of this field over here, right? ID. We're going to say that this is going to be counter plus plus, right? So this is plain old U referring to the current position of the counter variable in loop, right? So as you can see here, if you know a little bit of Java, you're halfway there to start using Riot very easily, right? So everything else is basically a mapping about, okay, which field are you going to receive each value from the original JSON document that's being read, right? So this is how we
Ricardo, I will need to jump in again, because many of the enterprise developers, they do use relational database, and you are showing us a different way to do things with like Redis and a key value database. But why should they even consider doing this? I know you will show the amazing stuff, but it only comes at the end, and I want them to stick until the end so they can see the thing, right?
The secret sauce.
What is the difference? Like, what can you do here that you cannot do there? Like, just a few words.
Right. So yeah, one of the things, the most important things about why you should use a NoSQL database instead of a SQL database is that you are optimizing your data set for a given workload, right? For example, in here, as you can see, we're making a heavy use of JSON documents, right? And the relational model that most SQL databases provide, they were not designed to work with threes, right? Which is basically the data structure behind a JSON document, right? So most of the time, if you try to push a JSON document natively into the database, some databases provide support for it. I'm not going to lie, right? Some database like Postgres.
Like Postgres, I think, yeah.
But you know that feeling, but it doesn't feel right. The database feels just like that as well. So the overhead that you're going to put for the database to actually process that data structure that wasn't designed to handle that is going to be too much. So all of a sudden, your database is going to spend more time having to deal with something that wasn't designed to handle natively. And that's why you should use NoSQL database.
So it's not about switching. It's about using for the right need.
The right need for the right use case, exactly.
Perfect.
Right? And the other way around, it also applies. For example, let's say you are dealing with a use case that is highly transactional for a banking system where atomicity and reliability of the data matter. Yeah. NoSQL databases does a very good job in being fast and scalable, but not necessarily in being consistent. So that's where you should, SQL databases are better for this use case.
Perfect. Thank you. That's what I wanted to clarify.
No, absolutely. No. Okay, yeah, the screen's back. So we've imported the data set, which is good, right? So let's start actually talking about how you can actually handle this data, right, into the whole like JSON, NoSQL world, and most importantly, the vector world, right? So I'm going to actually start by doing something more simple than this, which is, all right, I'll come back to this. I'm just like jumping forward because since we're talking about JSON, I think this is important for us. No, actually, I cannot jump this because I need to perform all these tasks in order to get there. So let me come back. All right, so the data, as you can see here, is stored on Redis, right? But let's say, let me put it this way. In a SQL database, right, once you have tables and records stored on those tables, you can start using SQL statements, right? So you can start operating on top of the data, right? And here at Redis specifically, if you want to start doing the same, and by the way, it's possible, you have to create an index, right? What is an index? Think about an index like the schema of a table, right? So when you're going to create a table in a SQL database, you always start with create table, the name of the table, and then this is going to be the columns. For each one of those columns, this is going to be the data types, this is the primary key, et cetera, et cetera. So what we're going to do now is to create a schema for our data set, right? And we're going to call this imported movies index schema, right? So I'm going to copy this entire command, and then I'm going to Redis, go back to Redis Insight, and then there's this feature here called Workbench, where this is a query editor, right? So you can simply pass your commands here, and then you can simply run, and there you have it. You have created your index, right? So let's take a look on this index. You can actually do this by running this command, ftinfo, right? Everything in Redis, right, for those of you that don't know, is a command, right? And in this case, everything that has to do with ft has about full text search commands. So I'm getting the information about this index. And then as you can see here, now it's going to look like a little bit more like a SQL database. Like this is all the fields that I've declared in my index. Those are the data types that I'm using it. For each one of those data types, they can have specific metadata. For example, oh, is the title of the movie sortable? No, it isn't. Is the year of the movie sortable? Yes, it is. So you can actually use some specific metadata for this. And what this allows us to do, right, is two things. Number one, you can actually start issuing commands that look like a query to Redis database. So you can start doing the same thing that you would do in a SQL database in here. Obviously, not necessarily using the SQL language. You're going to notice that the language is very peculiar to Redis, but nevertheless, I think that you can do the same operations, right? And secondly, even with the Redis Insight, if you, for example, I know for sure that the movie Rise of the Planets is here, stored somewhere. I don't know which one of this. So what you can start doing it is click here to search by values. You can pick up now the index was created, and then you can use this search field here like Rise of the Planet. And then you can, if you hit enter, now you can actually search. Oh, so there's a movie called Rise of the Planet of the Apes. And then the second one is going to be, the title is not Rise of the Planet, but as you can see here, there is somewhere here on the plot, where'd it go? Oh, yeah, the word rise. I think that's what matched it with the title, right? So it was able to perform, just like Karina mentioned in the beginning, a type of like-ish query that you would do in a SQL database, right? So, which is pretty cool. And the other thing that you can actually do, and this is going to be part of this exercise, because I've intentionally in this data set, I've left some duplicated movies, right? So we're going to start fixing these duplicated movies right now. So what we're going to do is using this aggregation command here. So I'm going to go back to the workbench. I'm going to pass the aggregation. So as I mentioned before, think about this as a SQL/group by command, right? But as I mentioned before, the syntax is not necessarily similar to SQL, right? But what it does is essentially the same, right? So I'm basically, for each title, I'm grouping the count of how many repetitions each movie is having over here, right? So this is to prove to you that you can actually perform the same kind of a data manipulation that you would do in a SQL database, as long as you create this mechanism, this building block called index at Redis, right? So this is basically what it does. And one thing that is actually interesting here, before I move forward, is that if you were, and many people kind of ask me this, Ricardo, I understand that you can actually do the very operations that you can do in a SQL database here, but yeah, that's a very weird syntax for those commands. How can I learn this, right? So
no, you gotta do a voice when you do that. Ricardo, how can you learn all these commands, for God's sake?
That's the voice they do? I never heard them like this. I'm kidding. But yeah. But people ask me a lot, but because it's fair, right? Like I'm introducing them here to something that is very peculiar to Redis, right? And then the problem is, they shouldn't spend too much time learning a new language just because you're in a specific database, right? And that's where I think the beauty of AI comes into place. Like in this Redis Insight tool, which is free, by the way, I forgot to mention, you can actually use this tool here called, not sure if you're able to see this, Redis Copilot, right? And then you can actually, let me log in with my GitHub account for the first time. Okay. You can actually do two things here with Redis Copilot. There's this two tabs, general and my data, right? General is going to be like, you're going to ask like some general questions about Redis in general, right? For example, how do I create a sorted set in Redis? Think about this as Googling the Redis docs, for example, right? But this is going to be likely responded by a bot, right? And then back at this is basically OpenAPI and ChatGPT. So that's the same experience that you would have, you can see here. So this is the command that you would use, right? Zadd, right? But like I said, this is for like general questions, right? But if you want to start asking questions about your data set, specifically for the database that you have connected, that's why you have like this tab here called My Data, right? So I just restart the session. I'm going to start saying, tell me about my data, right? And then basically what the start telling you is that, oh yeah, regarding your data, I've identified here that you have an index called import movies index, and this is the metadata that I found, right? And then you can say, cool, show me how to query movies about Keanu, let me see if I spell this name right, Keanu Reeves as actor, right? So I want to see all the movies where Keanu Reeves appear as an actor, right? So as you can see here, not only it shows the movies, and this is your real data, the data that is stored at Redis, right? But you can also see the command that you can use for this. So you can copy this command, and then you can simply execute. And this is going to be all the movies from the data set that has Keanu Reeves as actor, right? The Replacement is one of the best movies. It's a very fun one. Not sure how many of you have watched it, but that's a good one. It's very goofy, but it's good. But the point is, right? I think that's the best way for you to start learning this kind of a very peculiar language from Redis in a way that you don't spend like a week to start learning the syntax. Like I think we have more important things to do in life these days, right? So my recommendations is download Redis Insight and start using this My Data tab, right? Back to our workshop, right? So we've identified that we indeed have like some repeated movies here. I'm gonna finish Copilot. And then what we're going to do now is something very kind of advanced, right? I would say, like for those of you that are a Redis developer, this is probably something that you start learning when you are like way ahead on your Redis journey of learning, which is using Lua scripts, right? Tell me in the chat, like how many of you have heard about this programming language called Lua, right? Lua, by the way, is a programming language that was invented and created in Brazil, right? Which is pretty cool. Right, and it became very famous for like enterprise server-side processing. And what Redis does is to Redis for the not sure how many of you know this, but Redis is written in C, right? Pure C, not even C++. It's written in C. So all the server-side engine of Redis is a C application, right? It's a native C application. But what Redis allows you to is to load dynamically Lua scripts, right, in the server. And then you can execute logic on that Lua script, right? So basically what you can do, and what we're going to do in this case, in this data folder, there is this script here called duplicates.lua, right? So let me close this. And I'm not going to explain the whole code here because honestly, I'm not a Lua developer, right? I'm actually using Anthropic Cloud here to create this script for me, right? So I kind of cheated to create this one, but it works beautifully, right? So basically what the script is doing, I'm using the same aggregation that I've just ran on Redis Insight to identify all the duplicated movies. And then basically what the script is doing is this, like it's walking through each one of them, like think about the result of that list, it's transversing that result. And then let's say it finds that each movie has 3 elements, which is 3 occurrences of the same movie. It's going to create the first one as backup, because we want to save at least one, and then everything else is going to delete, right? So this is going to do like for every single movie. And then by the end is basically going to print, I deleted deletion count, which is the counter that the script computes, duplicated movies, right? So let's use this. Let's see how this works. I'm going to copy this command, and you can simply pass here. Can you do this? And I'm going to try this for the first time. I'm not sure if you can actually do this like this. Probably you have to make them in a single line. And I think I have created a file. Yeah, queries.redis. Yeah, here we go. So this is basically, you have to pass this command here as if it was in a single line, right? This is kind of one of the requirements for you to handle Lua scripts, right? So basically what the script is going to do, I'm going to execute it. And as you can see here, it deleted 473 duplicated movies, right? So that's the amount of movies that I intentionally left on the original data set for people to delete. And then before I move forward, let's just double check how many keys we have right now. I'm going to go back to the keys. There you have it. Now we have 4,527 movies stored, right? And then the question is going to be, Ricardo, why we're doing all of this in the first place? And like I mentioned in the beginning, like the very essence of this presentation for you that I brought you today, and the intention of the workshop is to make Java developers, software engineers in general, a little bit more nuanced and expose it to this. We call all of this that I'm doing here data engineering typical tasks, right? So data filtering, data manipulation, data massage, right? And I think this is important because, like I mentioned before, there is not a single software engineer that I've spoken in the last 2 years that are involved on vector implementations or AI workloads that kind of are not complaining about, oh yeah, I think entering into this world is being difficult, not because I'm a bad software developer. I know Java from the top of my head, but the problem is I'm not very familiar with data engineering, right? And then the whole intention of this workshop and this presentation is for you to start practicing those activities as you are building an application. We're going to get to the part where we're going to start writing Java code for sure, right? We can't get away from this. But the point is, you got to be able to actually identify the needs that are behind this. And and trust me when I say this, for every single workload that you're going to work with machine learning or AI, chances are the data engineering tasks are going to be exposed to the software engineering team. By the end of the day, that's the reality that we've seen out there. So I think it's fair for you to start learning this as soon as possible, right? So let's just recap here so I can know where we sit. Okay, so right now we just cleaned up a little bit of the database and removing all the duplicated, right? So all of this is part of the part 1 of the workshop. We're about to start part 2, which is preparing the data set for searches, right? And then we're going to start talking a little bit more about Java, right? So everything so far from the part 1 is about data engineering and making sure your data set is ready for searches, right? So there is one glitch that we're going to start solving, and this is going to be interesting for you to understand how you can manipulate JSON, right, and Redis. So there's I think this movie, the Justice League, right? I'm going to actually search here so we can double check. I'm going to search here for this movie. Yeah, so there are 2 movies whose title is Justice League. The Justice League one, which is the one about with Superman, Batman from 2017, and there's this Justice League War, which I have not watched, but this is not the one that we're interested in. We're interested in this one, 1321 over here, right? So I'm going to actually copy this. And what I would like to show you there's a glitch with this movie. So JSON.get, here's the key, right? So what is the glitch? The glitch is that, as you can see here, there are no actors, right? So the actors field is actually null, right? If we actually go to Redis inside here, I think we're going to be able to see the same thing here. Yeah. So yeah, here we go. The actors is null. So what we're going to do, we're going to include the actors fields here on this JSON document that is stored on Redis under this key import movie 1321, right? So why this is important? Think about this from the perspective of your programming language. I'm not going to do it right away. I'm going to let you think for a bit, and then we're going to actually do this, right? So you can see the difference, right? But any other databases who provide support for JSON out there, right? I'm not going to call them by name, but they basically have the same programming model, right? In a situation like this, from the client side, right, Java, for instance, right, you would actually perform a lookup given the key, right? You know that the key is import movie 1321. You're going to look up the key, and then the entire JSON payload that associated with that key is going to be transferred from the backend over the wire in the network and bring to the client side, right? So this round trip by itself already costs time, right? And then we're going to materialize the JSON document in memory in the client side, right? And then we're going to, once it's materialized, let's say you load it up in a POJO in Java that represents that. You use some serialization frameworks, that Jaxby, for example, that does this automatically. It doesn't matter. It can be any framework that handles JSON documents. And then once it's materialized in memory, you're going to actually associate the field from the actors, and then there you have it. And then you are going to do the inverse process, which is send the entire JSON document updated back to the backend, to the database, so you can store the new version of that JSON document, right? So there will be another round trip over the wire, and then you are going to like expend some cycles to actually make this happen, and there will be the actual transaction in a database level that's going to update. That last part is usually fast, right? But the point is, there's a little bit of a complexity involved only to update one field, right? And then that's one of the cool things that we kind of introduced it on the support for JSON on Redis. So the way it actually work, we're going to do this. Let me actually store Redis inside here so you can see. So we're going to use the command JSON set, right? And we're going to mention by key what specifically key we want to mutate or update. And then we're going to say that we're going to update only the field actors. And this is going to be the actual value that we're going to associate with the actors, right? So if we execute this, obviously, not executed pretty fast. And then let's query again only that. Sorry, I passed the entire command again. Right now, we just want this. We want to retrieve the entire document updated. So now we have the actors fields with all the actors associated, right? And then what is the difference, right? Right now, for example, right, basically I use this command get, give me entire key. But let's say I'm just interested in reading this field here called vectors, right? So I can say, all right, this is the key, but then I'm going to only see the field actors. And then there you have it. So what is the actual benefit of this? By the time you actually, let's go back to the same example as before. Instead of actually transfer back and forth the entire JSON document just because you want to change values or read values, right? You can specify them by column and field and change only what is interested. So obviously it's going to be way faster, right? And you are not going to spend like too much time like doing some network round trips over the wire. And most importantly, right? Remember the example of Java using Jaxby to actually, or Jackson to materialize the entire JSON document in memory? It's much faster for you to materialize a single array than actually materialize the entire JSON document, right? So it's going to be faster regardless, right? So that's one of the things that's kind of important here for you to know when you are dealing with JSON documents in Java, right? So we've just updated this. This is actually the last step of the part one. But before moving to part two, since we have time, and Karina said that I have we're the last presentation, we have time. I would like to stop here and like see if anyone has any questions before we move forward. So let's take this.
We do have time. Don't worry about it. We do have a lot of time. So far, so good. We don't have questions here. But guys, if you have any questions, please feel free to drop them as Ricardo is showing things and explaining. You don't need to wait until the end. He's a pro. He can handle it, I'm sure.
But yeah. Anytime you have questions, please just throw in the chat, and then I'll stop, answer, and then continue. That's no worries about that. Okay, if there are any more questions, let's move forward. So what we're going to do now is actually start preparing the data set for searches, right? So when I say this, what I mean by this, right? So we're going to start making some changes in the current application, right, to create a domain model, right? Java developers are very familiar with this concept, right? The domain model is going to be like the layer of your applications where your persistent layer is going to operate on, right? So it's going to be your POJOs that represent your entities and all of this. So that's what we're going to do now, actually. We're going to create like a domain model, and we're going to create two of them, right? The first one is what I call bottom-up domain model. And the second one is going to be like a top-down domain model. Ricardo, what those terms actually mean? So what I call bottom-up is, let's say you already have data stored on Redis, which seems to be the case here, right? We have 4,527 keys stored on Redis, right? So the data already exists, right? And you basically want to create a representation in your application layer to that data. So this is bottom up. You're starting from something that already exists to something for your application, right? So in here, we're going to create a domain model that represents that data. And we're going to use for this Spring Data and a framework called Redis OM, right? OM stands for object mapping, right? And you're going to see that how that actually plays out and how you represent to your application the fields, right? I'm going to go back here when we start doing it. And then later on, we're going to also create another domain model, right, that is going to represent your to-be or your actual movie that your application is going to deal with during the searches, right? And this is what I call a top-down, right, because the data doesn't technically exist at this point for this one, and then we're going to actually create this domain model to actually be able to create them on the application layer. So those records and movies are going to be created by the application, no longer use something that is already stored, right? So let's start doing this. I'm going to actually, and then we can start discussing a little bit of this whole like Spring Data layer over here. So we're going to create a movie data in this package over here, data domain. So let's go back to my IntelliJ. Now we're going to start talking about a little bit of Java, right? Finally. Core, and then we're actually going to create a new package called, I think we call, what is the name of it? It's called data. Okay, data.domain, right? And then within this package, we're going to create a Java class called movie data. Here we go. And then let's just copy this, and then we can pass the entire command here, and then I can explain a little bit what we are doing, right, so far. Let's reload from the disk. Okay. And then, I'm not sure how many of you are familiar with this like Spring Data layer of Spring frameworks or Spring Boot necessarily, but when you actually use this this annotation here, at document, right, basically what you're doing is that you are trying to map your POJO to something that exists in Redis in a form of a JSON document, right? Which actually is the case. Like, remember, all the movies that we are after here are stored in Redis as JSON, right? So that's why you are using this annotation document, right? There will be another, and we're going to explain in a minute, but document is going to be our way to go. And then we're going to actually use this import movie. So this is how you actually say that, okay, I'm only interested in whatever JSON documents start on Redis whose prefix start with this, right? Oh, Ricardo, why? Because you can have multiple JSON documents start for different subdomains or workloads for other projects, maybe, right, in the same database, right? And then that's how you kind of, okay, this is how the Java is going to know only the JSON documents that you are going to be able to read or write, right? And then you can specify what's going to be the index, since it is already existing, right? What is the index that we're going to use, right? And then everything else is a mapping, right? So we're going to say, oh, this is our ID field. So this is the plain old @ID. This annotation called searchable, that basically this title field to be, so we were able to perform searches on top of this, the index one, or if it's sortable or not. So all of this is how we are going to represent that index that we've created in the beginning, right? That remember that index we created in the beginning. All of this is us expressing in a Java level that index, right? So something that was mentioned in the beginning, right? How do I search for multiple fields in the first place? So the answer is, which ones are going to be using this annotation as searchable, right? If it's not there, you're not going to be able to use this field as a searchable fields, right? So for example, right in there, in this case here, you cannot search by the year field, at least in this version of the Pojo, right? The other one is going to have it. So yeah, that's how that works. So either the fields are searchable or they're simply indexed, right? Indexed, it means, all right, I know what this field does, I know that it does exist, but I'm not necessarily going to prepare it for searches, right? There's a question here from Ricardo called, can we map different props by name like we do with edge call? Yes, exactly. Yeah. Thank you, Ricardo. So each one of those searchables and index fields, they have like a name. The value of the annotation represents the name of the field. So it's particularly useful for situations like this. The data already exists, and you have to mention the field in the database by name, right? Maybe someone else created with some weird naming convention, and you have to mention this here in order to work. Otherwise, is going to assume that the same name that you've used here on the Pojo is the same one on the database. So thanks, Ricardo, for this question. Okay, and then before I forget, we also have to create the getters and setters for this. Otherwise, it's not going to work. We have to make it as Pojable as possible, if that's even a word. Okay, all the fields. All right, so this is going to be our domain model for the existing data. And then there's one more thing that we have to do, which is the repository layer for this existing data, right? So we're going to create in this repository, we're going to create this. Let me create the repository package first. So domain, new package, not domain, but repository. Okay, and in this repository, we're going to create this movie repository interface. And let me just copy and paste. All right, and before I move forward, let me just explain something that may not be so simple to understand, right? So in here, we're basically using the subsystem of Spring Boot for creating repositories. So you don't necessarily have to implement all the find by methods. As long as you extend from some of those like existing interfaces, you're going to inherit some of them. But the interesting thing here is that since we are dealing with a document here that is a JSON document, you have to use this Redis document repository interface here. So that's going to be your base interface to extend from. And then basically your value is going to be the move data, the Pojo that we just created, and your key is going to be an integer, right? Because that's our ID field, right? So you're going to notice that the other domain model we're going to create right next is going to use a different interface that we're going to inherit from. So it's important to notice this, right? So this is done. This is done as well. Let's move forward to the generated data, which is let's call it the 2B, right? The 2B data. And then I'm going to explain why we're doing this, right? There's the trick, right? I'm going to explain right next. So we need to create this movie and the core domain package. So I know that we have a core. We need to have a domain. We just need to create this movie Pojo here. Oh, we have it already. Cool. All right. It's right here. We just need to replace it with this implementation, right? So let me copy here, and I'm going to simply replace all over. And I'm going to create the getters and setter before I forget. Generate, getter and setter. Okay. All right. So what is different here? And that's going to answer the question. Ricardo, why you have two domain models basically to point to the same entity for the sake of the argument?
No. The question, Ricardo, why do you have two domain models pointing to the same?
With the voice. Okay, let's go again. But Ricardo, why you are creating two domain models basically to point to the same data set? This is insane.
Way better. Okay.
Okay. So the answer is, right, let me go back to Redis inside here. As you can see here in the original data that we've imported from the file, right, we only have the, let's call the raw data with the plot of the movie, right? But in order for us to actually handle with embeddings and vector searches and all that magic of even if you don't write the exactly type of the movie, you were able to find it, we have to have an embedding, right, created along with your data set, right? So the embedding has to be part of your data set. And currently, it is not in the data set that's stored on Redis. So this is what I called it 2B, right? So in this new version of the movie, right, basically it's going to have the same fields like ID, title, year, but then this is going to have this additional field called plot embedding, right? That, as you can see here, the value is an array of bytes, right? So, okay, what we are going to store as an array of bytes here as a plot embedding, right? This is why we've created this annotation. So this is the field plot, plain old plot, right, as before. But let me open the old one. The plot in the previous version was just a searchable string field, right? And basically that's what you can do with a string. You can search by the string, the characters of the string, but this is it. You cannot perform vector or semantic searches on top of a string. It's impossible. This is not the way it works, right? You only can perform vector searches and semantic search on top of embeddings, right? And what are embeddings? Basically, they are array of something, right? In this case, we're going to use with an array of bytes. There's a reason for this. You can also work with an array of floats, right? I'm going to explain later.
Just an array. Why are you giving it a different name?
That's a very interesting question because I'm going to still store the plot as a string, right? Because let's say that I know a little bit of the words used in the plots. You can still search by that, right? But then I'm going to separate another field, like a special field, only to hold the vector, right? So it's almost like I can have like two versions of the plots, the original one and then the embeddable one, and the same POJO, right? And then the magic is going to happen, right? Say that, not sure if you notice here, I'm no longer using the annotation searchable in the plot. I'm using the vectorize. And in this annotation vectorize, you use this destination field, and then you can say, oh, I want you to vectorize this field, and whatever value you come up with in this vectorization process, I want you to store in the plot embedding, which is this field over here. So one field pointing to another, right? So that's how you kind of link them all together, right? And then one interesting thing about this kind of annotation, the vectorized annotation, if you don't specify what's going to be your embedding model, right? So just one step back. Ricardo, in order for you to handle vectorization and embeddings, you have to use vector models, embedding models, right? And there's a bunch of them out there, right? There's literally a bunch of them, and there's no better or worse. Well, technically there is, but I mean, you will have to perform your own performance testing to evaluate that. But the point is, in here, if you use this annotation and don't specify which embedding module you're going to use, it's going to default to the Hugging Face embedding module, which is an open source embedding module that's part. Hugging Face by itself is an open source project, right? You can create an account there, use it, and that's what we're going to use behind the scenes, right? But let's say, for example, that I would like to use OpenAI embedding module. I have an OpenAI key. My company gives me the OpenAI key. You can set them up over here, right? In the documentation of the Redis OM, there's a bunch of fields that you can use here to specify which embedding module, which is going to be the calibration, the number of dimensions that we're going to use. Everything is customizable in this annotation, so it's quite powerful, right? And but in here, like I said, we're going to use Hugging Faces, right? Hugging Faces is not the worst, but it's not the best. It's an open source embedding model, which is great for prototypes or for POCs. For production workloads, it's not necessarily very fast nor the most precise, mostly because it only creates, I think it was 300-ish dimensions for each embedding. So the less is the amount of dimensions that you have in an embedding, less precise is going to be. For our purposes here is more than enough. But I mean, the tip is, if we're talking about bringing this to production, there are more precise embedding models out there than Hugging Face, right? Even Hugging Face has their enterprise version of it that provides more dimensions. But the point is, dimensionality also influences in the precision of your searches, right? So that's something to keep in mind. Okay, so oh yeah, that's the number 384. So that's the number of dimensions that the Hugging Face embedding model is going to produce. And by the way, I'm going to use the voice that Karina has mentioned. Oh, Ricardo, but I've tried to use here the Redis OM framework, just like you mentioned before, but it's not working. Every time I try to search, there's an exception here saying that everything is not compatible, right? So you always have to pay attention in what is the default number of dimensions that your embedding model creates versus what is the dimensions that you have here specified on your index, right? So for example, OpenAI, I know for sure, OpenAI, it creates 1,536 dimensions, right? So that's the number of dimensions that OpenAI creates, right? Other embedding models has higher or lower value than this. So this number over here has to match with this number over here. Otherwise, it's never going to work, right? Think about this. You have an array. This is pure Java. You have an array of 10 elements, and you have another array of 13 elements. If you try to fit one into the other, it's not going to fit. The array has to be the same size. So that's the same thing here. All right. So this part is done. Did I create the getters and setter? Yes, I did. So I think now we have to create a repository for this as well. Yeah. So core repository. Do we have this package? Let's see. No, we don't, but we can actually create one really fast. Package repository. And then we're going to create a move repository inside this package. As an interface. I'm going to copy all of this, simply replace it. And then here's the interesting part, right? In the repository of the bottom-up version of your domain model, we've used the Redis document repository, right? And then in the 2B version of your domain model, we have used this Redis enhanced repository, right? So the reason for this relies on the data type that each one of those repositories are going to handle, right? So in the movie data, which is the bottom-up version, remember that we've mapped it as if they are a JSON document, which because the data type that is stored on Redis is a JSON document right now, right? But not sure if you noticed this. Actually, I explained a bunch of the embedding process, but I forgot to actually mention this. You see that we are not using X document annotation here. We're using Redis hash, right? So this is the fundamental reason why this new repository is actually extending from Redis enhanced repository instead of extending from Redis document repository, because the data type that we're going to operate with this new version of the movie is going to be a hash, right? And then the voice again. Ricardo, but why you are changing the data type? Is it possible for you to keep a JSON document as well and still create this new version of the embedding? Yes, there is. It is totally possible. I could have used it here, an @JSON document and treat this as a JSON document. The only things that would change if I had done this is that instead of a byte of array, this field here needed to be an array of float, right? So this is, you can thank me later for the voice. Yeah, now you have to create a pattern for this, Karina. So yeah, if you change this for a JSON document, it's totally doable, right? But then again, what is the reason why I changed it here? This is part of a best practice, specifically a best practice with Redis itself. So the long story short, both of them, JSON document at Redis or a hash, they're able to store and retrieve the data the same way, right? I mean, technically, the access patterns are different, but store-wise, that's the same way. The difference is on the size, right? So only for you to know, I kind of made the math when I was building this workshop in this application. So for each movie, right? When I say each movie, right? This is it for each key that has a movie. So you can actually see here, right? So this value total has 636 bytes, right? So this is the amount of like data that is required to store that one specific movie. And right now, for all this data set, we're consuming 13 megabytes of Redis. Obviously, it's not for educational purposes. It's not so much. But think about this at scale, right? So what if for each movie, instead of consuming 636 bytes, you could store 100 bytes, right? Which is 6 times less bytes to store the same data, right? That's what you can accomplish with hashes, right? So with hashes, you can decrease considerably the amount of bytes required to store the same data at Redis, right? Still being able to perform the same operations, the searches, the aggregations, the embeddings, everything, right? So it's kind of a good deal for you. For education, prototype, and POC purposes, yeah, use JSON documents. They're fun. They're easy to work with. But my recommendation for you is that if you're serious about like moving these workloads to production, the best practice on Redis is to use hashes for this, right? And you're going to see later on this tutorial, this workshop, that even when you kind of move for cloud databases, this is particularly even more important because in the cloud, you usually pay for traffic, for compute, and obviously for storage, right? So you would like to pay a little bit less for the amount of storage required to store the same data, right? So that's why we've created this strategy. And as you can see, not only Redis can support both approaches, but at the Spring level, at the Java level, you also have the same like ability to store some of them. So that's a good thing, right? All right, so let me see where I am in the workshop. I think we're almost getting there. So we just created the bottom-up and top-down domain models. Now we have to change a little bit of the application in order to actually make this work. Actually, let me get the final version of the application so I can, I have to do one by one. I have to do in parts. I cannot jump. So the change that we have to do in the application is this, right? Which is the Bootstrap application that we're using to spin up the Bootstrap application. What we have to do is those are annotations that are going to orient Spring Boot to scan those packages over here. This one to look for document repository or the repositories that are mapped to JSON data types. And then this annotation here is going to look for repositories on the core, right, that are using hashes, right? So that's basically the fundamental difference for each one of them. Is this correct? Let me just double check. So the core is going to be the enhanced one. That's okay. Core repository. Yeah, that's going to be the enhanced. So we're on the right track. And then we're going to finally create the service. It's a bunch of code. I'm going to explain in a minute, but the TLDR about this code is that it's going to load the data set that we have in Redis in memory using the bottom-up domain model. And then we're going to start storing them again under another set of keys, but as hashes and creating the embeddings, right? So we're going to end up with like 2 versions of the same data sets stored in Redis, right? So again, Ricardo, why does this needed? Because we need to load the data set in memory for each one of them, start creating the embedding, because the embeddings that are not created. Remember, that's our goal. We're doing all of this only to make sure that we have the embeddings. If we have the embeddings already, you don't need the bottom-up domain model, right? You just need to create the top-down one, right? So let me create this movie service where I'm going to store core service. I have this package here, so I just need to create one new movie service, right? And then I can simply copy this entire code and pass it here. Probably I passed it more than I needed. Oh, here we go. All right, so let me do this. Okay, I'm going to finish the implementation. I'm going to run the code, and then I'm going to explain what this code does. I think this way we can move a little bit faster, and then we can also make sure that we are on time, right? And then the last change, we need to, yes, I remember that. We need to include this load data here on the main application, which is this. Let me just represent. So what this is doing, again, I'm going to go back here to the, let me close this. I'm going to go back to this code here that actually does the whole processing of this in a minute, right? I'm not going to skip it. I'm just like making sure you understand the logic and the essence what we're doing here. So what's going to happen right now is that by the time we start bootstrapping our application, this is going to be executed every time you bootstrap your Spring Boot application, right? So basically, we're going to use the movie service, which is this one we created here, right? This one, and then in this service, we created this method is data loaded, right? Which basically relies on the movie repository, the top-down one, the new one, right? And basically, we're going to say, is there at least one record stored on that repository, right? Plus higher than one. If yes, so we're going to say, okay, so the data is already loaded. We're just going to skip data loaded, right? In other words, the first time we execute this is not going to say this true. It's going to rely this on that. It's going to import the movies, which is, is going to execute this whole process here. This is what we want because we don't want this to execute every time we execute the application, the bootstrap. Or why? Because it's a very expensive batch process here that we're doing, right? So we don't want to actually load all the movies. Right now it's 5,000, but what if it was 5 million, right? You don't want your application dragging and during the bootstrap, since you can actually. Oh, Ricardo has a question here, unrelated question. Is there any reason you're not using Salesforce for login? Just curious. No, Ricardo. There's no particular reason, right? Actually, this could be like a very good enhancement of the application here. So that's a good point. But there's no reason, right? It's just like because I think it was lazy when I was creating this workshop and demo. All right. So let me do this, right? I'm going to execute and then see if it works, obviously, right? Probably going to work, but it's always, I think it's always fair to say, let's see if it worked to create the suspense of the application.
What if it doesn't? At least you're not bragging about your code always working, right?
Exactly. I'm sure it's going to work, obviously, right? But actually, a true story, right? For you, Karina, and everybody. Like I presented this workshop, like this hands-on workshop, like in the J Nation conference, which is a Java conference that happens in Portugal a month ago, probably. And then obviously I had tested like extensively this whole code, but in my computer, which is a Mac, right? And then there were some people that were using like virtual machines in Linux. There were people using their bare metal machine, which was Windows machines. You can have no idea about the amount of problems that the same code that works perfectly here in my machine created with different operating system. Even if that's a feedback that I even provided for the core Java team at Oracle about Java. Even the usage of virtual threads, because I've used virtual threads in here, right? And some of those machines, when they replace it to standard native threads in Java, then it works. With virtual thread, it doesn't work.
Does it mean that the right once run everywhere is gone, basically?
I would say that if were me, I wouldn't trust this blindly.
That's the way to put it.
Exactly. If was me, I don't know about you, but if was me, I don't know.
Okay.
No, but yeah, honestly, like I was really impressed about the amount of problems that the same code produced because the operating systems were different, right? Some of them were not about operating systems. Some of them, because they had corporate laptops, some of them were running behind the VPN, and then that created like some problems loading data from Spring, but etc. But man, I was like that was a lesson for myself. Like never trust your precious MacBook Pro being the source of truth for everything.
No, I've been there. I've delivered workshops and I learned my lesson as well. I always try to provide at least something that I can control to avoid these problems. But at conferences, we just can't. We got to
exactly.
all of it.
Exactly. Like if I had all the money in the world, I would create virtual machines on AWS or whatever cloud provider for them to use. And then that will be repeatable enough.
Exactly.
But I
So
don't have
here's
all
the
the money
thing.
in the world.
Here's the takeaway. If you try this out and you find bugs, open an issue on the repository and he will work on it. I'm already giving you work, you see?
That's the community mentality. Exactly.
Yeah, we have a question here.
Where? What JDK flavor do you recommend? Is there any difference on your point of view? Like Corretto, OpenJDK, GraalVM? I mean, GraalVM is not necessarily a JDK. It's more like a distribution of your code, right? It's kind of a compile natively the bytecode into a native operating system level. But to answer your question, Ricardo, I personally like a lot Corretto, right? And the reason for this is because I think it's one of the least distribution that provides more retrocompatibility for OpenJDK, right? And the reason for this is kind of it's very expensive to create like a retrocompatibility for older versions. Like not many distribution of JDK provide support, for example, JDK 8, for example. Not that I'm recommending you to use older version of JDK for the crying out loud, but I know for sure, and Karina probably knows this very well because we are, all of us, like Ricardo, probably you're from Brazil as well. I know for sure that many institutions, banking institutions in Brazil, for regulations and corporate policies, they cannot simply upgrade their JDK so often, right? So they have to run. It's not because they want; they need to run older version of Java, right? So
no, they're gonna go into a fight with security, guys, because now everything is going ELA, like end of life. The product that they buy support for, they will have to upgrade because the products are not supporting JDK 8 anymore.
Right. They'll force it to, right? The point is, until they're not forced, they're not gonna. So I think Corretto is probably one of the few distributions that provides retrocompatibility, which I think is very, very important, right? And still being forward-looking, right? It's always like catching up with the new releases of the JDK. But I don't have like a strong preference in terms of anything regarding performance, usability. I mean, that's the beauty of Java. Like all the JDKs are going to behave the same, right? Except for some distributions of the JVM, not the JDK, the JVM, which has like some very like tunable garbage collectors. Like I think that's the case for that distribution of Azure systems. They have a very, very performant, like a kind of a zero latency garbage collector that minimize almost to zero the how they call it. There's a specific part of the garbage collection process that requires some low latency, right? And that Azure JVM provides that, right? So all the other JVMs, they're usually the standard garbage collector that comes with the JDK. So, I mean, but now we're talking about the runtime, the JVM, right? JDK level, all of them are going to behave the same. So I think the best one is to use the ones that provides as much as retrocompatibility as possible, right? All right. I'm not sure if that answered your question, Ricardo, but let's do this. So let's double check here. We have currently 4,527 moving, which is the original data set we've loaded on Redis. And then we're going to run the backend for the first time. And then what needs to happen is this. It's going to load all those 4,527 in memory. It's going to replicate them in memory and then flush them out. And then we're going to end up with roughly the double of this, which is 9,000 something, right? Right. Let's talking more actions. Let's execute this. Which folder I am? Workshop. So yeah, Maven, Spring Boot. Let's see this running, right? So that's the bootstrap I was talking about before, right? So the bootstrap process is going to start loading all the movies. It didn't start it yet because it prints in the terminal. Yeah, here we go. Yeah, here we go. It's finished. Kind of, not finished completely, but it's almost there. Yeah, loaded, see, found it, 5,000, loaded 5,000, and then it's still processing. Here we go. Just finished. Process complete, 4,527, which matches the amount of movies. So if we refresh this, we're going to see that there's two versions of the movies, right? One is the import, right? Import movie, which is JSON, as you can see. But then it's going to be a new flavor of the movies under the movie prefix, right? And then as you can see here, it's stored as hashes. It's no longer JSON documents. Same movie, right? Same thing, but those are hashes. And as you can see now, like Silent Hill, now we have this field called plot embedding with the actual array of embeddings here stored properly, right? So this is what we wanted. That was the goal of everything that we have done so far, right? So the actual final number is 9,000 movies 334, which is duplicated right now, right? It's duplicated. This is not what we want, right? This is not the end goal. We're going to actually delete the previous one, right? Which is the one stored at JSON, right? It sounds redundant, I know, right? But remember, the only reason why we've done this, right, is because we needed to import the data set into Redis, so we were able to load them up in memory, right, so we can start creating the embeddings, right? There are other strategies, but now we're talking about data engineering, right? Forget about Java, forget about Redis, forget about everything, right? There are some data engineering strategies where we can design a data pipeline that loads the data set from the source, JSON file, for example, and then in the pipeline level, which is not even Redis, not necessarily Java, you can, in the pipeline, we can create those embeddings and then flush elsewhere, right? There are some ETL, like integration tools out there that does this. Most of them are proprietary, right? So you kind of have to pay for them to use. But this is a way for you to do the same thing, right? With a little bit of code. And if you think about it, it wasn't too much code, right? It was, I mean, other than the code that I'm going to explain right now, which is the actual processing, right? But before I explain the code, let me just do this, which is part of the workshop, right? I'm going to drop the index that we've created in the beginning, right? So here's what we're going to do. I'm going to copy this command, and then I'm going to come back to the workbench. So basically, this command has two versions, right? The drop index basically going to do this, is going to delete this index that we've created in the beginning. However, if you use this double D argument over here, this is the equivalent of drop data, right? So along with deleting the index, is going to also delete the data. So all the data that is related to that index is going to be dropped from the database, right? So we're only going to end up with the ones that are currently in hashes, which contains the embeddings. That's our goal, right? So let's execute this command. So just executed. If we go back here now to the Redis and refresh, now we have 4,527 keys stored, but the keys are the new ones, the ones with hashes, right? So in the end of the day, this is what we wanted, right? We now have a proper data set loaded into Redis with the proper embeddings, and they are ready to be used as search for the applications, right? So all of this, I call, it was a mix of software engineering with data engineering tasks and activities, right? So this is basically all the things that we would like to do right now. But like I said, it sounds a little redundant what we have done here, but the reason is we want to create the embeddings in the end of the day, right? So this is actually proves that sometimes you have to write some code in order to make that happen, right? Okay, so now we can finally go back to that code that does the whole job. I'm going to stop here for a second. The whole job of loading, right? So in this movie service, right? So basically we've injected in the service the movie repository, which is the new one, and the movie data repository, which is the old one, right? And then in the import movies, basically what we have done is this, right? We've kind of compiled all the movie keys that are currently stored on Redis, right? And then that we didn't actually use it, none of those repositories here. For this, we use this Redis template, right? Oh, Ricardo, why? Because this is the fastest way for you to actually execute almost like a code level with Redis in Java, right? So we're using the Redis template, you can create a native connection, and then you can use this scan cursor on Redis to kind of scan all the keys that start with this prefix, right? And then you can, this iteration occurs very, very fast. Like when compared to using the same find all operation of the repository, this is like more than 10 times faster than the find all for any repository. So, and you don't need actually to load all the data set. You only need to count the number of keys, which is that what we want, right? And then once we have all the movie keys, right, this variable here, then what we'll start doing is this, like we're going to compile a list of movies, right? And mind that this is going to be the new version of the movie, the one that actually have the vectorized and all the embeddings, right? And then basically we're going to use a parallel string in Java to execute all this mapping, filtering, and collection in parallel. In other words, instead of executing all of them in sequence, because remember, we have all movie keys, which is 5,000, right? So you don't want to iterate in 5,000 of them sequentially, like we can do in parallel, right? It's going to be a little faster. And then basically what we're going to do is the process of, for each one of them, we're going to retrieve the ID of the movie, right? And then we're going to inspect if the, let's call target space, data space, if it doesn't exist already, right? It's going to map, and then we're going to almost like create a buffer of the movies that has to be created, right? So you can ask me this, Ricardo, why we're actually doing this? Don't we have like already the list of the movies to be stored, and then we can simply iterate them and store them in once? Yes and no. Yeah, we have a list, but this was created for resiliency purposes. Let's say, for example, that during the bootstrap, and actually I caught that problem on the workshop that I delivered in JNation. Let's say in the middle of the bootstrap, there's some network errors that happens, something happens with Spring downloading dependencies, whatever, anything, right? So the JVM is going to stop, and it's going to end up in a state that it started off some movies, but all of them became pending, right? And then what you can do, yeah, let's bounce the JVM and start the process all over again. So if you do this, and if you don't process with this kind of a logic here, you're going to start executing all of them all over again. And maybe you can avoid this whole reprocessing by, okay, I'm going to skip the ones that already exist and only focus on the ones that are pending, right? So that's basically what we're trying to do here, right? So that's one of the strategies here for, like I said, like for resiliency purposes. So it's going to skip anything that was already stored on the new version, right? And then we're going to process the buffer here for the movies that has to be processed, the ones that definitely are not started yet. And that's the part we're using here, like the virtual threads approach, right, for JDK21, right? So basically we're creating a bunch of virtual threads, right? And then we're creating batches for each one of those virtual threads to operate on, right? So, and then we're going to essentially like, okay, we're going to, for every 500 movies loaded, we're going to flush and store, and that's going to be the execution and completion of one batch, right? I mean, at least in this machine with this processing power, with just horsepower, it kind of takes like from 10 to 12 seconds, which is arguably fast, right? But let's say that the same code is executing on a machine that doesn't have like too much processing power. So it's important for you to see like how many batches are executing, right? And this is all a problem of scalability. Like, let's say that you were not dealing with 5,000 movies, we're dealing with 5 millions, right? Or 500 millions, right? So it's not going to be as fast as this. So all of this code is tunable enough for you to either increase the amount of virtual threads being used, right? If the hardware allows you to scale at that level, or you can tune the batch size, right? So maybe the batch size are being too large or too slow, too short. Okay, so basically that's what the code does. And then by the end is simply say, okay, processing complete. That's the amount of time it took to process all of them, right? Okay, so I'm gonna stop right there because let's see if there's a question. There's actually a comment here from George. Zulu has features too, like offload C2 compilation to code. Oh, okay. Okay, Zulu is George, just correct me if I'm wrong. Like Zulu is also from Azul Systems. It's from that JVM. That's the JVM we were talking about. Actually, I know George. I remember we used to be pals back in the days I worked with Elastic, so we used to belong to the same user group as well. But George, let me know if that's the JVM you're talking about. Probably it is, right? Because I know for sure that Azul System does a lot of optimization in the JVM level, which is pretty amazing what they do. Okay, so this is done. And then we've updated here. We now are working with the amount of records that we are supposed to have. So everything is in place for us to move forward to the part of this workshop, which is the implementation of the searches themselves, right? Now it's going to be pretty fast. Basically, we're going to execute like the first version of the search. Yeah, George said, yeah, Zulu is a JVM from the Zoo system. Thanks, George. We're gonna start executing the full text search first, and then we're going to move to the second version, which is the increment, and then we're going to introduce the ability to do vector search, and then lastly, we're going to optimize this vector search for performance reasons, right? So, but let's start with full text search right now. So for this, we're going to actually need to change the implementation of the search service, which is that one that I've shown in the beginning that has some hard code results. So basically, what we're going to do right now is kind of a change this implementation to do something more elaborate than just replying the same response all over, right? Just hard coded. So let me actually copy all of this and replace for this so I can explain what we're doing. And then I need to recompile this so we can get rid of this. This is going to work anyway. Like, let me just double check here with the Maven clean package. Okay, everything is in place. Sometimes IntelliJ takes a little bit of time to, this is coming from the cache of the build, right? So sometimes it takes a little bit of time, but this is not that this class here it doesn't exist. It does exist. It's only IntelliJ that's not recognized yet. Eventually it will. But meanwhile, let me explain what this is doing, because this is one of the pretty amazing things that both Redis does and also Spring provides us with, right? So by the time we actually receive the invocation by the query that is coming from the UI, we're going to, there's a parameter, a query parameter that we use that if you don't specify, we're going to always assume that the user is requesting the first 3 elements, right? If you specify, you can set this for a larger limit, right? And then we're going to do this. Mind that we're using this object here called entity stream that we've injected here, right? Spring with this outwiring capabilities is kind of taking care of this. And this entity stream is something that allows us to do this, right? So for example, let me know in the chat how many of you think about that this is a Lambda function, not a Lambda function, but a Lambda code from Java or not, right? So just say, yeah, yes, 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 or no, right? Because that's one of the interesting things about this code. Like every time that you look at this, you're kind of bounded to believe that, yeah, what we are doing here is basically a code that's going to execute primarily within the JVM, right? Which is going to execute with your Java code. In reality, what this entity stream is doing, this is basically assembling an entire command, one single command that's going to be sent to Redis. And this whole query is going to be executed in a queries level, right? And you are only going to retrieve the results. Yeah, so Sabi said no. Okay, Sabi, you kind of noticed that this is not in the JVM lab, so this is good, right? So, but it looks like a log. Like in terms of syntax, it looks like a log, like a Lambda expression that you would use with a collection in Java, right? So, but again, the point is, this is always executed on the Redis level, right? So, and then basically we're going to execute, retrieve here the list of movies, which is the result of the full text search movies. And then we're going to, I created this DTO here. Let me show you the DTO. That's basically a record in Java that only has a subset of the fields that we're going to show in the UI, right? So this is basically the best practice of a data transfer object in Java, right? So we don't want to actually transfer because with the movie itself that we retrieve, we have the embedding, right? Which is an array of vectors. Best practice, right? You don't want to transfer the entire, right, embedding, which is an array of vector that has 384 dimensions over the wire between Redis and your front end layer, right? That's too much data. That you're gonna consume too much network bandwidth out of nothing, because you're not gonna use that, right? So that's why we're using convert here the amount of movies to a set of DTOs, right? Actually, let's execute this and try this search right now. So I'm going to execute the Spring Boot application. This time it has to skip the data loading because the data has been already loaded in Redis. So let's see if this is true. Here we go. Movies already loaded, skipping the data load, right? So right now, if we go back to the application, right? I'm gonna refresh, and then I'm gonna simply type Iron Man. Here we go. He's already searching and performing all the searches in the backend database, right? So, and let me search for Back to the Future. Yeah, here we go. Back to the Future 1, 2, and 3, right? So this is working. And one of the things that I would like to highlight here is both implemented here in the UI on the and the logging. And this is very important for us to understand a little bit of the time that takes to execute that search, right? So in this perspective here, the UI perspective, right, it took around 17.50 milliseconds to the UI to retrieve all these responses here, right? This is actually implemented on JavaScript. So that's how is the time that the JavaScript, the front end, invokes the backend API, retrieves the results, and flush there in the table, right? But then the same search is also executed here. I put the log here. So the last search, this one, Back to the Future, this is the query that we received. It took actually 11 milliseconds, right? So those 11 milliseconds, those are the Redis level latence that took to execute this search, right? So from 17 to 11, so we're saying that 6 milliseconds was basically Spring and JVM overhead and network, right, communication transfer device from one place to another, right? Which is everything localhost, right? But even in the loopback interface of your localhost, there's a data transfer that happens, right? So we're talking about 6 milliseconds of overhead. Still, it's very fast, right? But this is important for you to understand the difference between how much time does it take in the Redis level and in your application level. And this is going to be very important for us to determine the performance of vector searches right now in sequence, right? But what is important to understand here is that there's no semantic search here. So for example, dude that teach rock, the same search that I've mentioned before, as you can see here, it doesn't work, right? Because we're not still leveraging, right, vector search. We're not leveraging that plot embedding field that we've created before, right? So if we go back here to the code, you're going to notice, let me put in this perspective here, get rid of this. Let me do this. I think it's going to be faster. Actually, decreases the font size. No, this way is better. So in here, basically, we're filtering, like saying that if the title equals to the query that was provided, or the title contains the query that was provided, or the query contains the actors, sorry, if the movie contains the actors defined in the query, all of those three fields are going to be used as a filter criteria in the Redis level, right? So basically, we're searching for title, and title, we're basically doing a search by equality, equals to that title, or this is the equivalent of a like operator in SQL, right? Like, percentage, blah, blah, blah. Or we're using the actors field. So let's see if the actors work. Jack Black. Yeah, Jack Black. So all of them, Jack Black, Jack Black, Jack Black. Tropic Thunder, that's a good one. So yeah, all of them is working, but as I mentioned before, the vector embedding semantic search is not currently implemented. Let's do this right now. So I'm going to stop the backend, and then we're going to actually implement the vector similarity search. So let's change for this new version. I'll copy, replace the code, and then I'll explain. Just what I've been doing right now, right? So in this new version of the code, let me show here how this works. It's similar, right? So we're going to execute the full text search, right? First, right? Oh, why first? Because full text search, in theory, right? Not in theory, in practice, is actually faster than vector searches, right? That's proving, that's a mathematical definition. And then basically we're going to execute the full text search and then try to retrieve the movies, right? However, if the amount of movies doesn't contain the result limit, which is, okay, I want 3 of them, right? So there are 2 situations here. Either it doesn't return anything, right? So that's why we're going to execute the similarity search in a sequence. Or maybe full text search executed return 2, but the user wants 3 limits. So it's going to complement the last one with vector search. And that's what we're going to call it a hybrid search, right? Because once execute the 2 searches and one complement the other, right? So if the FTS search is not sufficient, then we're going to do this, right? We're going to, given the query that we're going to actually, the user type of that's the query, we're going to create the embedding out of that query. We're going to transform the query into a byte array, right? So how do we do this, right? There is this embedder, which is a injected field that Spring also provides to you, right? If you don't specify which embedder you're going to use, the same logic for the embedding. If you don't specify a custom one, that's going to be one automatically created for you that uses Hugging Face, right? So basically, this is going to be a Hugging Face powered embedder that you can provide a query, and then the title, the movie, the field from the movie that you want to this query to be equivalent with, and then it's going to retrieve this array of bytes, right? That's how we're doing this. So we're going to create the embedded query, and then we're going to use the same entity stream, but this time the criteria is going to be, all right, what's going to be the filter? The field plot embedding, right, is we're going to execute the KNN, right, the nearest, the neighborhood, the nearest neighborhood keys that from the embedding query, and then this operation is going to perform that mathematical operation of which one are closer in terms of byte array, right? So given this byte array and this byte array stored on Redis, which one are closer? So that's how you are going to retrieve the semantic meaning out of it, right? And then this is going to be basically the only criteria. We're going to perform a KNN operation, right? You can, just out of curiosity, I remember there's someone on the workshop kind of a Ricardo, can I actually mix and match, like perform a KNN operation and also perform like a filtering of metadata along, we call this filtering fields along with the same operation? Yeah, you can. You can actually, in the same operation, a single execution of Redis, put all this criteria and filtering. We call this further filtering your KNN operation. So yeah, it's possible. And then basically what we're going to do is, all right, now we have like 2 results, like potentially, right? And then we have to kind of merge them into one final result. That's what we're doing here using this linked hash map over here. So we're going to end up with one list of movies that we're going to return to the client. So let's see if that works. Spring run. So this is going to be the new version. Just to recap, now we have the ability to execute a full text search and a semantic search, right? Or similarity search, as we call it. All right, moves loaded. So let's execute one more time. So let's do a retrospective search here. Iron Man has to work. It's working as expected, right? It took the FTF search code 100,616, probably a lot. Let's execute like back to the future, right? So this one, 17, right? A little faster, right? But now the most important part is let's execute like dude, hood, titties, rock. Now we can see that the score of rock are being retrieved, meaning to say that now we're executing a vector similarity search. And as you can see here on the bottom, I'm not sure how many of you can actually see this. I'm going to try to increase the font size. Yeah. So VSS stands for vector similarity search, right? So it took 126 milliseconds, right? If I try to execute like a typical full text search, like for example, Hulk, right? No, Hulk is not a good one. I know Iron Man. So Iron Man is going to be, as you can see here, is a full text search, 19 milliseconds, way faster, right? So, and then let's force a scenario that I know for sure that's going to be a hybrid one. So if I type here Avengers, right? So as you can see here, this search here was a hybrid one, right? It took 114 milliseconds. Why hybrid? In the database level, right, it basically searched for the first one. So the Avengers and Captain America was basically the result of the full text search. But then there's only 2 results. You need to complement with one more, right? So the X-Men 2, right, is basically the equivalent of, okay, so I'm going to complement with a similarity search with here. And then you can see the times that are taken here. Like, let me do another search here. Let's see. Kid goes back to future. Probably, yeah. So this is going to be a vector similarity search. As you can see here, 115. And then the actual times that this actually represents. So here's the query. Kid goes back to the future, right? So the FTS search took 5 milliseconds in the Redis level. Very fast, right? And then it didn't retrieve any results. So everything else was retrieved out of VSS, which the embedding, right? So the actual, what is this? The creation of the embedding took 99 milliseconds, right? And then the actual VSS search took 5 milliseconds, right? So this is what I would like to highlight right now. Now we are dealing with a performance problem, right? And why is this? If I keep 13 Avengers, right? So let's see in the log here. That was the query, Avengers. So the FTS search took 12 milliseconds, and then it didn't find all the possible results that were in need. And then it fall back to do a VSS search. So creating the embedding itself, it took 85 milliseconds, and the VSS search itself took 5 milliseconds, right? So we're going to always end up with this kind of imbalance ratio of the embedding creation that happens every time that a user types something in the search is taking too long, because this is actually indeed a very expensive operation. Creating embeddings is not cheap in terms of CPU and memory, right? And this, because we're actually using Hugging Face, that is a embedding model that was loaded within the JVM. During the bootstrap, the Hugging Face model is loaded with the JVM, right? Let's say that you were actually using OpenAI embeddings, which is a service, a cloud service, which ultimately is going to end up in the API call from the JVM to that backend service. If that happens, my friend, you are going to end up with a CPU, with a memory, and a network bottleneck, right? So all of this to say that I think there is a need for us to further optimize this, creating something that at Redis we're calling this a semantic caching, right? So it's a special type of caching, but it's required for you to reuse the semantic meaning of previous searches, right? So what I'm trying to say, like for example, right here, I just searched for Avengers. If I replace for Hulk, right? So Hulk, 11 milliseconds FTS, embedding 93, and VSS 7 milliseconds. If I go back to Avengers again, right? So once again, I'm creating the embedding all over again. You don't want to do this in a real world, in a production workload. You want to reuse this embedding that you have created before, right? So in order for us to do this, we're going to start caching the queries that the user created, right? And this is what we call semantic caching. So let's do this. I'm going to stop this. And then basically for us to be able to do this, we're going to create, okay, copy this. Yeah, semantic caching. So we're going to create another domain entity here on our application called keyword. So I'm going to create a new Java class. I'm going to call it keyword. And I'm going to copy this. And then the keyword, as you can see, we're going to start as hashes at JSON, at Redis. And then we're going to basically set that the value, we're going to have the equivalent of this embedding of this value, right? Same logic that we've used for the movies, right? For the plot of the movie, right? And then we're also going to need a repository for this. So let's create this keyword repository. Yeah. Keyword repository is going to be not a record. Sorry, I can change here. It's going to be a keyword repository. We're going to extend for enhanced repository. Oh, sorry. Now we have everything we need to actually implement this. And then finally, we're going to replace the search service with a new version. We're going to replace it. And then let me explain the difference right now, right? The big difference is not going to be in the search movies. Everything else is the same. Execute the search. If it's not enough, execute an embedding. So create the embedding and then execute the KNN operation at Redis. The difference is right here in the get query embedding byte array. So in this method, the new version of this method does this. First is going to perform an entity stream of the keyword class, and then it's going to filter. Does the value that the user is trying to search already is stored there, right? So it's going to retrieve the find first. It's going to map to the keyword and try to retrieve the embedding, right? Which is this. Actually, I just reminded I have to create a getters and setters. See? Let me generate the getters and setters. Okay. Oh, here we go. Now it's going to try to retrieve the embedding of that keyword. If it doesn't exist, or else, it's going to use the keyword reports and save a new one using the query and then get the embedding in the same operation, right? So in other words, if it doesn't exist, go there and create it and return. If it does exist, which is the famous pattern in Redis of cache aside, right? If the values already exist, retrieve it, otherwise go there and create it. So that's going to be the difference, but you're going to see that there's a tremendous difference in performance because of this technique, right? So I'm going to execute one more time with this new version of the code, and then let's see.
And why are we floating there? I know it's super fast, but for the people who joined up a little bit later after you started, just give a very quick heads up on what you're doing here.
So basically what we're doing here is creating a search type of application that search movies stored on Redis using the famous search operations like full text search, embedding search, or similarity search. And then we're creating a more like a hybrid approach that combines the both of them, right? And then we're implementing all of this in Java and using Spring and using a framework called Redis OM, right? And right now, we're going to test the latest version of this code that we've created iteratively, because in the previous version, we identified a performance bottleneck, which is every time the user searches for a keyword that doesn't exist already, right? It keeps creating the embedding for that keyword all over. Now we fix the problem, and we're going to see right now if that works, right?
Brilliant. So, but before we see if it works, if you could just take the question. It's not a question, it's a comment, but it's good to validate. If you're storing word by word, not the full text.
Word by word, word by word. Yes, yes. I'm actually going to show this. Well, when I test for this first time, I'm going to show in Redis Insights the value that was stored. So, actually, no, I think I store the whole query. Yeah, I stored the whole query. I'm sorry. Yeah, I stored the whole query. Let's see this. Let's start Ironman. So Ironman is an FTS, so it doesn't have to store anything 20 milliseconds, right? Now let's see the Avengers example, right? So the Avengers, that's a very important question. This is the first time we've made that search. So it ended up being a hybrid search, which took 138.80 milliseconds. So let's see on the log, how was this kind of a... So the Avengers, right, the FTS search took 12 milliseconds, right, pretty fast. And then it fell back to create the embedding, which is very expensive right now, 115 milliseconds. And then the actual vector similarity search was pretty fast, which is 6 milliseconds, right? So all of this combined, it ended up like being 138 plus the Spring Boot overhead, of course, 138. But now we should see in Redis inside the keyword stored, right? So that's probably the last one. Yeah, there you go. So that's the value that we've stored here, Avengers, with the respective embedding, right? So as you can see here, the embedding for this keyword was created already. So what we need to happen, I'm going to perform another search here, like, I don't know, Punisher. So yeah, that was another hybrid search, right? So I'm going to erase this and search for Avengers again, right? So what needs to happen is that this time it won't create the embedding for the query one more time. It needs to reuse it. And by doing so, this next query, this next search needs to be really faster, even though it's a hybrid search. So Avengers. So as you can see here, it was a hybrid search, but then it took 31 milliseconds, right? Which is way faster than before. So let's see the breakdown of this performance. So here in the log, Avengers, so FTS search took 9 milliseconds. The embedding creation took 7 milliseconds because it didn't create, it simply retrieved it from Redis. And then the VSS search took 9 milliseconds. So 18, 25 milliseconds. Here it says 31. So again, we're talking about 6 milliseconds of JVM, Spring, network overhead on top of the searches itself. So as you can see here, the usage of what we're calling semantic search has a tremendous impact on the performance of applications like this. Even more so because, not sure if you noticed the way this UI was created, you start searching as you type. Like, for example, dude who teaches rock, right? So all of this is actually one keyword that was stored. So right now, if we look on Redis inside, we're probably going to end up with a bunch of them. So let's see here. So this one is what I typed at LUR, which is probably I typed it wrong. This one is Avengers. The third one was Punisher. Remember, we searched for Punisher. And this one, look at this. Dude, because I type it very slowly, right? Dude who teaches, and then the last one, dude who teaches rock, right? So right now, even if I simply type dude, so it's going to be a hybrid search with 26 milliseconds. So because dude already happens. So in the log, the embedding creation only going to take like 5 milliseconds, right? So just to explain like the beauty of this, and I think it's kind of it says for itself, like, but the beauty of this is that you can actually start creating applications that can deliver the real-time performance that users has, like for this. And I mentioned in the beginning, for those of you that weren't here, like one of the greatest users of Redis database search technologies is OpenAI, ChatGPT, for the sake of the argument. So every time you are actually asking questions for ChatGPT, you're actually using all this paraphernalia here that we've shown here, all this plumbing, right, is actually implemented there. So this is how ChatGPT is not only fast, right, but also scalable, right? But how many users on the planet are actually using ChatGPT right now? Like, it cannot keep creating embeddings all over for every single query that you enter on the prompt, right? So this is why I mentioned in the beginning that every developer, right, I think they have to have like a minimal understanding about how those types of applications work behind the scenes, right? So now you have an idea about how it works on a Redis level, how it works on a Java level, right? Right now we're talking about Java, right? But this can be implemented in different programming languages like Python, Node.js, C++, Go. So this is the knowledge that I think is going to be like fundamental and key for success in the future for any software engineer. Java, we're talking about Java here, so that's what matters for us today. So if you want to like have some future on this AI word with Java, I think understanding a lot about how those like embedding works is super, super important. There's a question here from Ricardo. Is there any logic in the front end to send only full words to the backend? No, Ricardo, no. Actually, that's a very good question, because that reminds me that I didn't show the front end code yet. Basically, I'm sending all over. So basically what I'm doing is whatever the user types, as they type, I'm sending to the backend. So let me show you this code here in the backend. So in a project, if you want to explore by yourself, you come here to this app folder, and then you're going to see this is the front end. Basically, it's the HTML simple UI with a bunch of divs, right? And then the logic itself is stored here on this script.js, right? API is basically the endpoint, right? That I kind of in the Docker compose, which is here, right? I kind of use an environment variable to replace that environment variable and kind of write it here. So the front end know which endpoint I'm trying to access. And then in the script, and this is what I would like to show you, has only this add event listener to, by the time you load the document, it's going to do this, right? So it's going to perform search, which is an asynchronous search as the user types, right? So basically it's going to retrieve whatever the user type it in the search box, right? And then it's going to invoke the search API, passing the query, right? We basically do a basic encoding here, but this is it, right? And then whenever we get the response, we're going to actually write it back on that div over there, all the fields. So there's nothing fancy here, but I understand what you're asking, Ricardo. So like one way for us to perform some sort of a throttling, right, in the front end to minimize the amount of things that we could have used a logic on the UI, but that way it makes the front end layer a little bit more flexible about how they kind of want to send from the back end layer to handle the response. Basically, the responsibility is a 100% set here on the back end instead of the front end. But yes, you could have like maybe using a hybrid approach. I think it depends on what you're trying to accomplish in your specific use case. In my case here, I try to create like a more Google-ish type of UI here. So just like we kind of keep talking on Google, keep writing on Google, and then it start like showing the result as we type. But yeah, basically that's you could have used like a hybrid approach between front end and back end. The point is you kind of tie them together if you do this, but it's possible, right? Karina, I think I'm done, right? There's actually a fourth part here of this workshop, which is moving the data set to the cloud. But honestly, like it will be more about like me creating an account on Redis Cloud, moving the data set there, and then basically rewriting the application to point there instead of the local database. But I mean,
I think the question about this step is the people who will try this out later will have access to the Redis Cloud too?
Yeah. What happens is that when you create an account on Redis Cloud, actually, that's a very good question. I can demo real quick here if you want it.
Yeah, just to show how to create the account for new developers. Because right. I'm sure you were so didactic. You explained very well. So I'm sure people will want to try this out later. And if they want to explore even more and bring this to the cloud, just show them how to create the account.
Right. No, actually, let's do this. Like this is actually going to be very fast because there's no code involved. I'm going to do this part over here so you can see it. So let me actually stop it here. So if you want to start creating an account, basically what you need to do is go to this link here that you're going to have access on the repository I'm going to share later. And then there's two ways for you to actually do this. You can associate with your Google account, with your GitHub account, or you create an account on the fly here, right? So what I've done, even before joining Redis last year, I basically click here on GitHub, right, and associated using my GitHub account. So all of the authentication, let me increase the font size. All the authentication happens automatically. Okay, that's weird. What is loading? Come on. Okay, that's super weird, but I think that's the URL here is trying to pick up something that doesn't belong there. Oh,
I
yeah,
can
here.
try it out through. Okay, you find it. Okay.
Yeah, because the URLs, maybe I passed it in URL something that was not supposed to be there. But anyway, here we go. Let me just increase the font size because I know that's probably too small. Better?
Yep, it's better.
Okay, so the point is, you create the Redis account and you are not supposed to provide absolutely no payment card, no credit cards. That's the beauty of Redis Cloud. You can create an account out of nothing. You're just creating your account and you're not going to pay anything. And even creating the first database for this exercise, there is a type of database that you can create. But make sure to create this one specifically, otherwise you're going to be asked to create. You select this option here, free, right? So this option is for developers who want to like learn Redis or play without paying absolutely anything. The only constraint is that you can only store up to 30 megabytes on this free database, which is for this particular use case is more than enough. Because actually, let me double check this. And Redis Insight right now, we're using 28 megabytes. Almost there. You see? That was one of the reasons why I decided to use hashes instead of JSON. Because if it was JSON, to store all these embeddings, that would go to up to 120 megabytes at least, like more than the triple. So hashes are very efficient. But anyway, select free, and then pick up whatever Karina DB, and then actually not Karina DB, let's call it 30 years Java. And then you can pick up whatever cloud vendor you want. AWS is fine, North Virginia is fine because it's close to where I am, and simply create database, right? Oh, the database name probably cannot have this. I don't know. Let's see this. Invalid database name. Oh, numbers. I think it cannot be numbers. Karina Java conference. Yeah, numbers. It cannot have numbers. Anyway, it's being created. You only take a few seconds. Probably it's going to be very fast. But as I mentioned before, use the free one. You're not going to pay anything. If you choose any of the other options, right, then you're going to be asked to provide a credit card. So that's what you shouldn't do. Since it's created, right, so basically you can connect here. So one of the things that you can do is associated with Redis Insight. So if I click here on Open Desktop, it's going to open my Redis Insight. And here's the database. Now I have the local database and the Karina database on Redis Cloud that you can see that's empty, but it's already functional, right? So what we're going to do now, since it's working, is let's go back to the tutorial. We've done this. All the instructions are here, so don't worry about this. So what we're going to do is to retrieve the Redis URL, right? So which is this format over here. So we can actually do this on Redis Cloud. If we click here on Connect, there is a Redis CLI option. And then basically we're going to retrieve not the entire command, because this is if you want to connect with Redis with the Redis CLI. I'm going to click here on the open to show the password. This is what we want. Everything. I'm going to copy here. Let me actually store this in a temporary location, which is here, right? And then here we go. We have this, and then we're going to, in the tutorial, we're going to use Riot one more time to move the data set from the local database to the Redis one running on Redis Cloud, which is this command over here. So I'm going to copy this. I'm going to open the another terminal over here. And then actually, let me work on this command before passing. So this is the command. So the command is, let me increase the font size so you can see. Redis replicate. So we're going to pick only that as our destination and replace with this. Here we go. We don't need this. So the command is Riot replicate from this database to this database on Redis Cloud. So we can copy this. I'm going to pass it here. It's moving the data set. scanning, comparing. Here we go. So let's see if this is actually true, right? So if we go back to Redis Insight, so now we're having all the keys were replicated, the keywords that we had before, and the movies is all there. So what we need to do right now is basically this, which is changing the application to point there. Yeah, so in the terminal, we need to export the Redis host. Here we go. Not this terminal, this terminal. Export Redis host. And then let's use the Redis host from Redis Cloud, which is this one. This is the Redis host. Here we go. And then we need to export the Redis port, which is this one. Let me just double check to see if this is true. Yeah, Redis port, and then the Redis username and Redis password. Export Redis. Of course, you can hard code this in your application or create a properties file, but here I'm taking a shortcut. So Redis username is going to be this. It's going to be default. It doesn't change. It's always default. And then the Redis password. That's the one we have to copy from here because it always changes. That's the password over here. I'm going to delete this database later, so I know that's a security concern. Oh yeah, thank you, Ricardo. I'm gonna re-export the port. I type it post. Export Redis port equals to. So that's the port. Thank you, Ricardo. We're almost doing like a pair programming here live. Okay, so just to recap, host, port, now fix it, username, password. Let's see the password, NNE. Okay, I think we're all good. And then we need to make a few changes on the application on the properties file of Spring. So I'm gonna copy this because we need to tell Spring, here we go, to actually, instead of like relying on the Redis port only localhost, it needs to use this right now, which is it is going to use the environment variable or fall back to this, and then start using the username and password right now. So, all good. Okay, so actually this shouldn't be copied. I need to fix it in the repository. Here we go, only that. Now it's better. And now, I think I can use this. To make things more interesting, I'm going to delete my Docker container that runs my Docker, okay, so my Docker container that runs Redis is this one. So I'm going to remove -force this one. So what needs to happen is that for out of the database, this one, I cannot connect no longer. I can only connect to the one on Redis Cloud, right? And now the application points to Redis Cloud. So what needs to happen if I run the application right now is that the application needs to continue working, meaning that it's now pointing to the data set on Redis Cloud. So let's see if that's true. Here we go. Move is already loaded, meaning that, yeah, it's definitely pointing there. Okay. Since we know that the container locally is not running. So let's refresh and type for Iron Man. It's working. Avengers. Here we go. So everything is working as expected. And now it's kind of using the database on Redis Cloud, right? So just a heads up, like I can't reiterate this enough. When you create a database, make sure to always create this free one over here, right? All of the others, Flex, Essentials, or Pro, they're going to have a cost associated, right? Depending on the database size that you would like to create, right? Basically, Ricardo, what is the difference of the free one and the other ones? The first one is that the free one is up to 30 megabytes, so you cannot go over this. Otherwise, it's going to be throttled in terms every time you try to store data. And then Flex, there's a combination of memory and SSD disks. That's very, very flexible if you want to store larger data sets. The Essentials one is the one you would start using clustering, so multiple shards and over multiple machines and availability zones on the cloud. And the pro one is that when you want to create like a very, very, very big instances of Redis, like such as the one that like OpenAI uses, for example, there are like terabytes, petabytes of data stored on Redis. So that's going to be like larger ones, but also a little bit expensive ones. So make sure that you don't never pay this out of your pocket, right? Yeah, there you have it. I think we're good.
Wow. I don't have anything else other than wow.
It only took us 2 hours and a half.
This is so much more than I expected from this session. I was thinking you were just gonna show us a traditional talk, and then you bam slapped all of this knowledge in our face as if it's nothing, you know, like let me pull up this workshop for you guys, like take it. So this is brilliant, and I just love how you could go from zero to hero, like everything documented. And there are people on the chat who are like really looking forward to doing all of this. So if you could share the link, I can share with them as well. Because they already said, please don't forget. They said with the voice.
Everybody, please don't forget that voice.
People will fake me later for the voice. Yesterday also, Bené was doing the voice. It was very fun.
Oh, Rafael.
Legal. Yeah, very cool. So guys, this was a true gift from Ricardo today for us. Thank you so much for this last minute session. That was one of the best of the day, my friend. Thank you very much, Ricardo.
You're welcome. That was my pleasure. Yeah, I just shared with you in the private chat, and then we can send them later for everybody.
Yes, not later. Right now, I'm sending it over, guys, here on the chat, on the comment section. You can grab the link. I will also add these resources later on the website. In case you want to refer back to it, you can just go back to the event page. I'm going to add on every session. If the speaker uses slides, I'm going to add it over there. Links like this one and much more. Ricardo, your social media or anything, if people want to connect with you?
I put here it's on my right here. Right?
Yes.
Yeah. But I'm going to actually put here on the comments. I'm connected. So all my social media, GitHub, X, Blue Sky, LinkedIn, Instagram, it's all at Ferreira. Just put here on the comments. So all of them, I was one of those lucky people that could use the same handle in all of the social networks. No, so that's very handy.
There is someone who stole my Varela somewhere, and then I had to switch with L4. You know?
Yeah.
Yes. Thank you, my friend. Everybody's super happy with this. So I'll let you rest after all this knowledge.
No, I'm good. If anyone has any questions, like I'm still good. Yeah. It's
so guys. So guys, just stay here. Because there's this delay between the video and the questions actually come through. So just to double check. In the meanwhile, let me tell you that tomorrow we are gonna focus on Portuguese. There may be 1 or 2 sessions at max. My dogs are going crazy here in English, but the majority of them will be in Portuguese. So if you're a Portuguese speaker, tomorrow is going to be a blast because we are going to have a panel with Otávio, like the old days when we had the painel. Remember, Ricardo? You joined some of those. Oh my gosh. It was so cool. So we are going to have a panel. We are going to have a lot of talks in Portuguese, like teaching how to use secure authentication without passwords and things like that.
Wow.
Right? Exactly. So let's see how it goes. Everybody, thank you very much for being with us until right now. And I'm looking forward to meeting you all tomorrow. Bye, Ricardo. Bye, everybody.
Thank you, Karina. Bye, everybody.
Bye.